would pay reasonable prices for. Those crops are picked by illegal aliens, a job Americans wouldn't do. And I bet you munch down on a bunch of that stuff yourself.
You're saying I don't pay enough for food?
I have no idea what you pay for food, but whatever it is you're paying, I'm saying you're paying for food that has been picked in most cases by illegal aliens. How about that?
Right. Let's put this landowner, this fruit grower, this vegetable grower that's using this, and it's building a big ranch house, I might add, in Dublin. He's making plenty of money. Let's put him in jail. This is dry up. You know it would. Another thing, you got me going last week. You're calling yourself an environmentalist. You know, environmental protection is common sense. You know it is, and it makes sense. We've got to do something to save this earth. And here you come along calling yourself an environmentalist. You know, that is just disgusting.
It is.
It is.
Because I care about the environment. That's disgusting, huh?
The Republicans have a contract on America that you support, and they call for dismantling these environmental laws. See, you say, well, I'm an environment.
No, they call for a reasonable approach to environmental laws. Thank you very much for the call, and see you later. On my international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, where are you?
I'm from the Philippines.
From the Philippines. Where in the Philippines? Okay, where in the Philippines are you?
In Manila.
In Manila.
You're Abdel?
Yes.
Abdel, because my brother-in-law named Ben Smith listened to the radio in Arizona. You know, have you talked before?
I'm not. Well, I don't know. Maybe we have talked with him before. Yes.
Yes, have you talked to him before? The name is Ben Smith of Arizona.
Yes.
So that's why he wants me to talk. He wants me to talk to you over the phone.
Well, now you are now talking to me.
Yes, cause I know your telephone number. So what is that? Is the big radio?
You are on the radio now all over America.
I see. So it is
So what would tell me something? What would you like to say to the American people?
Normally American people is I love the environment. It's because it is very disciplinarian. So if you have an appointment to anywhere, to anybody, he wants to see you on your time, not on a late time. That's meron. That's I love here. That I love American people.
You like it? You do like American people?
Yes, I do like American people. Not just like here the Philippines.
Well, now let me ask you about something. There are many military bases there in the Philippines that are now that are now gone because the Filipino people didn't no longer wanted them. They wanted them gone. How do you feel about that?
Wait, no. Hello, Adel.
Yes.
Adel.
Yes.
I was wrong because for a moment, huh? Okay.
Okay, I think we're holding for something here. I can't figure out what.
Hello, Adel.
Yes.
What is your question?
My question is about the American military bases that are now gone because the Filipino people did not want them anymore.
I have nothing to do that because some Filipino want to have a freedom to So I have no comment about that. So because that's the government rule. Hello.
Yes, hello. We're still here.
Yes, that's the government rule. So we can follow the government because I'm under the government of the Filipinos. So way.
All right. Well, listen, my friend. Thank you very much for your call all the way from the Philippines. And
Some more question.
yes.
How do you do? What do you want to the Filipino people?
What do I what?
Yes.
No, I do not understand your question. I'm sorry.
What is your comment to the Filipino people? I think so.
Well, what is my comment for the Filipino people?
Yes.
I would like to come again and visit. I used to. I spent a lot of time at Clark Air Base there in the Philippines, and my wife is half Filipino.
Your wife is a half Filipino.
Yes.
Where is he from?
I'm not exactly sure what city. I know that her family speaks Ilocano. Is that correct?
When are you planning to visit again here in the Philippines?
When will I be there again? I can't say for sure. Listen, I must go because we've got news coming up, but thank you very, very much for the call, and have a good morning from America. I think that's right, Ilocano. Is that correct? My wife's always talking to me about that, and I can never remember the name Ilocano. I think that's right. Or is that Hawaiian? I don't know. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
How you doing over there?
I'm doing okay.
Say, man, yeah, hey, man, there's just so much I want to talk about, but I'm going to limit myself here.
You have to, because we've got news coming up, so...
Oh, well, man, you can hold on through the break there?
Well, I'll tell you what. You hold on. We'll be back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More somewhere in time coming up.
This is Shara Fryer from the KTRH Newsroom. Stay up on breaking Houston news, weather, and more as soon as it happens. Like KTRH on Facebook, keeping you in the know on air and online.
I'm Brian McDonald. Thanks for listening online and on iHeartRadio. Check out my sports blog, The Hit and Run, on KTRH.com. Every day I'll have new and fresh takes on the world of sports, from the Astros, Rockets, and Texans to college sports, golf, and boxing. I will cover it all. It's your one-stop spot for sports opinion, highlights, and tweets that'll inform you and make you laugh. Put it in your favorite spot and check it out every day. It's The Hit and Run on KTRH.com.
Doing whatever the hell I want.
Let's see. I like.
Careful, Bill.
I like my wife, I guess.
What do you mean you guess, Bill?
There are a lot of things to like in this world, but liking us on Facebook gets you breaking news alerts, traffic and weather alerts, even contests only our Facebook fans are in on. And they love that. So, like us when you get the chance. Just click on the Facebook icon at KTRH.com.
It's Rachel. We're going to help you stay connected with what's happening on the web. Go to KTRH.com, keyword connected. It's photo galleries, breaking viral videos, new technology, and the funny side of politics.
At KTRH.com. Call it.
There's a sofa chair and a mattress in the middle of the Lucid chair.
When you see it. The KTRH tip line, 281-214-0440.
I want to let them know.
Let us help you get the word out. 281-214-0440. Lucians, we make them.
You will be able to keep your doctor.
Some of us don't keep them. We'll be sure to keep our promise to keep you informed 24/7.
Thank you for keeping us up to date.
News Radio 740, KTRH.
Most industries like energy, manufacturing, healthcare, and technology. Register now at lonestar.edu/careers.
This is KTRH Houston News, weather, traffic, 24/7 on air, 7:40 a.m. online, KTRH.com, and on your phone, iHeartRadio.
The search for a pregnant mother of 4 has gone on all day in North Harris County. I'm Shelley Fox. It's 10 o'clock on News Radio 740 KTRH with traffic and weather together. How's it going out there, Christina Cruz?
A stall has cleared out of the way on the Gulf Freeway outbound at the South Sam Houston Tollway, and you're looking good. It's 20 minutes from downtown out to NASA Parkway on the Gulf Freeway. 25-minute drive on the Katy Freeway from downtown out to the Grand Parkway, and there's a stall now, I-10, the Baytown East Freeway. This is inbound at Mercury. Traffic not backed up at all, though, and if you're traveling outbound on I-10 out to the San Jacinto River, it's a 20-minute ride. With traffic from iHeartRadio and 24/7 News Houston, I'm Christina Cruz.
Have a couple of areas of low pressure we're watching out in the Gulf of Mexico, bringing heavy rains to the southeastern U.S., but all that stays well east of us. A few passing clouds overnight, low of 42. A partly cloudy day Sunday with a high of 67. I'm meteorologist Scott Laurie, more at the Weather Channel.
It's 49 on the island, cloudy, and 51 degrees at the KTRH Modia Home Theater 24-hour weather center. KTRH News Time 10:01 on to our top story. Texas EquiSearch is looking for 26-year-old Melissa Renee Souders. She's been missing since Thursday. They're looking for a white 1995 Honda Accord with a black driver's side front door with Texas license plate CL3H494. Melissa was last seen at a McDonald's on 1960 near I-45 around 11 a.m. Thursday. Lead searcher with Texas EquiSearch, Frank Black, describes today's efforts.
Detectives with the Harris County Sheriff's Department asked us to change our search patterns and come over into an area near on I-45 near 1960 and begin a search over there. It's a pretty heavily wooded area with a fairly deep creek with a lot of holes, and we searched it with sonar boat, ATVs, and foot searchers.
Black says tomorrow's search efforts will be just as intensive as today's.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we'll be starting up again. And likely what we'll be doing is we're going to meet early in the morning, but we're likely going to start spreading out in all different directions that we need to look and start eliminating places that we know she's not.
Anyone with information about her disappearance or location of her vehicle is asked to contact Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. That's 8477. A 27-year-old Katy man accused of brutally beating an elderly man because he was black has been denied bond. Conrad Barrett was arrested Thursday on federal hate crime charges after allegedly targeting the 79-year-old man in November. Prosecutors say Barrett videotaped the assault after searching for a week, looking for just the right African-American to target in the so-called knockout game. O'Neill Williams is an attorney for that victim and says the elderly man is still afraid to go outside.
My client will be happy that he's going to remain in custody because he remains afraid. And as you heard from the letter that we read in court, he's afraid for his safety. He's afraid to leave his house.
George Parnham is Barrett's attorney and says Barrett is mentally ill and was off his meds at the time of the attack, but that's no excuse.
It's certainly not an excuse for what occurred, and we make no excuses for what occurred.
The so-called knockout game involves someone unexpectedly punching a victim, then leaving them unconscious. Changing course, Pasadena ISD is turned upside down after 36-year-old Memorial High School teacher Paul Tate was caught having an improper relationship with a 16-year-old girl. The pair were spotted at a restaurant last week, and court records say the two had been seeing each other since October. The assistant principal spotted them at a McDonald's and warned Tate to stay away from her. Police later found text messages on both of their phones saying they were in love with each other and that they had had sex.
They get talked to about that by the principal, and they're trusted, and you kind of lose that trust whenever they go that far.
That from our TV partner Local 2. Tate has been placed on administrative leave and has been charged with indecency with a child and improper relationship with a student. Harris County constables and local prosecutors remind you that no refusal is in effect through the New Year holiday to put a stop to drunk drivers.
By having a prosecutor and a nurse and judges on call to sign blood warrants if someone chooses to refuse to provide that sample.
MAD says Harris County has one of the highest drunk driving death rates in the entire country. News on demand at KTRH.com. Our next update at 10:30. Breaking information as it happens. More now of Coast to Coast. I'm Shelley Fox on Houston's news, weather, and traffic station, News Radio 740 KTRH.
It was March.
Assad regime chemical weapons.
2013.
Buenasera. We have a Pope. March Madness.
loss of President Chavez.
A financial emergency exists in the city of Detroit. These cuts are not smart. If you can, Dennis, I want to do war. He said that to me.
What happens in 2014 will happen here.
The White House tours will be canceled until further notice.
News Radio 740.
There are unhappy results of sequester.
KTRH. Fall in Houston.
Cooler weather after that long summer.
Relief from the heat.
It's not consistent this time of year.
It's one big blob of weather.
Aggravation with your wardrobe.
Constantly you're having a bad hair day.
Some days you're wearing shorts,
Sundress or
jeans, and long sleeves.
With reliable KTRH weather updates at the top and bottom of the hour. Know what to wear, when.
It's important to know the weather this time of year.
Put on News Radio 740.
Because in Houston, you never know.
KTRH. News Radio 740 KTRH.
Hi, I'm John Greenhut, the CEO of Power Swab's Teeth Whitening System. If your New Year's resolution is to look great and make people's heads turn, start by getting rid of those yellow stained teeth. Look, whitening toothpaste just don't make those ugly stains go away. The solution to a movie star white smile is the 5-minute Power Swabs Whitening System. Now, what makes Power Swabs better is that it works on natural teeth as well as veneers, caps, and crowns. And it's easy. There's no messy strips or trays that you have to leave in your mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes and you're done. In 5 minutes, you'll see an average of 2 shades whiter teeth. And in 7 days, 6 shades. Call now and you can try the 5-minute whitening system risk-free. 1-800-942-1273. That's 1-800-942-1273. I guarantee your friends and family will love your new white smile. Get it risk-free. 1-800-942-1273. That's 1-800-942-1273.
By February, will the dollars in your savings and retirement accounts turn into worthless pieces of paper? Will the next debt ceiling increase push us to the brink of default? Find out now by requesting a free copy of Chris Martinson's Crash Course DVD. See why King World News has reported the debt crisis is already here. There's no solution. Gold will hit $2,500 an ounce and silver could double. Don't get blindsided by another crisis in our bubble economy. Get prepared now. Call Lear Capital at 1-800-957-4653 for your free DVD and Precious Metals Decision Guide. See how you can get up to $600 worth of silver Arctic Fox coins free with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Respected analyst Gerald Salente says the crisis will hit this year. And if you don't have your money in your pocket, it's not yours. Call 1-800-957-4653 for your free DVD and Precious Metals Decision Guide. And get up to $600 worth of silver Arctic Fox coins free. That's 800-957-4653. 1-800-957-4653.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is here, now available for Android as well as iPhone. For Coast Insiders, it offers the ability to download the most recent shows so you can listen to them at your leisure. The new app also has listen live and streaming features, plus recaps, contacts, and upcoming show info. Coast Insiders with Android System 4.0 and above, or iPhone. Check out our new app at the Google Play or iTunes stores, or link from the Coast website.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 3, 1996.
Thank you for holding. You're back on the air. Hello?
Mr. Art.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going?
We covered that already. Just fine. Go ahead, sir.
Good deal. Hey, first things first, like I mentioned to you, I got lots to talk about and lots I want to say, but I'm going to limit myself pretty much, I guess, with the alien thing. But first thing I want to ask you, that's an awesome guitar lick that just came on right now. Can you tell me who is that?
Classical Gas by Mason Williams.
Classical Gas.
By Mason Williams. Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, I was almost thinking it was Fleetwood Mac or Jethro Tull, man.
No.
But anyway, this is Jay. I'm calling from El Paso, Texas.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Now, you did have something you wanted to talk about, right?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
The aliens. And it's not the ones that got the beatings in California. These are the extraterrestrial type.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, they're just as likely to be beaten. They show up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you know. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have some mixed feelings about these aliens, you know. I'm pretty sure I
Guy who called me last night, I know he beat him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you know, if some of these aliens were to come around and abduct me and try to stick needles in me or to do anything to harm me, I'm the kind of guy, I would put up a fight.
I had an abductee on Dreamland last weekend, and she was joyful about it, to put it mildly. And I said, well, that's probably because nothing bad happened. No needles, huh? And she said, no, I got a needle in the eye.
Beautiful.
Yeah, right. Nobody's coming at me with a needle. They're going to get a knuckle sandwich.
Exactly. Yeah. I think I listened to a little piece of that show. Wasn't that lady that she's that one with hubcaps and telephone poles and all kinds of different inanimate objects or something like that?
Huh?
She's the one with the universe.
Oh, yes.
She's the one with wood and
that's right. Yes.
and metal and hubcaps and who knows what other objects. But
yeah,
she's kind of weird. But anyway, it's kind of pretty much relating to that and the quickening, which I really believe in. And I want, you know, our audience out there to keep their minds open. You know, I don't know if this is going to shock them. They pretty much might think this already, but I really believe in this quickening. And I think, you know, when it's going to reach a climax, things are going to get really pretty bad, right, worldwide. And I seriously think that at that time, there's going to be massive, like right now we're being bombarded with UFO crop circles, you know, the shows, cartoons, animations, you know, newscasts, whatever. But I'm pretty sure it's going to get to a point when things worldwide get so bad, we're going to be pretty much like you had a caller, I guess a few callers back, he said we're kind of being prepped. I kind of believe that in a sense to where when it gets to a point when we're in the brink of destruction, we're going to be introduced to some aliens from another world.
That would be the eve of destruction, sir. Barry somebody or another, wasn't it? I thought that would be good bumper music. Good apocalyptic genre bumper music. Dear Art, if you had a dream about dying in an air crash and you remembered some details like the flight number, destination, so forth, then sometime later you were to take a flight and those details were the same, would you take the flight? Not only no, but hell no. Would it matter if you had the dream once or many times? No. No, it wouldn't. If I had a dream about an airplane crash, and in the dream I had dreamed the flight number, and I was going to the airport for whatever reason, and there was that flight number, would I get on the airplane? Are you out of your mind? Of course not. Would I cast off the dream as just a coincidence? No. Entirely too much coincidence for me. They interviewed one of the CEOs yesterday who was due to get on the airplane with Ron Brown, only he didn't. At the last minute, he canceled. And his comments were, I think, as most people would comment in that situation. He said, you know, for some reason, God has decided to spare me. And I need to reflect on what that reason is and act accordingly. That was a message for me. And he said, I need to decipher that message and figure out what it means. And I guess I would feel the same way. But again, with respect to your question, if I had a dream about a certain flight number, saw it going down, would I get on? Not only no, but hell no. There's always another flight, folks. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, how you doing?
Okay.
I want to maybe you got to have a good sense of humor for the show you're doing and some of the characters you get on there. Now, listen, I've heard a lot of comments made about the alien beatings here the other day.
Yes.
And I'm a former police officer from Texas.
Yes, sir.
And I live in Tennessee now. Now, people have said that the officers are trained to do better and to know better, and you made the comment that officers aren't human.
Yes.
And which is all, all true and well as far as training goes. But some of two of the biggest fears a police officer has to face anytime that he's working is a traffic stop or a domestic dispute.
That's right.
And those are two times that you don't know what to expect. And adrenaline does get going, and sometimes, you get a little
carried away.
Imagination carried away, as far as what to expect. Now, I don't agree totally with what the officers did. However, that can be expected from quite a few police officers who, with the job that they got is very stressful and very thankless on top of that.
I know.
And a comment I would like to make about this border deal, it can be stopped by putting up a wall. There's no doubt about that.
I know, there is.
And
somebody, I got a fax while we're on the subject. Before you leave that, somebody faxed me here. Let me get to it. Yeah, here it is. Quoting you, secure our borders. Federal effort should be used, and why not? Then, when confronted with the remedy of drying up jobs for illegals by jail or fines on employers, you stupidly and hypocritically explain how illegal immigration labor is needed in our economy. No, it is not hypocritical. And yes, we can have both a wall and people who come and do those kinds of jobs. There is not a hypocrisy here. We can let those people in. It's just that we have every right to know who they are, where they're going, where they're going to be working, and what they're going to be doing. I'm not saying don't let them in. I'm just saying know who's coming and going.
No, that's for sure. Because if it's not controlled, you don't know what you're going to get. And as I said, being a peace officer in the state of Texas, there are quite a few crimes that are committed by illegal aliens that come in. That's not saying that all illegal aliens are bad. I know that the people down there in Mexico are pretty well suppressed as far as economically speaking, as being able to make a living to support their families. The biggest majority of them that come up here, when they do come up, they pool their money together and send it back home.
That's right.
To give their families. I can understand that, giving their families a better living. But I do think that it should be controlled to the extent that where we know where they're at and what's going on, and that they're not being taken advantage of while they're here also.
Precisely. I appreciate your call, sir. That's right. I see no hypocrisy at all in this position. In other words, we can allow people in and should allow people in, and do have labor in this country that is fulfilled by people from Mexico and elsewhere. There's nothing wrong with that. But we also have a right to know who's coming and who's going and why they're here and where they are when they're here. There's nothing wrong with that, and there is no hypocrisy between those positions, at least not as far as I can see. And there are certainly laws on the books, though they may not be enforced, with regard to employers. Rather stiff laws, I might add, since the insane, great, whatever it was, you remember when we took everybody and said, everybody who's here now is suddenly a citizen. Remember that? But everybody after this will not be able to be employed, and so forth and so on. Well, that didn't work out too well, did it? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. It's a pleasure to finally get through and speak to you. This is Chris in Nashville.
Hi, Chris.
I just wanted to say it's a pleasure to listen to your show. I never would have found out anything about Mr. Hoagland's Enterprise mission if it hadn't been for your show. I have been to an internet cafe since I don't own a computer, and it's cost me a fortune just looking at your webpage. It is huge.
It is big now, isn't it?
Yeah, matter of fact, I ran out of money and had to leave before I even got to the Zon photographs.
What is an internet cafe?
Well, it's a coffee shop that has several computers tied right into the internet.
Wow.
And you could and they've got Netscape and a web browser, and you boom right up on it, and you pay like $4 an hour. And I sat there for about 6 hours one day, just reading stuff in your web page alone.
I know there's a lot in there. It's I think one of the best web pages on the web. Period.
It is gorgeous. I really enjoyed it, and I really enjoy your show. And even though sometimes Dreamland gets a little bit strange, like this past Sunday night.
Hey, it's designed to do that.
I really appreciate being able to listen to you, and you're a voice of reason, as opposed to a lot of the talk shows we have here on WWTN here in Nashville, which I pick you up on.
Oh, I see.
Some of these guys are just, shoot them all, take names later, kind of thing. And,
Well, there's all kinds of radio out there, isn't there? And that's what makes the world go round.
well, I just want to say thank you and let you know that you are well appreciated here in Nashville.
Thank you, my friend. Take care.
Have a good day, sir.
WWTN. It's a monster, 100,000 watts in Nashville. Covers several states, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that's what makes the world go round. This particular brand of radio is a little different. Tailored to a night audience. And night audiences are a little different, or even a lot different than the daytime people. It's one of the things they wrote about in the, there was a long article in the Detroit News the other day, and they covered us as well. And that was the angle they took, or part of the angle they took. You know, Voices in the Night, I believe it was called in Detroit. And I was one of those described. And it really is true. Nighttime is different. Now, I've been doing this so long that I wouldn't know how to do anything else. And I doubt that it would play during the day. It might. I don't know. I don't have any urge to even find out. Kind of like it just the way it is. People have a little more time to think at night about subjects that are a little more esoteric. They can let go a little more, and you know, they're not as distracted by what goes on during the day, the constant drumbeat of phone calls and fax machines going off and all the rest of it. On my international line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Bob from Belize.
Who is it from Belize?
Bob.
Well, hi, Bob. How are you, and what in the world are you doing in Belize?
I'm staying warm.
Well, tell everybody, where is Belize? Not everybody knows. That's all right.
Belize is...
Listen to me. Stop. We have a slight delay because of the great distance involved, so we just got to kind of work with that and say something and then pause. So, where is Belize?
Okay, Belize is south of the Yucatan and south of Mexico, and west and south of Belize is Guatemala. And Belize is about 50 miles wide and about 180 miles long, and they speak English down here.
Well, very good. How in the world did you come upon the ability to hear us and give us a call?
Well, I've been listening to your program for a while because I've been coming down here since 1990, and I've been listening to you on a Sony Walkman and laying back in the hammock.
You hear us on a Sony Walkman. I'll bet you probably hear us out of WOAI in San Antonio.
Yeah, 1200 out of San Antonio, and when they fade out, I can pick you up on 740, I believe, out of Houston.
Oh, that would be right, yes. Well, we're sure glad to have you. How is life in Belize? And other than staying warm, what do you do down there?
Well, I'm snowbirding, and life is nice and slow and relaxed and very peaceful, really. The bad winter up north has also been down here, so the tourist season hasn't been too good down here, but hey, I don't mind it being on a tropical paradise island paying $8 a night rent.
$8 a night rent. So it is fairly reasonable for an American to live down there.
Yes, pensioners can survive down here pretty nicely.
Huh. Have you been, do you hear a great deal of U.S. news? Have you been hearing the reports of, for example, the beating that went on of the Mexican illegal immigrants in California?
Yeah, well, I've heard of them, and I've also heard about what's going on up in Montana, too.
Yes, that's right. It must seem a world away to you, and I'm sure you're glad you're where you are.
Yeah. I mean, the people down here, they're so peaceful. The only thing I've ever seen anybody shoot at one another, at least on this island, is empty beer bottles. Oh, and coconuts.
And coconuts, huh? All right, my friend. Well, listen, you feel free to call anytime and chime in as you would.
Okay, well, you're getting in pretty good down here in Belize, and it's nice to hear you on a telephone receiver. I don't have to keep wiggling you around to keep picking you up. Keep good at work.
Thank you very much, and good day to you. Take care. That's a Belize, and you can go consult your local map and find out where that is. Well, there you go. All right, looks like we're cooking here. If you're in a foreign country, Belize or the Philippines or wherever you are, all you do is dial your AT&T USA Direct Access number, then 800-893-0903. That's your AT&T USA Direct Access number, then 800-893-0903. We have the first true toll-free international line ever installed in America. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Bowman from Como Country, delivering my news. How are you?
I'm just fine. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, he dropped off. He was on cellular, and that is an occasional difficulty, unfortunately, with cellular phones. They just dump you like a bad dream. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there.
Hey.
Hey. Turn your radio off.
It's up.
Good. You're on.
Hey, how much was you spending a day in Belize?
He said he was staying there for $8 a day.
I'm living in Lincoln, Nebraska for under $3.
For under $3?
Sure.
$3 a day. Let's see. That'd be about $90 a month. Where in the world do you find a place for $90 a month?
Well, finding a place to live ain't nothing. It's all the extras, you know.
You mean like plumbing and electricity and telephones and...
No, I got all that, but, you know, if you want to go to the bar, that's extra.
I see.
If you want to stay home, it don't cost nothing.
So you just stay in your 3x3 room and look at the walls.
Well, I live on the prairie. I can look at everything I want to look at.
Oh, you live out on the prairie?
Lincoln, Nebraska.
I see.
About as close to prairie you can get.
But do you actually live on the prairie, or do you have a little...
Bet.
You
bet.
Well,
We're right
no
out
wonder
here
it's
on
just... I see. All right. Well, no wonder it's $3 a day then. That must just be the little spot of prairie that somebody rents you.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up.
KTRH Houston, breaking news as it happens. Traffic and weather 24/7 on air, 7:40 a.m. online, KTRH.com, and on your phone, iHeartRadio.
A Katy man has been ordered to be held with no bond for a vicious crime. I'm Shelley Fox. It's 10:30 on News Radio 740 KTRH. With traffic and weather together, here's Christina Cruz.
The storm has cleared out of the way on the Gulf Freeway outbound at the South Sam Houston Tollway, and you're looking good. It's 20 minutes from downtown out to NASA Parkway on the Gulf Freeway. 25-minute drive on the Katy Freeway from downtown out to the Grand Parkway, and there's a stall now. I-10, the Baytown East Freeway. This is inbound at Mercury. Traffic not backed up at all, though. And if you're traveling outbound on I-10 out to the San Jacinto River, it's a 20-minute ride. With traffic from iHeartRadio and 24/7 News Houston, I'm Christina Cruz.
A couple of storm systems in the western Gulf of Mexico are close enough by to keep some cloudiness in our forecast, but far enough away so that I think most of us stay dry. Partly cloudy 42 overnight, partly cloudy Sunday 67, and Monday more clouds than sun with highs in the lower 50s. I'm Scott Laria-Moore from the Weather Channel.
46 degrees at the KTRH Modia Home Theater 24-hour weather center. KTRH News Time 10:31, our top story. A 27-year-old Katy man accused of brutally beating an elderly man because he was black has been denied bond. Conrad Barrett was arrested Thursday on federal hate crime charges after allegedly targeting the 79-year-old man in November. Prosecutors say Barrett videotaped the assault after searching for a week, looking for just the right African American to target in the so-called knockout game. O'Neill Williams is an attorney for that victim and says the man is still afraid to go outside.
My client will be happy that he's going to remain in custody because he remains afraid. And as you heard from the letter that we read in court, he's afraid for his safety. He's afraid
The
to
so-called knockout
leave
game
his house.
involves someone unexpectedly punching a victim, then leaving them unconscious. And Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien has emerged as the overwhelming favorite to become the next coach of the Texans. According to leaked sources, two sides are working to get a deal in place within the week. News on demand at KTRH.com. Our next update at 11 o'clock. I'm Shelley Fox on Houston's news, weather, and traffic station, News Radio 740 KTRH.
It's good for the president to be out playing golf.
Thanks, JW. Looks like I got a pass.
Mr. President, Putin on line 3.
Tell him I have a pass.
Don't pass up.
Got it?
The Michael Berry Show.
Monday morning at 8 and afternoon at 5.
On 740 KTRH.
This is Michael Berry. I'm live at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The conversation continues whether I'm on the air or not. Sound off 24/7 on the KTRH Facebook page. Just click the like icon on the top of KTRH.com.
Radio presents the nominees for the 71st Annual Golden Globe Awards. For Best Motion Picture, Musical, or Comedy, nominations went to American Hustle, Her, Inside Llewyn Davis, Nebraska, and The Wolf of Wall Street. The nods for Best Motion Picture Drama were 12 Years a Slave, Captain Phillips, Gravity, Philomena, and Rush. Nominated for Best Actor in a Drama were Chiwetel Ejiofor for 12 Years a Slave, Idris Elba for Mandela, Long Walk to Freedom, Tom Hanks as Captain Phillips, Matthew McConaughey in Dallas Buyers Club, and Robert Redford for All Is Lost. The Best Actress in a Drama nominees were Cate Blanchett for Blue Jasmine, Sandra Bullock in Gravity, Judi Dench as Philomena, Emma Thompson for Saving Mr. Banks, and Kate Winslet in Labor Day. On the comedy and musical side, the Best Actress nods went to Amy Adams in American Hustle, Julie Delpy for Before Midnight, Greta Gerwig as Frances Ha, Julia Louis-Dreyfus in Enough Said, and Meryl Streep for August Osage County. Best Actor nominations for comedy or musical went to Christian Bale in American Hustle, Bruce Dern for Nebraska, Leonardo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street, Oscar Isaac for Inside Llewyn Davis, and Joaquin Phoenix in Her. The awards will be presented Sunday, January 12th at 8/7 Central on NBC. Keep listening to iHeartRadio for the latest entertainment news. And good luck, everyone.
Scott Croner from the KTRH Newsroom. Follow KTRH News on Twitter and get instant Houston news updates, weather, and more. So next time you're logged in at KTRH.com, click on the Twitter T and get the stories that matter.
Straight and just keep up. Sound familiar? You're not alone. But this is not a sleep disorder. It's actually 924. Learn about the link between total blindness and your symptoms. Call 855-856-2424. That's 855-856-2424.
Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 3rd, 1996.
And I'll give out the international line one more time here. I told you WOAI goes screaming south. 1200, I was down Mazatlan, is about the strongest American signal you could hear. And so Belize, huh? Where the only thing people shoot at is beer cans. And people call talk shows listening to Sony Walkmans laying in a hammock. Hard to take, huh? From Motel 8. Dear Art, since the Philippines is still controlled by the government, people are still afraid to say anything bad about it. Yeah, I know that it is true, and I probably shouldn't have pressed that man. I'm married to a Filipino also, but she was born and raised in the Philippines, had to work hard past the citizenship tests. I think all people that graduate from high school and college should have to pass the same kind of test in order to get their diploma. Even now that she is a citizen of the US of A, she'll say nothing bad about the Philippine government because of her fear of harm coming to family members still in the Philippines. And that is from Honolulu, Paul in Honolulu. Thank you, Paul. I'm sure that's absolutely true, and I was sort of pushing him a little bit to get an attitude on about the base closures there, and so I'm not surprised that he didn't want to comment. Not surprised at all. At any rate, we do have the international line open, and wherever it is that you are in this wide world, throughout South America, Asia, Europe, whatever. There is a way to reach us now, toll-free. It will not cost you anything from your hammock or wherever. You simply get the AT&T USA Direct Access number for your country, or the operator, one of the two, and get the AT&T operator, and have her dial 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. And, you know, that's worth a little bit of thought, that we contend with so much here, so much violence, so much dissension, and yet you hear from a little country like Belize where the only thing shot is an occasional beer can. Why do you think that would be? Why do you think that Americans and America, civilized, industrial, with technology that frankly is ahead of just about all of the rest of the world, and we have so much violence? I'm sure the Unabomber would have something to say about that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Arbel. I was just wondering, okay, I'm in a band, and I want to do, like, our band wanted to write a song about you, because we have your book.
Oh.
The Art of Talk.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm really nervous, but, and, also, I wanted to, what else was I going to tell you?
I don't know. What kind of song are you going to write?
Whatever kind of song you want. Whatever, if you wanted in blues, jazz, if you wanted in kind of music you listen to, country, western, rock and roll, any kind.
Well, is it going to be instrumental or will it be a vocal?
Both. It could be either.
Either or both, huh?
Either or both.
Well, let me give it some thought.
Okay.
All right?
How should I just call you back?
Well, yeah, you can call me back and just give me a little time to think about it.
Okay.
All right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you and your band. Write a song about me. The name Bell ought to lend itself to all kinds of poetic license if you're with lyrics. But then again, you see, I don't play a lot of songs. Some songs with lyrics, occasionally, if I'm really stuck on it. But usually it's instrumentals. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art?
Yes, that's me.
Let me turn my radio down.
Off, actually. All the way off, yes.
Hi, this is Charles calling from Omaha at KFAB.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about something I read in the Details magazine. I don't know if you're aware of that magazine or not.
Details?
Yeah, it's a men's magazine. And it was a quote that I found kind of shocking, and it has to do with race relations. It was from John Pike, who's the head of CBS late night programming.
Yes.
And he was referring to a group called The State. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they do sketches like Saturday Night Live, and they were offered to do a promo for CBS, and if that got a certain rating, then they would go full network.
I see.
And it's an all-white group, and he recommended to them, apparently, and it's an article about the group in Details. In the article, he recommended to them that they get a black member for ratings, and they asked him why, and he said, well, it's important to the late night demographic because there's three reasons why black people it's important to late night demographic. The first would be that black people have nowhere to go in the morning, so they can stay up late watching something like this. The second would be that CBS is it's free.
Why isn't that just as true of white people?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Where have they got to go at 2 or 3 in the morning? I mean, why restrict such a statement to black people or brown people or white people? We're all the same late at night.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
why do you think talk radio does so well? They're all out there bored to death.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked by the statement, actually.
Yeah. Well, there's a big thank you. There's a big controversy going on now in Hollywood about why there are not more Academy Awards given to black actors and actresses and producers. And Jesse Jackson, you'll recall, conducted a protest. he kind of picked the wrong time, obviously, with so many blacks involved in this last presentation. If not getting the award, certainly involved. Didn't come off too well. Kind of fizzled. Like the Freeman rally, where hundreds were going to show up. And 8 people showed up. 8, in fact, it was hard to see the 8 people for all the reporters. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello?
Hello, Art?
Yes, that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Turn your radio off, please.
It is off.
Good.
I must be getting you at a different time.
No, you're not.
No. Okay. My name is Scott from Boulder.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to tell you about something that my wife and I are making.
Okay.
We're not doing this under the government, but we are at present putting together a spacecraft.
You're making a spacecraft?
Yeah, we have a small version of it that does work. Of course, you can't fit in it yet.
Well, okay, well, now slow up. Let's back up a little bit.
Okay.
The small version that you have now made.
Yes.
Like a model?
Yes.
Uh-huh. What can it do?
It can move about the room, hovering.
Hovering?
Yes.
In defiance of gravity, or are you using a system of propulsion?
In defiance of gravity.
In defiance of gravity?
Yes.
Cool.
It does not take gasoline, either. Any sort of,
I wouldn't think it would. I mean, I don't think you defy gravity, at least sustainably, with gasoline and piston engine.
True.
So, I take it you're not willing to disclose the precise method.
I can give some guidelines.
All right.
It is magnetically proposed. It moves through magnets.
Okay.
Basically, the outer wall of it is comprised of magnets.
Yes.
As well as the central object that creates the propulsion. Now, what happens is a change in pressure causes it to move.
Oh, this is excellent.
Magnetic pressure.
How large is the model?
It is 4 inches circular, and it changes shape when it moves.
And it changes, it's a shapeshifter, huh?
Yes.
Are you going to build a large model of this?
We do not have the funds right now. The problem...
I need to put you in touch with Madman Markham.
I heard about him for the first time tonight on your show.
Oh, you did?
I know nothing about him, essentially.
We are going to do another interview with Madman Markham, and it sounds like you should be in on it. Now, are you at all concerned about the effects, should you make a large craft, the biological effects of all this electromagnetic activity?
That's my problem right now.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm currently working on. And another problem, for that matter, is that I don't have really a scientific background.
Well, if you were to get the larger model working, would you take a flight in it, or would you and your wife both take a flight in it?
That's something we can't even really discuss at this point, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, I'm looking at 20 or 30 years down the road.
Or do you think you'd send a monkey or something, some animal first?
Yeah, possibly a hamster.
A hamster?
Small.
Could you make a large enough model to fly a hamster, do you think?
Not within the year, but I'm thinking maybe 5-6 years for something that large.
You actually have a craft that can hover in air?
Yes.
For sustainable periods?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
And I can operate it by remote control.
You can?
Yes.
Would you be willing, do you have a videotape recorder?
Yes, I do.
You do. A camera?
Yes.
Would you be willing to make a videotape of this and send it to me?
Yeah.
And you don't have to show me the inner workings. Just show me this device hovering in air.
Absolutely.
You really would do that?
I will.
You swear this is true?
Yes.
On the bodies of all the gray-skinned, large-eyed aliens?
Well, I don't believe in that, actually.
Uh-huh.
But, what I have is very believable.
Hmm.
And I thought with all your coverage of the Richard Hoagland stuff.
Oh no! Listen, I'm really fascinated. Is an intense magnetic field created?
Fairly, yes.
Fairly intense. How did you stumble into this?
I'm an artist,
Uh-huh.
and it's kind of odd how it came to me. I was working on a painting that really had no significance to this, but after, I guess in hindsight, it really did. It's basically about push and pull.
Yes.
And I was just thinking about the idea, and I've been going nuts with all of the Hoagland material that he's been
Right.
so graciously giving us.
Right.
And I just started to think about the craft, and I'd seen some video on TV where I'm sure you've seen it too, round balls move at incredible speeds and they're gone.
Absolutely, yes.
And essentially that's how I came up with the idea.
Oh, this is fascinating. All right. Do you have my address?
Yes, I do, actually.
Would you make a videotape and send it to me?
Sure.
Include, if you would, any contact information you're willing to give me, and I'll follow it up.
Okay.
All right?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. There's a man who claims he has created an anti-gravity craft at scale, scale model. Wow. Cool. I have a feeling that people are doing these things. That's really excellent. I've had a feeling that there are people out there privately experimenting, and you just never really know what you might run into. Isn't it odd that I happened to talk to Madman earlier? Madman was working on a interdimensional or time machine, he's not sure which. And he almost fried himself alive. I talked to his parole officer. It's a whole big story. You really ought to call and order the Madman interview and hear it. It's a remarkable interview. And during the interview, his parole officer called in. You see, he stole these transformers, borrowed these transformers, actually stole, and had to do a little time for that. But he was prepared to move from the scale model, which he had developed of this machine, to a full working model, which he was going to walk through. So I was glad to hear from him earlier tonight. Anyway, we'll be right back.
News Radio 740 KTRH.
I will never forget the day my son Jeremy told me he hated me and slammed the door in my face. I'm behavioral therapist Janet Lehman. Behavior problems can turn the child you love and your life into a nightmare. That's why my husband James and I created the Total Transformation, the step-by-step program that shows you how to fix the worst behavior problems and get your child to respect and listen to you again. No matter what the behavior, defiance, backtalk, angry outbursts, disrespect, we can help you stop it. Now you can get the Total Transformation for free. All you need to do is get the program and let us know how it works for you. You can keep it forever for free.
Limited number of free programs available. Call now. 1-800-218-3527. 1-800-218-3527. That's 1-800-218-3527. 1-800-218-3527.
Two of the most common New Year's resolutions: get your life organized and start a business. You can quickly do both at LegalZoom.com. Getting your life organized starts with a last will and testament or living trust from LegalZoom. You'll protect your assets, protect your family, and most importantly, get peace of mind. Starting a business? LegalZoom can help you launch your dreams and save you a ton of time and money. In fact, LegalZoom has helped start over 1 million businesses. And LegalZoom gets the job done right. 9 out of 10 customers would recommend the service to their friends and family. Why? Because they get personalized, very affordable protection. Maybe that's why they earned an A+ by the Better Business Bureau. LegalZoom's step-by-step process was created by a team of experts in law and technology. LegalZoom is not a law firm. It can't connect you with a third-party attorney and provide you with self-help services. For special savings, enter Brilliant in the referral box at checkout. Please don't let another month go by before you take care of these things for your family and business. From wills to business formation, trademark applications, powers of attorney, and even bankruptcy help, go to LegalZoom.com.
Looking for the truth? You'll find it on Coast to Coast AM.
Nobody wants terrorism, obviously. But I don't know who to believe anymore. Because, if something happens, you would think, oh my gosh, this is real terrorism. But then on the other hand, you say, this is just their way of saying we need to implement more of these controls. Not everything is a conspiracy. The problem is you have to look at everything as if it's a conspiracy, because nowadays you just don't know.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 3, 1996.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello there.
I was listening to, I guess it may have been Nightline a while ago, and they were talking about this this man that, they call him the Unabomber, I guess.
That's right.
And he said, I think it was a quote, I'm not sure if it was on ABC, maybe it was CNN. Anyway, they quoted him as saying that he was, kind of sorry about having to kill all those people.
Yes.
He thought it was, kind of unfortunate and everything, but he said it was the only way that he could gain access to the media.
Which he ultimately did.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Is that the only way that a person, was he right about that? Is that really the only way that a person who has something to say can get his message out, to do something outrageously ridiculous like that? Or if there are other madmen listening out there right now, could you give them advice on how to communicate with the public and not have to kill a bunch of people in the process?
Well, you're presently on 258 radio stations, right? Right this minute, all across the country and throughout the world on the internet. How many people did you kill to get on?
That's a very good point. Of course, he would probably say, well, it's not like being in the New York Times or the Washington Post, and not like having it all to yourself where you can, say anything you want to say without being challenged and so forth.
That's true. That's true. It's not quite the same, but there are...
I do think it's a lot better than going around and murdering a bunch of people you don't even know.
I would agree with that.
Mm. So, how much does it cost to listen, to this on the internet?
Just the internet charge. Whatever your online charge is. That's
I
all.
see, and if you have right now, I guess you have a computer.
I have
Your
several.
computer doesn't have the real audio or something.
No, I have real audio on my computer.
Oh, you do have? Oh, good for you. What if a person didn't have? If a person just had a computer but he didn't have that on there?
Well, the Real Audio program is available for free on the internet.
I see. So do you have to have a special kind of modem or something in order to use all that, or?
Well, just a regular old modem will do the trick. Now, it should be capable of speeds for Real Audio purposes of at least 14.4.
I see.
Okay.
So that probably means a lot to people who have computers. I don't happen to have a computer.
I see.
But I'm sure, people that do have computers, they probably know whether they have one that fast or not.
Yes, they do. I'm sure.
And how does that compare, let's say, with pictures, transmitting pictures? Is it about the same speed for pictures, or does it have to be a lot faster?
Well, interestingly, the new product we have developed called Vidian transmits pictures and audio also at that same speed, 14.4, and over regular telephone lines, which is an amazing, astounding technology. And so people can actually call me up, and I've got a camera pointed at me, and they can see me sitting here doing my show. Just dial up and see me sitting here.
That's really something.
Watch me moving around.
Okay, thanks a lot. I hope if there are any madmen that they'll call in on this show instead of doing what the last one did.
Many madmen call me, sir.
I've noticed that.
They're all welcome here.
Well, this one's going to hang up the phone.
All right, thank you very much. This is talk radio in its purest form. Absolutely its purest form. I think that's what I love about it. You're liable to hear absolutely anything here, as has been proven tonight. And we are breaking even more barriers now with our new international line. As the word begins to get out about the world, it will take time. But obviously, word is beginning to get out, one way and the other. You will find the international line listed on my web page. If you would like to call us internationally, you may do so. Simply dial the AT&T USA Direct Access number for your country, and then 800-893-0903. It's a free call. It is the first fully toll-free 800 international line ever established in the United States, and for that matter, in the world. And it's right here, 800-893-0903. Pretty cool, huh? We try to stay right up on the cutting edge, and I think we achieve it. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 3, 1996.
When our good Houston weather turns really bad.
Flash flood watch through Harris County.
Turn on Houston's official severe weather station.
Keep it right here. We'll keep you informed.
News Radio 740 KTRH. Time out for technology. Here's Michael Garfield, the high-tech Texan.
Tis the season, and if you're still looking for stocking stuffers, something underneath the tree, man, I recommend wireless speakers. To me, wireless speakers are probably the hottest gift around this season because we've been seeing a lot of commercials, and the prices have been coming down. Sure, we've got the smaller ones like the Jawbone or a small one like Beats by Dre, but take a look at the larger ones, the whole home speakers. You don't need wires. Bose makes a great set. Also, a new company called Chorus, K-O-R-U-S. It uses something better than Bluetooth. It's called SKA, 65 feet of range, which means you can put these wireless speakers inside or outside. They run $300 to $400, but come on, get the tunes out of your headphones and throw them out around the house. Happy holidays. For more technological facts and your questions, tune into my High Tech Texan Show every Saturday morning at 11 on KPRC AM 950.
KTRH for what's happening in your world.
An 18-wheeler that caught fire on the Southwest Freeway.
The buzz for what's happening in rock. After you get in the know where your music's going at 94.5 FM.
KTRH Newsroom. Helping you stay ahead of the day is what we do best. Get the KTRH Insider Newsletter, an in-depth look at stories and guests important to you before it goes to air. Go to KTRH.com, keyword insider.
Some people love him.
You are my absolute favorite.
Some people hate him.
To me, you're totally insane.
But either way, we're stuck with him. Michael Berry.
Monday morning at 8 and afternoon at 5.
On 740 KTRH. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Earning power and improved workforce productivity. Learn more at lonestar.edu/invest.
This is KTRH Houston News, weather, traffic, 24/7 on air, 7:40 a.m. online, KTRH.com, and on your phone, iHeartRadio.
A nationwide manhunt underway for a Gulf Coast cop killer. I'm Shelley Fox at 11 o'clock on News Radio 740 KTRH. With traffic and weather together, how's it going out there, Darby Douglas?
Only one troubled spot to look for out there, and that's Weekend Road Work on the South San Houston Tollway. It's going to be eastbound between Alameda and Highway 288. They have the freeway completely shut down, so you're forced up on the frontage road there. Expected to be a little slow in the area. It's only going to cost you a few minutes. Westbound's not affected. You're running just 15 minutes from Highway 288 over to 59. 59 coming up from Richmond Rosenberg, looking good. Just 30 minutes. FM 762 to downtown. Highway 288 from Angleton, just 20 minutes. Highway 6 on into downtown. I'm Darby Douglas in the KTRH, GulfCoastWindows.com.
A couple of storm systems in the western Gulf of Mexico are close enough by to keep some cloudiness in our forecast, but far enough away so that I think most of us stay dry. Partly cloudy 42 overnight, partly cloudy Sunday 67, and Monday more clouds than sun with highs in the lower 50s. I'm Scott Laria Moore from the Weather Channel.
It's 49 on the island, cloudy, and 51 degrees at the KTRH Modia Home Theater 24-hour weather center. KTRH News Time 11:01 on to our top story. Multiple law enforcement agencies are conducting a nationwide manhunt for a man suspected of trying to rob two banks and shooting two police officers, one fatally, all within the same day. Authorities have not been able to identify the suspect, who was wearing a ski mask, but Tupelo, Mississippi Police Chief Bart Aguirre says it may be possible to ID the man based on his car visible at both crime scenes.
The vehicle that we believe that the suspect fled the scene in is a Chrysler 200 and could possibly be a 2012-2013 model.
Both shooting victims are members of the Tupelo Police Department. Officer Joseph Mayer, 27, and Sergeant Kevin Gelstoffer, who died from his wounds, was 38. The FBI, local banks, and businesses are offering a combined reward of $200,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest of the man responsible. Changing course, Texas EquiSearch is looking for a 26-year-old mother, Melissa Renee Souders, went missing on Thursday. They are looking for a white 1995 Honda Accord with black driver's side front doors with a Texas license plate CL3H494. Melissa was last seen at a McDonald's on 1960 near I-45 about 11 a.m. on Thursday. Lead searcher with Texas EquiSearch, Frank Black, describes today's efforts.
Detectives with the Harris County Sheriff's Department asked us to change our search patterns and come over into an area near on I-45 near 1960 and begin a search over there. It's a pretty heavily wooded area with a fairly deep creek with a lot of holes, and we searched it with sonar boat, ATVs, and foot searchers.
Black says tomorrow's search efforts will be just as intensive as today's.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we'll be starting up again. And likely what we'll be doing is we're going to meet early in the morning, but we're likely going to start spreading out in all different directions that we need to look and start eliminating places that we know she's not.
Anyone with information about her disappearance or location is asked to contact Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. That's 8477. Pasadena ISD is turned upside down after 36-year-old Memorial High School teacher Paul Tate was caught having an improper relationship with a 16-year-old girl. The pair were spotted at a restaurant last week, and court records say the two had been seeing each other since October. The assistant principal spotted them at a McDonald's and warned Tate to stay away from her. Police later found text messages on both of their phones saying that they were in love and that they had had sex.
They get talked to about that by the principal, and they're trusted, and you kind of lose that trust whenever they go that far.
That from our TV partner Local 2, Tate has been placed on administrative leave and has been charged with indecency with a child and improper relationship with a student. Changing course, Harris County constables and local prosecutors remind you that no refusal weekend is in effect, and it will be in effect through New Year holiday to put a stop to drunk drivers.
By having a prosecutor and a nurse and judges on call to sign blood warrants if someone chooses to refuse to provide that sample.
MAD says Harris County has one of the highest drunk driving death rates in the entire country. In sports, Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien has emerged as the overwhelming favorite to become the next coach of the Texans. According to league sources, the two sides are working to get a deal in place within the next week. The Texans have already interviewed former Bears coach Lovie Smith. News on demand at KTRH.com. Our next update at 11:30. I'm Shelley Fox on Houston's News, Weather, and Traffic Station, News Radio 740 KTRH.
And now, a look back at this week in history.
Hi, I'm Tristan. This week in 336, the first recorded celebration of Christmas on the date of December 25th took place in Rome. During the Revolutionary War, General Washington crossed the Delaware and surprised the Hessians in Trenton, New Jersey, this week in 1776. The War of 1812 ended with the signing of the Treaty of Ghent in Belgium, this week in 1814. The poem A Visit from St. Nicholas, aka 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, was first published in the Troy Sentinel of New York this week in 1823. December 27, 1831, Darwin began his fateful voyage aboard the HMS Beagle. This week in 1888, artist Vincent van Gogh cut off the lower part of his left ear with a razor. December 28, 1895, the Lumiere brothers gave the first commercial movie show at the Grand Café in Paris. 1904, Peter Pan had its stage premiere in London. In 1919, the Boston Red Sox traded Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees, beginning the so-called Curse of the Bambino. I'm Chris, and that's This Week in History.
KTRH.com.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 3, 1996.
Good morning, everybody, and I want to remind you, if you're out of the country, now that line rings quite occasionally. I can't always get to it. Obviously, we're trying to do this in some sort of rotation, so if I'm in the middle of a call, I can't get to it. So I miss some that way, I know. But if you're out of the country, we have a toll-free international line. So no matter where you're hearing us, how you're hearing us, you simply call your AT&T USA Direct Access number. And if you don't know it, you can get it from the operator, the AT&T operator, or she can connect you, or I guess it could be a he, you get that access number or the operator, and then call 800-893-0903. And it will be toll-free from anywhere in the world. 800-893-0903. This is kind of an interesting fact I've got here. I think I'm going to read it to you. Dear Art, I've been sitting here working while listening to you via real audio, my usual modus operandi, when suddenly I remembered that I had intended to check your website on the off chance that you might have posted an upload of that wonderful list of country and western song titles. What a gem! What a disappointment not to find it. Can you do so? Will you do so? Alternatively, what about putting it on your friend's BBS? Well, I don't even know if I have it anymore. I live with a blizzard of paperwork here, folks. And if I don't kind of use it and dispose of it, I get buried. So I may not even have it anymore. You have a wonderful talent, super program. Enjoy whatever direction you elect to take the show. Interestingly, we've got a lot in common. Though I've been a president and CEO of an electronic warfare company for the past 10 years here in the Bay Area, I spent my youth as a Marine Corps helicopter a pilot in Vietnam before going back to school. Doctoral research at Stanford as a National Science Foundation graduate fellow. My brother was also a Marine, and our father a lifer. So we rugrats are well acquainted with Cherry Point, El Toro, all. Did you know the Marines at Naha, Okinawa really have a great website? No, I didn't. By the way, my sister-in-law is Filipino also, resulting in 2 beautiful nieces. This really gets interesting now. Stay with me. I'm 50 years old, birthday in 4 days. So when I say I've had a truly lifelong fascination with and have studied in depth the unusual, particularly ancient technologies, you'll appreciate the extent. A friend who did his degrees in physics at Caltech and I have been analyzing crop circle patterns for several years. Fran shares similar views about the probable relationships among these phenomena. And I'm going to skip some of this. Down at the bottom, by way of closing, he says, I'll mention that my company designed the LS2 sensor. Sandia Labs did the LS1, but we think it's a piece of crap by comparison, which was launched into space as part of a classified payload by the USAF Space Command about a year ago. That part is public domain information. If you have contacts, you may want to nose around regarding anomalous events detected in near-Earth orbit by these devices during the past year. Ooh. I will not give his name. Now that is an intriguing line. Let me read that again. By way of closing, I'll mention my company designed the LS2 sensor. Sandy Labs did the LS1, but we think it's a piece of crap by comparison, which was launched into space as part of a classified payload by USAF Space Command about a year ago. That part is public domain information. If you have contacts, I do, you may want to nose about regarding anomalous events detected in near-Earth orbit by devices like this during the past year. Now, what do you suppose he might mean? Anomalous occurrences in near-Earth orbit. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art. This is Joe, and I'm in Conroe, Texas.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, I listen to you on KTRH, and unfortunately, they don't carry this hour of the show.
That is true.
So I have no idea what you might be doing now, or what you might be talking about. But I wanted to call and say some positive things. So many people seem to be just so negative about what's happening in our country now and everything, and I still say it's the greatest place in the world to live.
It is.
And I think it's a great time to be alive.
That too, I agree with you.
I don't know if the quickening is what, I don't know if that's really happening or not. If it is, I'm just really excited to be a part of it. And if it's not, well, I guess that's okay too, because I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing. And
well, I think it is, and it's like any continuing dramatic story. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes, but I think I know.
Yeah, well, I don't know, and maybe you do. And that leads me to another subject. I've been wanting to call you for 3 days now, and actually I've been trying when I had the chance.
Right.
I was listening the other day when the fellow called and accused you of being one of the Antichrist.
Yes.
And I wasn't aware that there were going to be more than one of them. At any rate, however many of them there are, I don't think you're it. And I know
I might be, though. I mean, who knows? Any of us might be. And would we even know it?
Well, according to what I understand about the Antichrist, he's not going to be a really nice guy, but he's supposed to be pretty tricky too. So I don't know. Maybe one of us is. but if we were, I think whichever one of us was it would know. But the other thing I wanted to say to you is that
maybe so, but we wouldn't say it.
Probably not. On the subject of Christianity and being a bad Christian or a good Christian and all of that.
I'm a bad Christian.
Well, I'm not so sure. That may be true, but I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of talk in the Bible about the fact that Christianity and religion and churches especially are for sinners. And then that's the place where you can go, and the Bible's the thing that you can read to try to get help.
Well, that's the place for me then.
And I'm hearing a lot of static here. Are you getting it?
No.
Okay, great.
No.
I think that you're probably not a bad Christian. I think that you're probably just an intelligent man who knows enough to know that you don't have all of the answers, and you keep an open mind about whatever information there might be.
Well, I hope that's true. Either that or I'm somewhere between a bad Christian and the Antichrist.
Well, I don't think that's a bad Christian.
That's the Antichrist. Very kind of you.
I will never forget the day my son Jeremy told me he hated me and slammed the door in my face. I'm behavioral therapist Janet Lehman. Behavior problems can turn the child you love and your life into a nightmare. That's why my husband James and I created the Total Transformation, a step-by-step program that shows you how to fix the worst behavior problems and get your child to respect and listen to you again. No matter what the behavior, defiance, backtalk, angry outbursts, disrespect, we can help you stop it. Now you can get the Total Transformation for free. All you need to do is get the program and let us know how it works for you. You can keep it forever for free.
Limited number of free programs available. Call now. 1-800-218-3527. 1-800-218-3527. That's 1-800-218-3527. 1-800-218-3527.
Have you ever looked at the stains in your coffee cup and then realized that's exactly what happens to your teeth? Hey everybody, it's Stephen Baldwin here, and if you're like me and you like to drink coffee and things like tea or even soda, it causes dark, ugly stains on your teeth. So that's why I use Power Swabs, the 5-minute solution to whiter teeth without having to visit the dentist. In 5 minutes, your teeth can be an average of 2 shades whiter and 6 shades in 7 days. That's 5 minutes a day, clinically proven. Power Swabs whitens teeth without that annoying sensitivity feeling, and it works on natural teeth as well as caps, crowns, and veneers. Call now to try risk-free. Dial 1-800-663-4930. 1-800-663-4930. Power Swabs is your 5-minute solution to white, healthy teeth. Call right now and try it risk-free. 1-800-663-4930. 1-800-663-4930.
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Mike from Encinitas.
Yes, Mike.
First of all, I want to say your international line is very entertaining. I think it's excellent.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really neat. And, like, the people that are coming through are, like, it's something else. First,
Maybe I'm going to jab everybody and I'm going to call it One World Radio.
well, you know, you deserve it. I'll tell you that. Definitely.
I don't deserve what would happen if I did that. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, you know, first off, I caught some of the comments you were saying about, like, people that are up this time of day and the kind of job you're doing at this time of day. I'm a musician. I'm the same kind of way. It's like,
sure.
I understand it completely. I could not do this job if, you know, as a musician, I sell guitars during the day. It's the only job I could find myself doing. I couldn't dig ditches all day because I'd probably just fall into it and that'd be it, you know. But beyond all that, you know, I just wanted to register one little thing about the 2 cops down here that did what they did and all that.
Yes.
They did go way too far. A lot of people are really uptight about down here about all that, and it's. I think that, you know, like you were saying before, at some point, let's wait until the whole thing weighs in and see what the whole thing's about before anybody goes pointing fingers at those, you know, the 2 policemen. And it's, you know, it's a very, very touchy subject here. I don't know. It's like, but everyone's like taken to an extreme now. It's like,
well, it's a lot of things, but I don't think it's racial.
No,
you know,
I really don't. I think
inevitably, the Hispanic groups are going to jump on this like flies on.
Well, they are.
Yeah,
they have.
I know, and they shouldn't, because there was a gigantic violation of the law.
Sure, there was. I mean, those guys. I'm really torn because those guys, they were causing complete danger to a lot of people on the highway.
Yes.
It presses the point as far as it goes. Like, and the cops, they're just human guys, man. And, like, you know, when you get into that situation where it went on, when we find out how long it did go on.
Right.
And what exactly did happen, I think everybody should kind of like hang on a little bit before they start registering these, like,
Yeah, all we saw was the very end of it. Thank you. All we saw was the very end. I don't know how much footage was actually captured of the chase itself. I suspect some, because that chopper was up there, so if they've got some of the chase, they ought to start showing some of that, you know what? That's one thing. Another is, the Hispanic groups ought to back the hell off. This is not a race issue. Those people were not beaten because they were Hispanic. They were beaten because cops were out of line, maybe. But I'll tell you something. They beat Rodney King, and I'll bet you if I took him on a chase like that, banged into a bunch of cars, maybe threw some stuff at the cop car, when they got me, they'd probably beat me too. So I don't think this is a race thing. And I don't think they ought to make it into one, which obviously they're going to try to do, I'm sure. Everything these days is a race thing. I tire of it. I really, really, really tire of it. Don't you? I mean, there was a gross violation of the law here. Maybe there was a violation of their civil rights, and they didn't have to be beaten that way. But whatever else it was, I don't see this as a race thing. But, like the O.J. Simpson trial, I guess if we have no other out, and we need one, we'll make it into a race thing. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hello.
I got the real talk turned on.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, on that ad, you could have. Oh, or this owner Vic Kennewick.
Yes.
And I can get 5 hours.
Well, you can get more, I know. It depends on what kind of cassette you use.
Yeah, 90 minutes, the one that came with it.
How do you get 5 hours?
Well, I cut out the news and the ads.
Well, that would work.
But, you have to be there to punch the buttons all the time.
Right.
And I wanted to ask when that lunar eclipse was going to be.
Gee, I should know that. Somebody told me it's coming up soon, but it will not be seen that well here in the West. It's not going to be complete here in the West, only in the East.
Okay, I remember somebody called in a week or two back and was talking about seeing the comet. And there's going to be a lunar eclipse on April 4th at 12:07.
That might be right, but once again, sir, it's not going to be a full eclipse here in the West, so I'm not sure the effect will be the same.
Okay. Oh, can I mention that Drop Kick Me Jesus through the Goalpost of Life?
Yeah, that was one of them, all right.
That was by Chris Christopherson.
There really was such a song, huh?
Oh, it was excellent.
Drop Kick Me Jesus Through the Goalposts of Life.
Yeah. Anybody in Nashville will like that one.
Thanks for the call.
Thank you, sir.
See you later. You know who my favorite country singer is? Crystal Gayle. I went to see Crystal Gayle at Caesars. Boy, she has got hair. I'm a fan of long hair. Crystal Gayle has definite hair. So, I should be careful what I say because there is really quite a bit of country music that I like. Probably my taste runs more toward country pop, but there really is some country music. But Drop Kick Me Through the Goalposts of Life. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
I just had a comment on that beating.
Yes.
Those officers. I
Yes.
think if that would have been a child molester out there, it would have been a welcome beating.
It would depend, sir, on the circumstances. Even it would depend on the circumstances. In other words, if somebody gave up and the officer did not take them into custody, but just dispensed justice on the spot, there might have been a lot of people who would have said hooray, but it still would have been wrong.
Oh, that's true. And another thing, I'm a government employee, and I'm calling in a 1-800 number, not like Charlie the liberal.
Yes.
Who charges the government to call.
Yes. Well, maybe he figures what he has to say deserves to be paid for by the taxpayers.
His whining and sniveling? Oh, that's the most irritating thing I can think of.
Except for the fact that you pay for part of it.
Well,
I mean, every time you hear him sniveling and whining and doing his thing, think about your tax dollars paying for that.
I'm going to be sick.
All right, well, thank you very much for the call. Yeah, actually, Charles' calls of late have been worrisome. We've been in agreement. This has to come to an end, or I'm going to begin to worry. However, I really do not condone. Even the sheriff of the police department down there has now come out this morning and said it was obviously excessive violence. And I believe it was. Excessive force, actually. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is James from Great Falls. Listening to you on the missile.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just got your show since this couple days, and this is the most weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Well, stick around. It gets even weirder. Now, as the moon is full, it does tend to be pretty strange.
I want to comment on two things. But mainly is I just watched CNN and they were talking about the Unabomber.
Yes.
And they reported New York Times have an FBI spokesman saying that they found bomb materials in the place. So now they formally charged him.
Oh, no kidding. Well, then maybe they've got their man, and I, for one, am glad.
Well, I hope so. There's been discrepancies that I've heard, but this is the latest one I just heard about.
Well, one of the discrepancies they were concerned with was he was in the Salt Lake City area, but not at the exact times that he should have been there. So they're working on all that, I guess. But if they have, you're sure about that? They have charged him now.
Oh yeah, I've watched it on both CNN stations just simultaneously. I've been changing back and forth. Being in Montana, I've been kind of tuned in because I lived in Sacramento when the guy from the lumber company got.
What do you think about all the publicity your state is getting now?
Well, again, you know, I've heard a lot of people on other stations, and you gotta. Montana people are the actual ones. Well, his relatives turned him in, but as far as the freeman is, it was the people of Montana that turned these guys in, and they don't like the publicity, and they don't like the mess cases. They want to have a nice, peaceful place in Montana.
I don't blame them. I understand the latest from the freemen is they will turn themselves in, they say, as long as a grand jury created by their own court system will be the ones to judge them.
Yeah, well, as long as they keep talking, I wanted to...
I don't think the FBI is going to be going for that.
No, I don't think so either, but I'd rather have them talk than somebody running in there like a madman trying to get these people because of all the kids in there.
Yes.
Can I comment real quick on the Southern California thing?
Sure.
Okay, the thing is about, I heard on the Factor earlier tonight, and it got me upset because they said that they got what they deserved. Well, now all of them, as reported on the TV, are now up to 6 months allowed to stay in this country till this thing is resolved.
Well, that's because they are material witnesses in a crime.
Oh, absolutely. But see, now their means have been met. As far as now, they have been they're allowed to have work cards and everything. And so, going back to that factor, they did get what they wanted.
Well, the facts didn't say they got what they wanted, sir. It said they got what they deserved.
Well,
and they were referring to the two people who got beaten, and that's absolutely asinine, in my opinion. They did not get what they deserved. What they deserve is what a court would hand them for very serious felonies that were committed. That's what they deserve, and they deserve, as the rest of us, a fair trial. And they even deserve to be rendered innocent until proven guilty. They do enjoy those privileges, as do we, under the Constitution. Did you know that? We'll be back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
KTRH Houston, breaking news as it happens. Traffic and weather 24/7 on air, 7:40 a.m. online, KTRH.com, and on your phone, iHeartRadio.
The search is on for a missing Houston area mom. I'm Shelley Fox. It's 11:30 on News Radio 740 KTRH. With traffic and weather together, here's Darby Douglas.
Pretty quiet right out there. Only one spot of road work, and it's weekend road work on the South San Houston Tollway eastbound between Alameda and Highway 288. They have it shut down, so you're forced off onto the frontage road. That will cost you a few minutes, but all in all, still looking pretty good. Traveling I-10 to Katy Freeway, no problems there. You're just 25 minutes, Grand Parkway to downtown and vice versa. 290 heading out to Fairfield from the 610 loop all the way out to the Grand Parkway shouldn't be more than about 25 minutes. Everything else looks pretty good as well. I'm Darby Douglas, and the KTRH GulfCoastWindows.com 24-hour traffic center.
Have a couple of areas of low pressure we're watching out in the Gulf of Mexico, bringing heavy rains to the southeastern U.S., but all that stays well east of us. A few passing clouds overnight, low of 42. A partly cloudy day Sunday with a high of 67. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore, the Weather Channel.
46 degrees at the KTRH Modia Home Theater 24-hour weather center. KTRH News Time 11:31, our top story. Texas EquiSearch looking for 26-year-old Melissa Renee Souders, missing since Thursday. They're looking for a white 1995 Honda Accord with a black driver's side front door, Texas license plate CL3H494. Melissa was last seen at a McDonald's on 1960 near I-45 about 11 a.m. Thursday. Anyone with information about her disappearance or her location or the location of her car is asked to contact Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. In sports, Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien has emerged as the favorite to become the next coach of the Texans. According to league sources, the two sides are working to get a deal in place within the week. News on demand at KTRH.com. Our next update at 12 o'clock. Breaking information as it happens. More of Coast to Coast. I'm Shelley Fox on Houston's news, weather, and traffic station, News Radio 740 KTRH.
Without his wisdom, there would be no pearls.
But I wish I weren't as smart as I am, because I'd be happy.
He is the most outspoken man in the world.
Rush Limbaugh, back Monday at 11 on News Radio 740 KTRH.
Stay thirsty for truth, my friends.
Now, the Michael Berry Minute.
Why do we continue to do stupid things just because we've done them in the past? When I have had management jobs, one of my only rules was don't ever tell me that the reason we do something is because we've always done it that way. That's the worst reason for doing anything. And if you ever catch yourself at your company saying, when an employee asks you, hey, why do we do it this way? Because that's the way we've always done it. That's the dumbest answer ever. If it's the right thing to do, you should be able to justify it. You should be able to justify it 365 days a year. And if it's a 5, 10, or 30-year policy, it can still be justified today because it's a good reason to do it. But the fact that you've always done it is a ridiculous reason for doing it.
Get more Michael Berry live at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. weekdays on News Radio 740 KTRH. It was October.
They found a glitch, so they fixed it.
2013.
Remember the president's words.
You'll be able to keep your health care plan.
And that's not true.
Lying to the American people.
The website isn't working as well as it should.
I apologize.
Man up.
Welcome to the health insurance marketplace.
What happens in 2014
The NSA, snooping, scandal.
happens here.
I signed legislation to reopen our government.
News Radio 740 KTRH. Your commute driving you to sing?
In this traffic, I'm not going far.
Updates to keep you cruising through rush hour.
Beep, 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 yeah.
On News Radio 740 KTRH.
585-62424.
High gas prices draining your budget? You'll find an updated list of where you can fill up for less at KTRH.com.
Area, now living in beautiful Gig Harbor, Washington. I had to write a quick note, tell you how totally cool I thought Vidian was. The picture quality was unbelievable. I also just downloaded the Real Audio software. I got a real kick out of it. The only complaint is these two software programs. The only complaint is I've got to boot Windows to use them. And he wants to be able to use them on OS 2 Warp or something or another. Well, I guess you can't have it all. If by some chance you actually see and read these facts, please say hi to Hayden, Aaron, Marilyn, and Greg at Super Value Grocery. That's Super Value Grocery, as I'm sure they're at work right now and listening to you, signed Daryl. So hello, you guys at Super Value. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
I'm on the air.
On the air. Right this very minute.
I am?
If you're not, we're in trouble.
Is this Art?
I'm the only one here.
Well, am I talking to Art right now? Hello?
To talk to Art, say Art.
Art?
Yes, this is Art Bell. Hello.
Oh, great. Hi, it's Marilyn from California.
Hi, Marilyn. How are you?
I'm great. I love your show.
Thank you.
Thanks. My husband is an alien, British, and he's been here since he was 10 years old, so he had a green card, and he got drafted to Vietnam, and he had 3 Purple Hearts. And he was thinking that maybe the answer to the alien situation might be to reinstate the draft.
Put them all in the Army?
Well, either, if you get drafted, then
you can either leave the country and never come back or go into the Army.
Well, there's one little problem with that.
What?
Today's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, all are very technically oriented. You have to speak English. You generally have to have an education in technical areas. You have to be capable of going through tech school and lots of other things that an alien just entering the country, most of them anyway, perhaps from Britain that might be different, but most of them wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, that was our only solution.
Uh-oh.
So the other thing, I love hearing about all the geographical earth movements and things.
Yes.
We lost our place in LA in the Northridge earthquake,
Oh, you did?
and we moved to the mountains up in Idlewild.
Yes.
And I feel pretty safe here, although lately I've heard that the ancients somewhere wrote that there was a volcano here too.
That's all you need is a volcano right underneath. I suppose if you're in the Mammoth area,
No, we're several hundred miles from there.
well, that's good.
Yeah.
But you're saying there may be a volcano underneath you now?
A dormant, yeah.
Dormant? Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it could presumably remain dormant for generations to come,
Can I ask one more thing?
or become active in the morning. Sure, go ahead. What?
When I lived in Fort Lauderdale, I was walking down the street one night, and I saw 5 geometric, beautiful colored rings over myself and my dog, and our hairs were standing up. And I was wondering if you'd heard of any crafts that looked this way.
Yeah, they're called doggy geometric pattern vehicles.
Is it an actual craft?
They follow dogs.
Oh, it's a joke?
No. Yes, it is. Look, I would have no idea, but that is an interesting report.
Uh-huh. All right.
All right. Well, we'll mark this one down and dub it as Doggy Craft and try and remember it.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Maryland. Good luck with the volcano. First time caller on the line. You're on the air. Hello.
Greeks 99.
Hello.
Hi, when are we going to get our Galactic 800 number?
Intergalactic?
Yeah, intergalactic.
Well, the first time somebody tries to make a call and can't get through, we'll take a look at it.
Okay, I've got another thing to say. This is Mark in Honolulu.
Yes, Mark.
I was thinking about this thing about the border, not the beating, just, what you're talking about. Totally agree on putting, some kind of surveillance and stuff up there. But I've got another idea.
Yes.
If citizens are really concerned about it, I'm sure there's a way to go through our legal system or through our system or through our representatives to create it so that the Mexican government has to cough up about $1 million for every illegal alien that gets caught and put back across on their side, so that they start taking a little more activity in keeping these folks where they belong in the proper order. And I'm sure that we'd be able to make it so that the folks on the other side, the government, see the importance of being able to, work a little stronger on keeping their people coming through legally instead of illegally. And the thing that really gets me is we don't have this problem on our northern border.
That's because we don't have the kind of economic difference that exists between our southern and...
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but it seems like there's just anybody waiting for an opportunity to jump up and make more money and make it a race thing and all that kind of stuff out of, what happened recently.
Well, I did get one interesting facts earlier, and they said, try this, Art. Get an old pickup truck, load it with 21 white guys, go crashing through the Mexican border checkpoint, throw things at the Mexican cops when they chase you, and what do you think will happen?
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. You're not going to mess around with the federales.
No. You'll end up spending so much time in a Mexican jail, you'll forget what America looks like.
Yeah. Well, one other thing, and I'll close off here. You're having a great show tonight, but have a look in your mail for your photograph.
For my photograph?
Yeah, well, for a photograph. And when you see the Galactic 800 number, you'll know what I'm talking about.
All right. Take care.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much for the call. Wild Card Line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hello. This is Rod from Cedar Valley.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was going to ask about shortwave radio.
Okay.
Okay, you said 60 feet of antenna, right?
That's what I'd recommend if you can get it up, yeah.
Yeah, well, on the top of a roof, what do you think about about a foot off the top of the roof, or 2 feet, or?
Well, in general, the higher you can get, the better. But anything at all is better than, say, a whip antenna. Yeah, if you.
No, that's what I mean. Because right now I got have you ever heard of a Hollycrafters radio that back in 1960?
Sir, I've owned several. I had a Hollycrafters S32, S38.
Okay, I got like a SW101 or something from like 1959, all tube radio. I got it in my closet with the AM. Don't work, but all the shortwave bands work.
Yes.
And I got a realistic DX120, which is old. Well, it's like the 70s.
What I recommend is this. If you live in an apartment building.
No, I live in a 2-story house in Chimney Valley.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, then you got it made then.
Oh, I had you know what a Buddy bass is?
Yes.
I used to have one of those 50-watt kickers.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. I bought it at a garage sale with a D104 microphone.
Well, the CB police will get you.
Oh, well, I sold it. I bought it for like $45. Sold it to some guy on CB Channel 11 for, he gave me $125 for it. The tuner kept, you know what happened to me was, between the tuner and the...
You have to pay a windfall tax profit on that.
You know what it is? You got the transmitter frequency and your tuner frequency, and I used to drink too much, and I'd be talking on channel 19 and listening on like channel 22, and it caused a major problem.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like that. Yes, I do. You can listen to the CB band and hear people like that all the time.
Yeah, it's like I'm in ozone land.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. Oh, yeah. The children's band. CB. He probably sat there for hours, tanked to the gills, talking on one channel, wondering why he wasn't getting answers. Oh, yes. For pure entertainment, listen to the CB band. Guaranteed. Kicker. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. What is this?
Well, what were you expecting?
Art Bell.
Bingo. Turn your radio off.
All right, thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Everybody asks. My hand still hurts a little. I got bitten by a cat.
Oh. Well, I'm Brad, and I'm in Burtonville, Illinois.
Drives me nuts. People don't really want to know how I am. Don't ask how I am. You don't care how I am, do you? Not really.
Oh, I do.
You do not.
I do too.
You do not. You just wanted to get on the air, so you're on the air.
Well, listen, one of my friends and I were talking about that Seven movie.
Yes.
And I guess it's supposed to be an unedited version. And let me just say this. The scene with the box, you know?
No. Do not talk about that. That is a bad and wrong thing to do. You better not tell anybody about the end of this movie, or I will bleep you and throw you off the air like a bad dream.
Oh, I'm not going to give it away or anything.
Yes, you are.
Oh, I'm not going to say what's going to be in the box.
Well, yes, you are.
Oh.
I bet you are.
No.
I know you are.
No.
I can feel it. All right, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say this. There's something else other than the object in the box.
All right.
And I also have one more question. At the beginning of the last hour, what was the name? What Cusco CD was that on?
I don't know. I'm sorry, but I just grabbed bumper music from a great pile here. There's no order to it, and I can't remember what I played, so.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Arvell.
All right, thank you. Take care. I just, it's a random thing, folks, so I really don't know.
News Radio 740 KTRH.
By February, will the dollars in your savings and retirement accounts turn into worthless pieces of paper? Will the next debt ceiling increase push us to the brink of default? Find out now by requesting a free copy of Chris Martinson's Crash Course DVD. See why King World News has reported the debt crisis is already here. There's no solution. Gold will hit $2,500 an ounce and silver could double. Don't get blindsided by another crisis in our bubble economy. Get prepared now. Call Lear Capital at 1-800-957-4653 for your free DVD. DVD and Precious Metals Decision Guide. See how you can get up to $600 worth of silver Arctic Fox coins free with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Respected analyst Gerald Salente says the crisis will hit this year. And if you don't have your money in your pocket, it's not yours. Call 1-800-957-4653 for your free DVD and Precious Metals Decision Guide. And get up to $600 worth of silver Arctic Fox coins free. That's 800-957-4653. 1-800-957-4653.
Business owners, chances are you have a few computers in your office, maybe a tablet, smartphone or two. They all have critical business files on them, and if you experience a data loss, you could be in dire straits. That's why your business needs iDrive.com. iDrive is smart and intuitive. It's easy to set up, so you won't need an IT specialist to keep track of your backups. iDrive protects your valuable data to an unlimited number of devices with no per-computer charges. Business plans start at less than $10 a month. iDrive stores your files safely and securely online and off-site with military-grade encryption, so only you have access to your files anywhere, anytime. Protect your data. Sign up today and save 20% when you use promo code PROTECT with iDrive.com.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 3, 1996.
First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Okay, Art. Bowman again out in Como Country. Sorry about the cellular glitch before.
Okay.
First of all, the moon eclipse was tonight.
Oh, it was.
Yes, it was beautiful on the evening news. The top 9/10 of the moon was gone, just a sliver on the bottom. 2 hours ago, you were talking to the socialists in Kansas City
I recall.
about aliens, and I hope you misspoke when you said we need illegal aliens, and you were referring
I did. Of course I did. I got a quick fax from Doc Barry that I didn't even respond to on that. There's something wrong with your phone.
Well, very possible. Yeah, I'm out here delivering my papers.
Yes, we need farm workers here, and they need not be illegal aliens. They would be legal, some sort of Basirio program.
Exactly, right.
All I'm saying is that we can control who comes and goes.
Exactly. The word illegal keeps the difference between the conservatives and the liberals, I think, and we have to maintain that concept of law.
Yes, I quite agree. I'm going to have to leave the line, though. There's something horribly wrong with your phone, sir. Yes, I did misspeak, and I didn't even bother responding to Doc Barry, who jumped on it and said, double hypocrisy. No, we need people who will come from Mexico and do jobs here that others will not do. And they need not be illegal, they can be legal. We can have a program that allows them in. And we can know who comes and goes. What's the matter with that concept? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. Goodbye. Wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Art, this is Bill in Portland. Good morning.
Hi, Bill.
I was the guy with the first audiobook signed there at the book signing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, I want to talk to you a little bit about that California incident down there.
Okay.
It's just a crying shame with the attention that it's getting. This boil has been coming up to a head for a long time down there, and unfortunately, I think that an officer or officers that were involved were just building up and relieving some of the steam that's actually building upon everybody down there as a whole.
Well, I would like to know how many times CNN has showed that particular, the end part of that chase.
Yeah, I personally, I've only seen it once. And I haven't been able to pick it apart. I just saw on CNN the first day it happened. And, you're getting a panoramic view of that from that helicopter, and that officer's perspective coming around the backside of that pickup, knowing that there's several of those people. I mean, when they jumped out of that truck, they were just scattering.
Sure.
And I kind of saw in that perspective when I saw him take pursuit of the individual right off the bat. And it's clear to me that, you know, if you were on the ground looking at it from his perspective, that you don't know where all these people are at, and he was just going at the first person that was at him right there. That was what I, you know, saw from it. And then the other officer that came around the other side, I think he was just reacting in what he actually was witnessing from when he came around the front of the truck. You know, he saw the other officer there in a situation, and he just jumped in to help, not knowing what was going on.
Now, wait a minute. We had one officer who got the man, right? And then the other officer dragged the woman out by her hair, right?
Well, from what I was seeing, one came from around the back of the truck, and he was the one who was doing most of the baton beating. And then the other, like I said, I only seen it once. Then I seen another officer come from around the front of the truck. And from what I could see, what I thought was that second officer was only actually witnessing the other one in a confrontation.
Well, maybe so, but there's no way that you could, even taking that angle, which is a reasonable angle, in other words, the assumption there's an ongoing confrontation. How do you justify dragging somebody by their hair out of the car? Maybe that part. But then beating them. How do you justify, well, it was okay to beat her because he was beating him? I don't think that works. Look, clearly, you can understand what happened. You can understand the frustration of the officers, the danger they were in, the danger the public was in, the gravity of the laws that were broken, all of that. So you can understand why they did what they did, but you can't condone it. Period. You can talk around it until you're blue in the face, but you can't condone it, or at least I can't. It was, in my opinion, excessive violence, unless there is something we clearly don't know about. It didn't have to come down that way at the end. I know it would have required superhuman effort on the part of the police to restrain themselves after what they'd been through. But that's their job. And if they can subdue a suspect without beating his skull in, or breaking his elbow, or whatever else, then they're supposed to do that. I know they're only human beings. I know that. But that's the job. That is the job. It's not you don't get a big thank you, but that's a job. I'm glad I don't have to do it. And I don't know how they do. And the answer is sometimes they don't. Sometimes they go too far, like all humans. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Chuck from Fairbanks.
Hi, Chuck.
Hey, and about these wall builders, I wonder if they plan on doing the same thing all the way across Canada, because I know a lot of Canadians that come across the border and work, and they're pretty hard to tell from the rest of the Americans, you know? They get by on it.
I can tell a Canadian in a second.
Well, the point is if you're going to do it on one border, you better do it on the other. There's some partiality.
We don't have the problem with millions coming across as we do on our southern border.
How do you know? You can't identify them.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Hey. They say, hey. Oh, he hung up. They say that a lot. You can always tell a Canadian. You make him say a sentence or two, and you've got him nailed. No problem. Canadians are easy. Look, there just simply is not the same problem on the northern border there is on the southern. Not to say there isn't a problem, not anywhere near the same gravity. Well, what's happened to my time? First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello, Art?
Yes.
I'm calling from California.
Okay.
And I want to tell you, you know about that Area 51?
I've heard of it.
Okay, I contacted a person in the Pentagon, and he informed me that there were people up on the ridge with cameras and binoculars looking down on the base.
No.
And also, he said that I could get a copy of that Roswell, New Mexico crash, and that
Copy of the crash?
Yeah, well, a copy of the paper. dealing with the Roswell, New Mexico crash.
Where do you get that? Where?
Huh?
Where?
Well, there was a line I called at an Air Force base.
All right, well,
We
look,
got a woman there.
I'll tell you what, we're out of time, so just say good night, America.
Oh, good night, America.
Oh, good night, America. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, each and every one covered by this program, the largest program of its kind in the world. That's quite a claim, huh? Coast to Coast AM, I'm Art Bell. Great to be here with you, an honor and a privilege to be guiding you through the weekend. And it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. The webcam shot tonight, as I promised, and it won't be the last, is a 7-month, 1-week pregnant Erin. Baby due June 1st, right around noontime. And that's what 7 months in a week looks like. That's beginning to tote quite a load, to be sure. It'll be a C-section June 1st. And boy, I'll tell you what. She is moving around. Asia Rain Bell is just kicking and kicking and kicking. As it should be, I guess. So if you wanted to know what it looks like in about 7 months, there you go. 7 months and a bit. Now, when we go to her obstetrician, her OBGYN person, they have, and because of my comments last time on the air, I got this wonderful present of a little circle that shows conceived date, and then another little arrow points to the date of birth, you know, the date of expected birth, plus or minus whatever. I'm never going to agree with that circle. Now, I know she'll be here June 1st, and the doctor wins the bet because he does it when he wants to do it, you know, 12 noon on the 1st. That'll be it. But I maintain that if nature took its course, which in the case of her 4-foot 8-inch body probably can't, oh, I have to agree. It would be around my birthday on June 17th, I think. Or it could be stretched that far. However, the man with a degree certainly makes the decision, so June 1st around noon it shall be. Oh, Pizza Punch, after years and years and years, the amazing Pizza Punch, Art Bell's Pizza Punch is here, and it's going to ship in the next couple of days or so. And I really, really, really want feedback from the pizza fans out there and what you think of it. Now, there are a lot of other uses for it, but boy, I'll tell you on pizza, punch. It definitely provides lots of punch, lots of flavor. So I'm looking for reviews, and if you want to see it, it's at artbellspizzapunch.com. That should be easy. artbellspizzapunch.com. All strung together. Most of all, though, for those of you who get the early orders, I really want some reviews. All right, let's look first at the depressing world news. Iran did a France. They refused to allow the Iraqi prime minister to fly across their airspace while he was on his way to Tokyo, so they had to rearrange the whole thing. Plane had to divert to Dubai, and he had about a 3-hour layover while they replanned the trip. Cruise ship has been charged. Captain of a cruise ship that's now sunk is charged. The captain of a cruise ship that sank off the Aegean Sea on Monday, sending more than 1,500 passengers and crew onto rescue boats, was charged Saturday with causing a shipwreck through negligence. The 469-foot Diamond sank into the sea after hitting a very well-marked and charted reef on Thursday. Now, I was talking to Erin about a cruise, and she said, and of course in the Philippines, you know, a lot of those smaller boats on occasion sink, very sadly, and with a lot of people on them. I'm sure you've read about it in the Philippines, Indonesia, in that area. And so I talked to her about a cruise. I said, hon, those big cruise ships, they never sink. They're like floating cities. They don't sink, and it sank. Thousands of people marched through downtown Los Angeles on Saturday, demanding a way for the country's estimated 12 million illegal immigrants to become citizens and condemning the president's latest proposal, carrying signs saying, "Amnesty now and love thy neighbor. Don't deport them." About 15,000 people danced to Mexican music and chanted, "It can be done." I don't think the question is whether it can be done, because it's been done many times before. We have, how many times have we had amnesty for illegal aliens, followed always by promises of strict law enforcement, employers getting in trouble, and all the rest of it? Doesn't work. Hasn't worked in the past, and I doubt it will work in the future. So I certainly have empathy for those who want to get to America, a better place to live, to be sure. But that's not the way to get here. And at some point, it's got to end. You cannot keep holding out the promise of citizenship if you don't get caught long enough. You just can't keep doing that. That's all there is to it. You can't. U.S. warplanes blasted a militia team firing rocket-propelled grenades Saturday. It would be the second day of heavy fighting in a major offensive to drive Shiites and the militiamen out of a farm belt city south of Baghdad. Hey, we've got a billionaire in orbit. A rocket carrying the American billionaire who helped develop Microsoft Word roared into the night skies over Kazakhstan Saturday, sending Charles Simonal and 2 cosmonauts soaring into orbit on a 2-day journey to the International Space Station. Looks like one of my own is in trouble here. Unimpressed by his on-air apology or corporate promises of a tighter leash, angry critics of nationally syndicated talk radio host Don Imus called Saturday for his dismissal over his racially charged comments about mostly black Rutgers women's basketball team. I accept his apology just as is. I want his bosses to accept his resignation. That's Al Sharpton promising that if he doesn't get it, they will be out Monday picketing the radio station. In a moment, we're going to look at a story that I haven't had a lot to say about until now. You know, the pet food problem. I'll have comments via an article I've got in just a moment. First of all, let me tell you, this is an article, because she certainly deserves credit, by Christy Key. It was a special to, I guess, SF Gate, which is San Francisco Gate, I guess. The March 16th recall of 91 pet food products manufactured by Menu Foods wasn't big news at first, was it? Early coverage reported only 10 to 15 cats and dogs dying after eating canned and pouched foods manufactured by Menu. The foods were recalled, among them some of the country's best known and biggest selling brands. And while it was certainly a sad story, maybe even a bit of a wake-up call about some aspects of pet food manufacturing, that was about it. At first, that was it for me too. But I'm a contributing editor for a nationally syndicated pet feature, Universal Press Syndicate Pet Connection, and all of us here have close ties to the veterinary profession. 2 of our contributors are vets themselves, including Dr. Marty Becker, the vet on Good Morning America, how about that? And what we were hearing from veterinarians simply was not matching what we were hearing on the news. When we began digging into the story, it quickly became clear that the implications of the recall were much larger than they first appeared. Most critically, it turned out that the initially reported tally of dead animals only included the cats and dogs who died in Menu's test lab, and not the much larger number of affected pets. Second, the timeline of the recall raised a number of concerns. Although there have been some media reports that Menu Foods started getting complaints as early as December of 2006, FDA records state the company received their first report of a food-related pet death, on February 20th. 1 week later, on February 27th, Menu started testing the suspect foods. 3 days later, on March 3rd, the first cat in the trial died of acute kidney failure. 3 days after that, menus switched wheat gluten suppliers, and 10 days later, on March 16, recalled the 91 products that contained gluten from their previous source. Nearly a month passed from the date that Menu got its first report of a death to the date it issued the recall. During that time, no veterinarians were warned to be on the lookout for unusual numbers of kidney failures in their patients. No pet owners were warned to watch their pets for its symptoms. And thousands of pet owners kept buying those foods and giving them to their dogs and cats. At that point, Menu had seen a 35% death rate in their test lab cats, with another 45% suffering kidney damage. The overall death rate for animals in Menu's tests was around 20%. How many pets eating those recalled foods had died, perhaps become ill or suffered kidney damage in the time leading up to the recall and in the days since? The answer to that still hasn't changed since the day the recall was issued. We don't know. We at Pet Connection knew the 10 to 15 deaths being reported by the media did not reflect an accurate count. We wanted to get an idea of the real scope of the problem, so we began a database for people to report their dead or sick pets. On March 21, 2 days after the opening of the database, we had over 600 reported cases, more than 200 reported deaths. As of March 31, the number of deaths alone now was at 2,797. There are all kinds of problems with self-reported cases. While we did correct for a couple of them, our numbers are not considered confirmed. But USA Today reported March 25th that data from Banfield, a nationwide chain of over 600 veterinary hospitals, suggests the number of cases of kidney failure is as high as hundreds a week during the 3 months the food was on the market. On March 28, NBC News featured California veterinarian Paul Pion, who surveyed the 30,000 members of the National Veterinary Information Network and told anchor Tom Costello, quote, "If what veterinarians are suspecting are cases, then it's much larger than anything we've seen before," end quote. Costello commented that it amounted to potentially thousands of sick or dead pets. The FDA was asked about the numbers at a press conference that it held on Friday morning to announce that melamine had been found in the urine and tissues of some of the affected animals, as well as in foods they tested. Dr. Steven Sundoff, director of the Center for Veterinary Medicine, told reporters that the FDA couldn't confirm any cases beyond the first few, even though they had received over 8,800 additional reports because, quote, "We've not had the luxury of confirming these reports," end quote. They would work on that, he said, after they make sure the product's off the shelves. He pointed out that in human medicine, the job of defining what constitutes a confirmed case would fall for the Centers for Disease Control, but there is no CDC for animals. Instead, pet owners were encouraged to report deaths and illnesses to the FDA. But when they tried to file reports, there was no place on the agency's website to do so, and nothing but endlessly busy signals when people tried to call. Veterinarians didn't fare very much better themselves. They were asked to report cases to the state's veterinarian's office. The One Feline Veterinary Log, which surveyed all official state veterinarian websites, found that only 8 had any independent information about the recall, and only 24 even mentioned it at all. Only one state, Vermont, had a request on their site for veterinarians to report pets whose illnesses or deaths they suspect are related to the recall. And as of today, there is no longer a notice that veterinarians should report suspected cases to their state veterinarians on the website or the American Veterinary Medical Association. The lack of any notification system was extremely hard on veterinarians, many of whom first heard about the problem on the news or from their clients. Professional groups such as the Veterinary Information Network were crucial in disseminating information about the recall to their members, but not all vets belong to VIN, and not all vets log on to VIN on the weekend. The new press release, like most corporate or government bad news, was issued on a Friday. But however difficult this recall has been for veterinarians, no one's felt its impact more than the owners of affected dogs and cats. While the pet media and bloggers continued to push the story, the most powerful force driving it was the grief of pet owners, many of them fueled by anger because they felt that their pet's death or illness wasn't being counted. Many of them were also driven by a feeling of guilt. At Pet Connection, we received a flood of stories from owners whose pets became ill with kidney failure and who took them to the vet. The dogs or cats were hospitalized and treated, often at great expense, sometimes into the thousands of dollars, and then, when they were finally well enough, sent home. For some, the story ended there, but for others, there was one more horrifying chapter. Because kidney failure causes nausea, it's often hard to get a recovering pet to eat anything at all. So a lot of these owners got down on their hands and knees and coaxed and begged and eventually hand-fed their pets the very same food that had made them sick. Those animals ended right back up in the hospital and died because their loving owners didn't know the food was tainted. To many pet owners, the pet food recall story is a personal tragedy about the potentially avoidable loss of a beloved dog or cat. Others have had a hard time seeing the story as anything more than that, with implications beyond the feelings of those grieving pet owners, which brings us to the bigger picture and questions, not about what happened, but about the system. How did this problem, involving almost every large pet food company in the U.S., including some of the most trusted and expensive brands, get so out of hand? How come pet owners weren't informed more rapidly about the contaminated pet food? Why is it so hard to get accurate numbers of affected animals? Why didn't veterinarians get any notification? And where did the whole system break down? The issue may not be that the system broke down, but that there really isn't any system at all. There is, as the FDA pointed out, no veterinary version of the CDC. This meant the FDA kept confirming a number it had to have known was only the tip of the iceberg. It prevented veterinarians from having the information they needed to treat their patients and advise pet owners. It allowed the media to repeat misleadingly low numbers, creating a false sense of security in pet owners and preventing a lot of people from really grasping the scope and implication of the problem. And it was why Rosie O'Donnell felt free to comment last week on The View. 15 cats and 1 dog have died, and it's been all over the news. And as you know, since that day, 29 soldiers have died, and we haven't heard much about them. No, I think we have the wrong focus in the country. That when pets are killed in America from some horrific poisoning accidents, 16 of them, it's all over the news, and people are like, the kitty, it's so sad. 29 sons and daughters killed since that day, not newsworthy, I don't understand. At any rate, what it boils down to, without going through the very end of this, is that there is no system in place for reporting this, and I, too, was, I guess, a victim of that numbers trap. You know, if you think it was 16 dogs and cats, well, anybody with common sense can do the math. If that's really all it was, there's not a hell of a lot to worry about, is there? Because that's not many, but you just know it's not true. Cats were, because of the physiology of the cat, much more affected and sensitive to this whole thing. And the final numbers of cats who have died because of this just simply can't be known. There's no system in place to allow it to track. Now, cats are very sensitive, and when they have problems like this, generally they don't recover. Now, I got that straight from a cat that I spent about $7,000 on with the same problem. That was years ago, unrelated to this. But what I suspect is true, I know in my heart is true, that so many of your pets died as a result of this, and it was simply not reported. So we will never, ever know the final toll. Now, that said, I certainly agree that pets dying does not rise to the bar of our young men and women being killed in Iraq or anywhere else for that matter, but my pets are like members, not like members. My pets are members of my family. And when one passes, it is a time of great grief indeed, and I know that all the other pet owners out there can sympathize with that. Anybody who's ever lost a pet, and that would include many of you, not all, but many, understand completely what I'm saying. So I didn't know how to talk about this before. I just had no idea how to talk about it, but the bottom line is that there's no agency charged with collecting and disseminating information about bad food, you know, as we would get the courtesy of, since we're human beings, then damn it, let's put one in place. Lots of lawmakers, congressmen, and senators listening out there right now. And I'm sure most of them understand how we all feel about our pets. And if you don't, you don't want to begin hearing from all of the pet owners out there. So my suggestion would be get something like the CDC for pets, some national clearinghouse for information in place, so that if something of this magnitude ever occurs again in this nation, we'll know about it. The pet owners will not be in the dark like we were, well, let's go all the way back to the accident at 3 Mile Island. Sometimes not giving information is lying to the American public. At any rate, something needs to be put in place. Let's do it. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. I've got an awful lot of news about the honeybees tonight, but I'm going to hold it for tomorrow night. And I'm no Einstein, but I know if the honeybees go, we're in deep crap. I mean, that's all there is to it. The whole world is in deep crap. Now, actually, Einstein did say, quote, if honeybees should disappear from the earth, so would plant, animal, and human life disappear within 4 years. Now, I'm not sure how Einstein computed we would have 4 years to live after the honeybees are gone. But I'm sure that, relatively sure, he knew what he was talking about. 4 years, huh? All right, we're going to do unscreened open lines coming up. The numbers were just recited. If you would like to jump in one of the portals and you've got something important to say and can remember to turn your radio down when I answer, instantly when I answer the phone, then we'll do all that in just a moment. The Russians thought that we were going to invade Iran. Well, that we would have already done it, frankly. But we are massing some forces there. Tonight's guest, Michael Shrimpton, is going to talk to us about the whole Middle East mess and what's really going on. He'll touch even, for that matter, on 9/11. So, you know, if you're wondering what a securities expert has to say about 9/11, we'll both find out together in the next hour. Right now, to the lines, wildcard line, you are, let's try that again. You're on the air. You would have been on the air. Let's reconnect and see if we can get this done. No, we can't. Hi there.
Hi, this is Blair in Sedona.
Hey Blair, how you doing?
Hey, Easter greetings.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering if people realize there's different meanings to, 666, that number. In Revelations, when it said the beast of Revelation, and here is wisdom. Well, if that was written 2,000 years ago, that was a first-century mind that wrote that. But now, with mainstream science, we know that 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and the 6 electrons describe the carbon atom that makes up our animal body.
Okay, so you think it, do you think that it still is the, the number of the beast?
Well, I think there's a general term there. It could be a godless technological society or an evolutionary process that we have to go through when we stumble and bumble in our three-dimensional bodies until we allow the spirit to guide us again. And this is a big schoolroom, probably.
Well, I kind of look at it the same way, Blair. I think we're in some kind of big schoolroom, and I'm not at all sure that I'm ready to graduate. How about yourself?
No, I sort of think there's some really good lessons down here because, there was this guy by the name of Alan Watts. He used to live on a houseboat in Sausalito. He used to be an Anglican priest, and he became a Zen Buddhist. And he used to talk about how the preservation of the planet and life is not a frantic duty, Art, but he said it's a pleasure. And he said, you won't convince everybody it's a pleasure if you go out and scream and yell in the street. So I think there was something there about, relaxing into it and just going with the flow.
Well, I hear that. All right, buddy. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. Let's move to west of the Rockies and say hi. You're on the air. Hello there. West of the Rockies, going once, going twice. gone. First time caller line, you're on the air. He says, well, this is interesting. Let's try yet another wild card line and say you're on the air.
Good evening, Art. It's been a long time since I spoke with you, sir. How you doing?
I'm fine. Where are you?
I'm in Columbus, Georgia, sir. This is Steven, your fireworks buddy. How you doing?
I'm well.
Look here, nobody has brought this up. You know, you're mentioning the bees.
Yes.
I've kept excellent records for the past 23 years on the hummingbird return every spring.
Mm-hmm.
And Art, the hummingbird should be here every new moon in March without fail. And they have yet to show up yet. Nowhere here in Columbus, Georgia, or the Chattahoochee Valley. Nowhere.
You're kidding. Nobody has said a word about honeybees until you...
No, the hummingbirds.
Hummingbirds, I'm sorry, until you just mentioned. I've got bees on the mind here.
Yeah,
we also have hummingbirds. We also have hummingbirds here in Nevada. I've seen them every year, but now that you mention it, I haven't seen one yet this year. That's interesting.
We were kind of worried at the cold front. Now, we had a tornado here, an F3 tornado on March the 1st.
Right.
A lot of folks said they'd seen one or two prior to that, but I don't think they had much to do with it. But look here, I've got one of the sick cats, but my cat's going to make it.
I'm
but my
so
cat
sorry.
got sick way before this recall, you know, was announced.
I'm so sorry.
She had complete kidney failure.
Yeah.
And my best friend, one of my best friends, I got one friend that's a lawyer and one friend that's my vet. And we really took care of this cat. And this cat wouldn't eat nothing but Iams since she was a small kitten. And, you know, that stuff's pretty expensive. You know, Iams is not cheap food by no sense of the imagination.
Okay, well, listen, I want to be careful about what we promote and don't promote here. And we're not in the business really of promoting one thing or another. We're dissing one thing or another. But I will say this. It is, I think, critically important, I'll say it again, that we have some sort of national reporting agency so that we understand the truth of what's going on, how serious it is. Now, I'm sure that many of you out there are very much like me. If you're hearing it's 15 or 16 animals, and you know that we're a nation of 350 million people, whatever it is now, 500 million, I don't even know what our current population figures are, and that many more cats and dogs, that's an insignificantly small number. Well, it's obviously not a true number, and we need to get the truth. I mean, the American public really needs to get the truth. And in America, we have a much closer, I've done a lot of world travel, and we have a much closer alliance with domestic animals than most of the people in the rest of the world. I can't answer why that is offhand, but I can tell you it's true. They're members of the family. And to have something that important and not have any national organization where you can get real numbers and real information on the degree of danger that you're facing and what you personally can do about it to ensure the safety of your own pets is just horrendous. So I would suggest that our lawmakers get off their butts and put something together real quickly. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art,
Yes.
my name is Gail. I'm calling you from Sacramento, California.
Yes.
And I want to tell you, I have a cat. My cat died. And just a few months ago. And listening to you, I just broke out into tears. And I just thought, Art, the reason your audience loves you and George is the fact that you're just basically decent, caring people. And that comes across on the air. And we love you. I listen to you. You're about to kill me. I stay up till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning on California time listening to your program because I love you guys. And I wish you the best in all the world for everything, for you and your new baby and your wife and your family.
Oh, thank you. It's a very, very exciting time. We're looking forward to Asia's appearance, as you can only imagine. Very exciting. Yes, well, I don't think that I'm all that different than other people, and that's why I spent so much time on this pet story tonight. I didn't really want to start to say a whole lot about this until we really knew what the story was, and not not that we fully understand the totality of the story yet, but what we do understand is that there's no national reporting center for this. And so people cannot obviously understand the extent of the danger to their own pet. If they keep reporting 15 or 16 animal deaths in a nation our size, people are going to do the obvious thing, and they're not going to panic because the math is well on their side. I'll tell you, cats are particularly sensitive, and generally when they go into kidney failure, they don't revive. Abby 1 had kidney failure, completely shut down. And after spending about $7,000, Abby did live several more years, very good years, but they're particularly sensitive to liver failure. And anything that would cause it would cause many, many more sicknesses and deaths than obviously were reported. So some kind of national reporting center, and quick. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's great to hear you back home again. This is Roxanne. I'm in Montana.
Well, hi.
How are you doing?
Just spiffy.
Good. I wanted to, excuse me, I wanted to mention about the cat food.
Yes.
But what you came up with is we don't have anywhere to go. We need someone in the agriculture to take notice because we don't even know if this has gone into the mainstream of human food.
Oh, well, they're beginning to suggest that might even be the case. What we need is a national reporting center like the CDC or the FDA for animals. It's as simple as that. We need the truth. We need it quickly. And if this doesn't do it, I can't imagine what would.
And we really need some good news, you know. You start mentioning the quickening, and you start looking around what's going on with our government, our world, our people, our children, everything. We really got to get our nose to the grindstone and start giving out more of our time and start protesting, whatever we got to do to get ourselves involved, get off the couch. We need to do it because we're going to go down if we don't, Art.
Well, I agree with that, and one way to begin would be to contact your representative, meaning your congressman, your senator, and urge them to immediately put together some sort of reporting center, some sort of CDC, FDA-like organization for pet food, for pet medicines. In other words, it takes a period of time for a medicine, for example, to be approved for human use. Well, maybe it should take some time, and maybe it does, for all I know, but I certainly don't know much about any organization of that sort. All of this developed too slowly. The information was inaccurate. It was reported in sort of a catch can way. A lot of people had to go onto the net. They found incomplete lists of food manufacturers or people who were selling this food. We needed to know exactly who, exactly what lot numbers, all the rest of it. That's still expanding. Hell, it even went into dry food. So the information did not come out appropriately. It did not come out accurately. And the only way we're going to get that, if we can hope to even get it, is to have some kind of organization that puts it all together. Then you can assess the risk to your animals. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
I'm okay, sir.
Okay, I've been listening to the conversation about the pet reporting agency and stuff like this.
Yes.
It seems to me, and I mean, I'm a dog guy. I have 3 of them myself. I love pets, this and that. But it seems to me that we have more important matters for the government to be concerned with than that. I mean, if a consortium of private people want to do it, I'm all for that. I would contribute. But
Sir, our government is perfectly capable of chewing gum and walking at the same time. It can prosecute any number of wars simultaneously. We can certainly afford to take a few people and put them in charge of some kind of reporting agency so we know when our pets are in danger.
I just disagree with you. I think that it would do better, as most things do, if interested people got together and did it on their own.
Well, unfortunately, interested people don't have access to the kind of information that would be required from the companies involved. It's a regulatory matter, And it can only really be handled by government. That's what governments are there for, to regulate the health and welfare of, people, citizens, and even their family members, which for many of us, sir, include our pets.
Well, again, I think government's a little bit too intrusive as it is, and I don't really want another regulatory agency telling me anything having to do with my dogs. I just.
Well, remember, sir, you don't have to listen.
That's true.
It's true. They can issue warnings and say, look, if your pet eats this, they're liable to have liver failure and die, and you're perfectly welcome to not listen and feed your pet whatever you want. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Art, this is Matt from St. Petersburg. How are you?
I'm fine, Matt.
Good. It's an honor to speak to you again. First off, two things. I want to tell you why everybody is saying that they feel that the universe is right once again since you're back in the States.
Yeah, I'd like to know that myself. Thousands of emails.
Okay, whether you want to admit it or not, you are an icon. And you being in the Philippines would be like taking Mount Rushmore and sticking it down in Brazil somewhere.
Oh, please. I'm not Mount Rushmore, nor a face carved into it or anything else. Come on. I'm just a talk show host, sir. That's it.
You are the talk show host.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but anyway, what I really wanted to talk about was the weather.
Okay.
Okay. I'm in Florida. It's supposed to be like 44 degrees tomorrow. We've got freeze warnings a little bit north of here. I just talked to my mom in Central Texas. She's got 1.5 inches of snow on the ground. Let's hear it for global warming.
Well, listen, the weather is berserk, and I'm sure you well understand that global warming doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be hot.
I know.
It does mean that from a global perspective, but what it really means between now and when it gets so damn hot that the ocean levels begin to rise is that we're going to have weird, unpredictable weather. And, and we're certainly getting it.
Yeah. Art, you have a good one.
You too, sir, and take care. The other thing is those agencies which do exist to report the weather are being hobbled. They're being hobbled. Let's see. The Commerce Department posted a new administrative order giving public communications, governing public communications. This new order covers the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, which includes the National Weather Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service. Commerce's new order will become effective in 45 days and would repeal a more liberal open science policy adopted by NOAA February 14th, 2006, although couched in rhetoric about the need for broad and open dissemination of research results and open exchange of scientific data and ideas. The new order forbids agency scientists from communicating any relevant information, even if prepared and delivered on their own time as private citizens, which has not been approved by the official chain of command. Any fundamental research communication must, before the communication occurs, be submitted to and approved by the designated head of the operating unit. While the directive states that approval may not be withheld based on policy, budget, or management implications of the research, it does not define these terms and limits any appeal to within commerce. National Weather Service employees are only allowed, as part of their routine responsibilities, to communicate information about the weather to the public, and scientists must give the Commerce Department at least 2 weeks advance notice of any written, oral, or audiovisual presentation prepared on their own time if it is a matter of official interest to the department because it relates to department programs, policies, or operations. Now, basically this means we want to have a look at anything you say before you say it. And of course, if it is anything that might alarm the public about changes in weather or climate, we want the opportunity to modify it before it goes out. West of the Rockies, you are on the air.
Yes, hi Art, how you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
This is Jim. I'm calling on XM Radio. I just thought I'd go ahead and make an interesting note there about the honeybees there. I've been driving a truck for about 15 years now, and last May I hit 2 swarms of bees with my truck. First time I ever done that within a week's period of time. And I've also noticed that I've been hitting a lot more bats lately. So, I think that, maybe this galactic cycle that our solar system is, that's affecting our sun, causing our sun to, to respond and act up and also affect the poles not only here on Earth but Mars. But I think it's probably affecting life as well, and insects, birds, and mammals of that sort. It's affecting their navigation systems. So.
All right, well, that may well be. Try not to hit any more swarms with your truck. In the meantime, nobody really knows why the bees are gone, where they've gone, where the little bee bodies are, and why all this is happening. But if you believe Einstein, we've got 3 years and counting. I'm Art Bell. Here I am, and we're going to take a sort of a side step here a little bit, away from the paranormal this night, tomorrow night, back to it. Michael Shrimpton coming up. He's a specialist in national security, is a strategic intelligence and counterterrorism consultant. He has represented U.S. and Israeli intelligence officers, brief staffers on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and the Joint Congressional Inquiry into 9/11. Michael came within 50 yards of operational Hezbollah terrorists in June of 2003 on the Israeli-Lebanon frontier, and addressed panels on terrorism in Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles following 9/11. He also actively assisted intelligence and law enforcement agencies in the global war on terror, was instrumental in exposing the notorious Hood Abu Ghraib photograph as a fake. In addition, Michael is represented by 2 bureaus, the American Program Bureau and the Washington Speakers Bureau. And so, on a variety of topics in a moment, Michael Shrimpton. Before we get into this evening's topic with Michael, I want to ask him on CoastToCoastAM.com right now, we've got a photograph of a plane landing on a carrier, and Michael was actually in that plane that landed on a carrier. It's one of the scariest things I think you can do in life is land on an aircraft carrier. And, it's you and a hook, and that's it. Michael, what was it like?
Great fun, Art. It's a pleasure to be on the show. Good evening to you listeners in California, and good morning to listeners elsewhere across the state. It was great fun. I recommend landing on an aircraft carrier. You sort of, there's a great big crash, and the plane comes to halt very, very quickly, but I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
What led to the opportunity for you to do that?
Well, I was a guest of the United States Navy on the Distinguished Visitor Program, and it so happened a very nice U.S. Admiral extended the invitation in London. I just about bit his arm off. There was a Royal Navy one-star standing next to me when the invitation was extended, and he nearly dropped his cup of coffee. As he said, that was a big-ticket invitation. I was very grateful to the United States Navy. It was very, very kind of them.
All right.
And the takeoff was even better.
Oh, really? Oh, that's right. So you left the same way, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah, we left in a C-2A Greyhound back to Norfolk, and they looked after us very, very well. It's a wonderful ship, the Enterprise, and America can take great pride in their Navy, and the USS Enterprise in particular.
All right. You briefed the Joint Congressional Inquiry into 9/11, Michael, and as you know, worldwide, I guess, but certainly here in the U.S., and I would suspect in Britain as well, there are many people who believe that the United States government was behind the 9/11 attack that brought down the trade towers and hit the Pentagon and, of course, the plane that came down in Pennsylvania. So you would have some knowledge that perhaps the rest of us would not have. Who indeed was responsible for 9/11? And let me extend that question. Is there any official U.S. involvement that you're aware of at all?
Absolutely none. It is quite clear that neither President Bush nor Vice President Cheney had any prior warning whatsoever. They were clearly taken by surprise. Indeed, the U.S. government, the Bush administration, was clearly taken by surprise, if not shocked, on the morning of 9/11. Anyone visiting, looking at the video footage of President Bush when he was first briefed in can see that. There was chaos, there was an initially delayed response. It is perfectly fair no one in the White House knew who was attacking America, or initially why, although the early suspicions that Iraq was involved in the attack were fully justified. But there's absolutely no indication of any official U.S. involvement whatsoever.
Do you have any thoughts, Michael, on why, and it is a substantial number of people now, who believe that the U.S. was involved in the attack on itself? And there just are so many people, some of them credentialed people, to be sure, who believe this is true. Any idea why this has grown to these proportions?
I think there are several reasons. Firstly, the administration has done a very poor job of countering the various conspiracy theories that have grown up over 9/11. You've only got to look at that idea that the towers could not have collapsed because the flashpoint or burning point of kerosene is lower than the melting point of steel. To see how flat-footed the administration's public response was, as the Popular Mechanics books make very, very clear. There is some excellent material put out by Popular Mechanics on this. The steel loses about 50% of its structural strength at about 600 degrees centigrade. That completely deals with the flashpoint of kerosene issue. But that has been allowed to grow and grow and grow, and nobody's got out there, apart from Popular Mechanics, and got to grips with it. Well, why should it be left to us, the Popular Mechanics? The White House should have been making this point, and should have been making it from the time these theories circulated. It is quite easy to see how, in the light of the impact from two Boeing 767s, each tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. And the same goes for WTC-7, and the same for the Pentagon. It is not difficult to explain to everybody how those attacks achieved the destruction of the buildings that we saw on 9/11. It's simple.
Do you believe that in view of the size of this 9/11 movement, so-called, that the government should formulate some kind of official response to it, or do you think that it would just cause a greater furor to develop?
I think the administration needs to get to grips with it. You can't just let the stories grow and grow and grow. And if you do, then that's exactly what will happen. They will grow and grow and grow. And the administration should have been getting to grips with this from the time it was being said that there were controlled demolitions of WTC-1 and WTC-2 and WTC-7 could not possibly have fallen down. This is all nonsense. But because there is such a lack of official response, there is a danger that people will believe these theories when there is no foundation to them.
Well, the government does not have a good record, Michael, of trying to knock down conspiracy theories. It just doesn't. They actually did attempt that with respect to, for example, Roswell. You probably or may not know a great deal about that, but what the government did to try to knock that down was laughable and really added to the entire aura of Roswell rather than detracting from it. So if they cannot do a better job than they did with Roswell, perhaps they ought not try. But honestly, Michael, I agree with you, and they really should do something to stop this because it's hurting our country.
I absolutely agree. Now, the administration has several major problems that most people are not aware of. One is the huge internal conflict between those who are loyal to first President Bush, 41 as we refer to him, and the current president. Now, not all of the administration are loyal to President Bush. As we say in the intelligence community, everybody in the U.S. administration is loyal to President Bush. The problem is working out which President Bush. Now, this civil war between father and son paralyzed the administration in its first term and is doing significant damage even in the second term. The State Department, for example, very much closer to first President Bush than to the elected president. Same goes for CIA. There are major problems there. Remember, first President Bush was a director of the CIA in 1977, and he has quite long-term bureaucratic influence in Langley, and you've always got this problem with Langley, that there are many there who think it more important to wage war against the Bush administration, with respect, than to wage war against America's enemies. Now that creates major problems for the administration. it has been almost impossible for the administration to get its point over about the links between Iraq and 9/11. Now, Vice President Cheney was right when he concluded within hours of the attacks that Iraq was most likely involved. The president's instinct was to assume that Iraq was involved as well. That is correct. There's no question that the Iraqi Mukhabarat intelligence organization was heavily involved in the planning and execution of 9/11. But trying to get that point across is almost impossible if you have an intelligence community which is split, and if you have, even at director level, people whose first loyalties lie elsewhere than to the elected president.
All right, Michael, I certainly was not aware that Iraq was a major player in 9/11. So perhaps you could fill me in. What is it you know that points to Iraq?
Well, the first meeting between Saddam Hussein and bin Laden took place as early as 1989. So bin Laden was in the back of a Saudi-owned Boeing 707. This was a, excuse me for coughing, I've got, as your listeners can probably tell, I'm just recovering from a head cold.
Oh, that's fine. And by the way, in the interest of being honest with everybody here, you are coming to us from, I think, Great Britain, somewhere in Great Britain, right?
It is good morning in Great Britain. A lovely Easter Sunday morning in Great Britain. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, the first meeting I'm aware of between Saddam Hussein and bin Laden took place at Baghdad International Airport towards the end of 1989. Bin Laden and Saddam did not meet directly. What happened was that bin Laden was in the back of a Saudi-owned Boeing 707, which had been converted for executive use. That flew from Riyadh, is my understanding, to Baghdad. Bin Laden stayed at the back of the plane, and messages were then carried back and forth between him in the plane and Saddam Hussein, who was in the terminal. They were both anxious to avoid a direct meeting, and that is the first indication we have of bin Laden working together with Saddam. Now, it makes strategic sense. The Iran-Iraq war is over, and the Soviet Union had withdrawn from Afghanistan. Both Saddam and bin Laden had similar strategic interests. The next document that is of significance in this story is, I think, the documents linking bin Laden to Iraqi intelligence as far back as 1992, which the Iraqi National Congress produced, Ahmed Chalabi. Now, Ahmed Chalabi is a very controversial figure, but I have no reason whatsoever to doubt the INC of the Iraqi National Congress claims that the documents they provided, which were authenticated, linked bin Laden to Iraqi Mukhabarat intelligence agency as far back as 1992. Bin Laden
excuse me, Michael, I thought a lot of the documents that he provided that were the underpinning for the beginning of the war itself were proven to be totally baloney.
No. What happened is that people have tried to discredit the documents, but without success. Now, this is quite a standard intelligence tactic. It was followed very successfully in the Val Plain affair, when somebody forged some documents, slipped them through to the Italian media, saying what the original real documents had stated, which was that Iraq had an interest in acquiring uranium from Niger. Now, that intelligence was accurate. What somebody did was to knock up a set of false documents saying the same thing, leak them to the media, expose the second set of documents as a forgery, and having forged them in the first place, and then undermine the original documents as standard intel tactics. There's been a group within Langley which has been briefing the media vigorously about these INC documents for several years now, but the briefings are all failing. Those INC documents were real, and we have no reason to doubt whatsoever that the Mukhabarat and bin Laden had a relationship at least as early as 1992. Again, it makes sense. We know there were subsequent meetings between Iraqi intelligence and Osama bin Laden, and we know the first meeting between bin Laden and Saddam took place, as said, towards the end of 1989. Now, there are a consistent series of meetings, both in Khartoum, in Kandahar in Afghanistan, or near Kandahar in Afghanistan, in Ankara, Turkey, all the way through the 1990s. Iraqi intelligence officers were going down to Khartoum when bin Laden was based in the Sudan. We know that Iraqi intelligence officers went to Khartoum, for example, in 1996, before bin Laden's departure from the Sudan. We know that a senior Iraqi intelligence officer in Turkey met with bin Laden We know that al-Zawahiri, bin Laden's deputy, met with senior officials in Iraqi intelligence. We know that there was an extensive meeting in February-March 1998, prior to the attacks on the U.S. embassies in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, between Iraqi intelligence and bin Laden. We even know where bin Laden stayed. He stayed at the Al Rashid Hotel. Indeed, Saddam Hussein's, one of his legal team, a guy by the name of Giovanni Di Stefano, briefed the media at one point that he had seen bin Laden in the Al Rashid Hotel back in March of 1998. So the whole documented series of Al-Qaeda Iraqi intelligence meetings in the run-up to 9/11. We know that the Iraqi Consul General in Karachi was one of the key link men, and he was going up into Afghanistan when Al-Qaeda were based in Afghanistan. We know he was one of the key link men between bin Laden and Baghdad.
I certainly have no problem at all imagining and understanding that these contacts took place. Do we have any hard evidence to indicate that that 9/11 was the subject of any of these meetings?
Yes, we have the Boeing 767 simulator, which was used to train the pilots for 9/11. Now, this is one of the reasons why I have come into contact with the Joint Congressional Inquiry into 9/11. Indeed, I even had a quiet meeting in Washington with one of the members of the 9/11 Commission who was interested in this, and I have had meetings with U.S. intelligence officials on this subject for some years now. In August 1990, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, they acquired two Kuwaiti Boeing 767. From recollection, they were Dash 200s. Now, we know those planes, one of them was in fact destroyed. We know the 767s did not stay with the Iraqi Air Force, but we also know that for a period of some months, the Iraqis were operating two Boeing 767s. What was not initially appreciated, and I had an input into this research, is that the Iraqis also seized a Boeing 767 simulator. Now, as you know, in order to keep airline pilots current, in order to train them, most airlines will have simulators. Of course. Now, the Iraqi Kuwaitis had a simulator at Kuwait Airport. Makes complete sense. And that simulator was taken to Salman Pak, the Iraqi terrorist training facility, where we have reason to believe most of the 9/11 hijackers went through. There was an old 707 fuselage at Salman Pak, which is used to train terrorists in aircraft hijack, but they also had this simulator. Now, Kuwait Airways actually sued Iraqi Airways for the simulator, and this is where I came in. Some of the evidence for that was sitting on legal files in London. There's a very lengthy schedule, or schedule, sorry, we're on an American broadcast. There was a lengthy schedule of something like 1 million items that have been seized from Kuwait Airport. And in that very lengthy schedule, there was the simulator. Now, that simulator was never recovered. I confirmed that with the Kuwaitis. And as I say, all the intelligence indicates that that simulator was taken to Salman Pak. Now, my understanding is that the 9/11 pilots were trained on that simulator. Now, that would make sense. The official version of events which the 9/11 Commission puts forward in its report is that all four pilots on 9/11 were trained on mostly light aircraft in Florida, Hoffman School of Aviation, Circle Design. But this is all nonsense. Anybody who knows anything about aviation will appreciate that there is a huge difference between a Boeing 767.
All right, here, Michael, is one aspect of what you're saying that I just don't understand. If this is true, certainly the administration, particularly wanting to prosecute the war in Iraq, would have made all of this as public as possible. And in fact, the current administration has actually downplayed officially any connection between Iraq and 9/11. Why wouldn't they instead play that up to the hilt in partial or even complete justification for most Americans in the current war?
Would you like the boring answer or the real answer?
Oh, always the real answer, Mike.
That's what I get, Dad. Your listeners are a very sophisticated audience, I know. The politics of this are very, very deep indeed, and you cannot, I think, get to the answer to that question, which is a very good question with respect, without looking at the states which lie behind or lay behind Saddam's Iraq and also Al-Qaeda. and then we're going to get into some very, very deep intelligence history. You would think that the Bush administration would be all out to make the link between Iraq and 9/11. The obvious response to 9/11, and it's a terrible tragedy that it wasn't done. The obvious response to 9/11 was to make that link, which was made by intelligence officials very, very early on. I remember Czech Intelligence reported, the Czech Internal Intelligence Service, the BIS, reported on the meeting between Samir al-Arni, the Iraqi intelligence chief in Prague, and Mohammed Attar on April 8th, 2001.
All right, Michael, you're going to have to hold it right there. We're at a break point in the program. Believe me, we'll pick right back up on this when we come back from the break. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell with Michael Shrimpton. Here I am. My guest is Michael Shrimpton, and we're investigating now the roots of 9/11, the roots of our enemies, really. And I've got a couple of listen, when I interview somebody, folks, and they say something, if I don't nail them to the wall because of it, that doesn't indicate that I agree with them necessarily. This is a forum where people are allowed to present what information they have, come what may. That's what we're all about. And I've got a couple of very serious questions. In other words, if Iraq was intimately involved in 9/11, then it seems to me our government, and for that matter, the British government, would be all over it as a justification for the war that they've had a very hard time justifying. And speaking of that, if you go back to the original intelligence that got us into the Iraq War, there's been an awful lot of consternation both in this country and certainly in Great Britain, where many called for a resignation because the intelligence was so flawed. We're going to cover all of that with Michael Shrimpton in a moment. Once again, Michael Shrimpton. Michael, let's go right back and cover this. In other words, if Iraq was intimately involved in the pre-planning of 9/11 and the attack against the United States, it seems to me the Bush administration would play that up to the hilt in trying to justify a war that they're having a very difficult time justifying right now. So let's stick with that one for a moment, if you can, in plain English. Why would we not play that up?
The internal dynamics of the Bush administration make it almost impossible. I mentioned the Iraqi intelligence links. A couple of names for you. Salah Suleiman was one Iraqi intelligence officer who was actually stopped by Pakistan intelligence, I think, on the frontier going from Pakistan into Afghanistan when bin Laden was there. Khalid al-Janabi was the Iraqi intelligence head of station in Karachi, and he was a key link man between bin Laden and Baghdad in the run-up to 9/11. And Farouk Hijazi was a senior Iraqi intelligence officer. At one point was the Iraqi ambassador in Ankara, Turkey, a very important country. And he met with bin Laden in December 1998 at Kandahar in Afghanistan. Those are just some of the Iraqi intelligence officers we know were in regular contact with Al-Qaeda. Now, the problem the Bush administration has and the problem the British government have is the huge split within the intelligence community and this huge split in the Bush administration between supporters of the first President Bush and supporters of the president. The State Department has a very strong institutional bias against any link between Iraq and 9/11, and the CIA also has a very strong institutional bias against those links. Now, if you talk to these guys privately, they will concede that, yes, they're aware of the links.
Wait a minute. Why do they have an institutional bias against the truth?
You've got to go back a long, long way. In the 1930s, the German intelligence penetration of the State Department and the U.S. intelligence community and also the Foreign Office and MI6 in the UK was quite deep and went quite high. It's much easier to understand the problems at CIA and State if you know that Alan Welsh Dulles and John Foster Dulles both reported to Admiral Canaris. In World War II, for example, in 1943, the Dulles brothers were involved in negotiations to try and take the United States out of World War II. Now, there were similar contacts with Stuart Menzies, the head of MI6. If you think of Alan Welsh Dulles and John Foster Dulles as working for Germany rather than the United States, then it all becomes much easier to understand. Once you get someone working for you high up in an organization, they bring forward proteges, they bring forward their own people, and the damage they do lasts for decades. Remember, the State Department in the 90s, it was Franklin Roosevelt who said that the most you can expect of the State Department in a war is that it remains neutral. The State Department really has never pushed the interests of the Bush administration, or in my view, the American interest in the war on terror.
Yeah, but the Bush administration could push it. Yeah, but the Bush administration could push it itself if it understood that Iraq was behind 9/11. I don't think there's anybody that could stand between them and a president standing in front of the seal and telling the country that Iraq was behind it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you then got to factor in China and $1 trillion worth of T-bills and the enormous economic pressure that China has been bringing to bear on the Bush administration, particularly in the second term. Now, behind the scenes, there has been tremendous pressure on the dollar. In practice, with the first President Bush getting very, very close to the Chinese, you can track his meetings going into China. He had a very important meeting in Shanghai, for example, towards the end of last year. You've got, with the Chinese aligning themselves with first President Bush, with powerful bureaucratic interests in Washington allied with China, the economic pressure that can be brought to bear on the Bush administration is enormous. The pressures on the president and the vice president have been intense. And in practice, it simply has not been possible for them to get the message out on Iraq and 9/11. But take the example of the simulator that we discussed. Now, getting that intelligence through, I had meetings with Ambassador John Bolton in London. I was at John's invited, he was kind enough to invite me to his swearing-in ceremony in the State Department in June 2001. I gave intelligence to John that was passed back to the CIA at the London Embassy, documentary evidence from, in book form, from a senior Iraqi intelligence officer with the new Iraqi government, who's now with the Iraqi delegation in New York. And that intelligence, and just one more piece, it was diverted. I tried to get it through to Vice President Cheney. It was diverted on its way to Vice President Cheney. It is much more difficult for the United States President to get out there and tell the truth than the U.S. voters would suppose. And you've got to look behind the enormously powerful interests behind Saddam Hussein's Iraq and behind Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda did not just happen. In the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda didn't exist. It grew out of the Afghan Service Bureau. Right. And that was based in Pakistan, not Afghanistan. Bin Laden did hardly any fighting against the Soviet Union.
Right.
The people who fought the Soviet Union were our allies after 9/11. They were the Northern Alliance. People like Ahmed Shah Massoud, who was assassinated by Al-Qaeda in the run-up to 9/11, and which was an indicator that 9/11 was about to happen, which was missed, and also Abdul Haq, who was also assassinated. Now, these are the good guys. These are the guys who were putting their lives on the line fighting the Soviet Union. Bin Laden was nowhere near Afghanistan for most of the 1980s. He was normally based in Pakistan, where he still is. Now, when the Soviets are kicked out of Afghanistan and the Cold War collapses, powerful interests in German intelligence see Al-Qaeda as a means of waging asymmetric warfare against particularly the United States, but also the UK. The Cold War is gone. Behind the Cold War, right throughout, you had a very, very interesting little section of German intelligence called the Deutsche Verteidigungsdienst, which operates out of Dachau near Munich, sitting behind the KGB. You've got to go all the way back to 1917. The Bolshevik Revolution was funded by the Germans in order to get Russia out of World War I. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union was basically bankrolled and created by German intelligence. And in 1945, German intelligence was not broken up. This is the key to understanding the Middle East. It's the key to understanding terrorism. The Germans had a very powerful network in the Middle East, which they created from the 1920s. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is essentially a terrorist organization, was created in 1928 by German intelligence asset called Sami al-Banna. Now, al-Banna was working for Admiral Canaris. Al-Qaeda actually grows out of the Muslim Brotherhood. You can trace back Al-Qaeda to the Muslim Brotherhood. Al-Zawahiri, Al-Qaeda, Bin Laden's deputy, for example, was the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, which essentially grew out of the Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas, Hezbollah, all of the Islamic terrorist organizations, whether they're Shiite or Sunni, you can usually trace a link, institutional or personal or financial, back to the Muslim Brotherhood. And that organization worked very, very closely with the Germans in World War II. Now, in 1945, German intelligence carried on as before. What happened was that when Canaris appreciated Germany was losing, he moved all the key files and personnel out of Berlin down to Dachau and set up towards the end of 1943 under the directorship of General Lieutenant Erwin von Lahousen, who then cut a deal with the Dulles brothers and Donovan and emerged as a witness for the Allies at the Nuremberg war trials. Von Lahousen had set up this office in Munich, and the whole purpose of that office was to ensure continuity. The German networks in the Middle East were not broken up. If you think about it, how many German spies did we discover in Cairo or Baghdad? Saddam Hussein grew out of that network. Saddam Hussein was the protege of Khairullah Talta, who was an Abwehr, then DVD asset in Baghdad. He was actually imprisoned by the British in 1941 for participating in the Nazi-backed coup, which sought to remove the king of Iraq and install a pro-Nazi regime so the Germans could get access to Iraqi oil. Now, the Germans eventually succeeded in taking over Baghdad when they got the Ba'ath Party into power. You had the coup in 1958, which removed the king, and then eventually you have the Ba'ath Party itself coming into power in Iraq. Now, the Ba'ath Party is an offshoot, or was an offshoot, of the Nazi Party. If you look at it, it's a sort of Arab version of the Nazi Party.
All this very interesting history, Michael, but it still doesn't explain to me, nor did you explain to me, the pressure you talked about that would prevent our administration from connecting Iraq to the 9/11 attack.
Factor in the Trilateral Commission. Trilateral Commission was created by German intelligence in 1918. It wasn't set up in 1973. It emerged semi into the open in 1973, but it actually is a much older organization. If you factor in the media links the Trilateral Commission has in Washington and with the U.S. liberal media, if you factor in the political connections the Trilateral Commission has in Washington, it becomes a lot easier. The president, at times, has been almost isolated in the White House. He's had a State Department working against him for most of the last 7 years. He's had the CIA working against him for most of the time, except when Portagos was in charge. And then, of course, he lost Portagos from the agency when Ambassador Negroponte, no offense intended, but Ambassador Negroponte was very much involved in that removal of Portagos. You've got an administration that has had no effective intelligence agency since 9/11, no effective foreign ministry, and which has now largely lost control of the Pentagon. The sacking of Donald Rumsfeld wasn't the president's decision, it was something dictated to him. And behind the people in the administration working against the president, you've got these enormously powerful, deep-seated institutional links back to the Trilateral Commission, to the Chinese. The pressures on the president have been stupendous since 9/11. He's done extremely well in the circumstances. He managed to get the U.S. to go to war with Iraq, but he was never able to explain why the United States was going to war with Iraq. And
It's not the only one, Michael. Your own government has been under intense pressure and actually has come right out and said that, look, the intelligence that got us into the war in Iraq was flawed, was wrong. Your own government said that.
Yeah, that itself is interesting. The intelligence on WMDs was not wrong. What happened was that in the fall of 2002, the French and Germans, who had supplied most of the nuclear, biological, and chemical material to Iraq, started shipping that material out. Now, we know there were 2 freighters that went out of the port of Qasir. Some of the stuff was Russian. The Russian stuff was shipped out of Qasir in a couple of freighters in 2002, early 2003. The rest of the stuff went out over a reopened railway line between Baghdad and Damascus, and some of it went out in trucks. And British and American intelligence were aware of these movements. For 6 months prior to the Iraq War, you have a major shift of WMDs out of Iraq. The result is that when we went into Iraq, it was pretty much clean. I mean, there's some small amounts of material were actually found, but you know, there's some agents from nerve gas and so on. But the virtually the whole of Iraq's WMD capability was taken out of Iraq between September 2002 and March 2003.
And so you're telling me none of that intelligence that you just talked about the movement of WMDs out of the country, made it to the top of your government or ours?
Oh, yes. The British government are well aware, and so the U.S. government. But Tony Blair is always portrayed in the United States as an ally. This is always very frustrating for us over here because we know that he's actually quite close to France and Germany. There was heavy French and German political pressure on Blair in the run-up to the Iraq War to stall the war. That was what that whole second resolution of the United Nations was all about. It was nothing to do with seeking UN authority. We didn't need UN authority to go to war with Iraq. Nobody needs UN authority to launch a war if they've been attacked. The British government, under heavy pressure, the French and the Germans, to stall the war in order to allow the WMDs to go out. The WMDs were not Iraqi programs. They were essentially French and German programs. And with WMDs, you don't look at the state that is developing the WMDs. You always look at the state which is providing the technological assistance and the material. Pakistan's nuclear weapons are supplied by China. Iraq's WMDs were supplied mostly by France and Germany, some by Russia. And behind Germany, behind Baghdad, you had Paris and Berlin. And as I say, these links are very, very deep. The Saddam Hussein Nazi links go all the way back to virtually when he was a teenager.
So then you're saying we were aware of the fact that the WMDs already were out of Iraq, but that was a stated goal for going in the first place. The first number one major stated goal was WMDs.
I know, crazy. I'm not just saying this now. I had a letter published in the London Times just after the war had started, pointing out that WMDs, the basis for going to war, was crazy. I knew before the war started. I was in the United States when the war broke out. But I knew before the war started that the WMDs had gone. Just about everybody in the intelligence committee knew. Again, you guys had birds overhead. I mean, you were watching all this on satellite. And the administration must have been aware, at least the U.S. intelligence community must have been aware, but then you have to draw a careful distinction between what U.S. intelligence chiefs knew and what the president was briefed in. The president is very much dependent on what he is told by his intelligence advisors. Now, to what extent President Bush was briefed in on these shipments, that is an open question. I very much doubt that he was shown satellite footage of this material going out of Iraq. Tony Blair, well, did he or did he not know that most of the WMDs had gone? My guess is he may well have done. The MI6 was certainly well aware. And if you talk to these guys, I say off the record, and I do, then, yeah, of course we knew the stuff was going out, Michael. But there was no way, politically, either the Bush administration or the British government could tell the truth about Iraq's involvement in 9/11, and they were unable to make the case for political and intelligence reasons linking Iraq to 9/11.
You haven't yet explained to me, Michael, why we couldn't tell the truth about Iraq's involvement in 9/11. You go all the way back to World War II and the Germans, but I give me a reason that I can understand why we couldn't say aloud that the country we're going to war with was responsible for an attack on America, which would make perfect
exactly
sense.
You've got huge problems with the intelligence community. If the administration had gone public with what you guys knew about Iraq and 9/11, almost certainly the CIA would have been fighting a media war as they fought over the Valerie Plame case, briefing against the administration, making it almost impossible for the administration to get its case out. Practically, it would, I think, have been very, very difficult. Now, I agree with you. Had it been me taking the decisions, I'd have said, guys, we go with the Iraq 9/11 link. We've got solid intelligence linking Iraq to 9/11. We've got solid intelligence linking Iraq to Al-Qaeda. My advice would have been to declare war on Iraq, making the casus belli Iraq's involvement in 9/11 as early as October 2001. And had we done that, then all of these problems over Iraq would have been avoided. The British and American publics would have been told the truth, and there would have been overwhelming public support for the war.
Which is what makes it so very, very, very hard to understand why they did not do so. In fact, the president has actually said that, as far as he knows, there was no connection.
But what has the president been told? Has the president been told, for example, about the pilots being trained on the 767 simulators? Now, the president was a very good pilot. You didn't fly F-106s unless you were a good pilot. If you're a bad pilot, you didn't survive. Simple as that. They were very hot ships. He understands aviation. He's flown supersonic fighters. He knows aviation. He himself instinctively understood that the guys on 9/11 were trained, and he understood that this could not have been on a Cessna at Hoffman School of Aviation. The attack on the Pentagon, in particular, required a fairly high degree of piloting skill. That was no easy attack to execute. The attacks on the World Trade Center 1 and 2 required a fairly high degree of flying skill to line up on the target and take those targets down.
Okay, well, there we agree. We certainly agree. Michael, hold it right there. Michael Shrimpton is my guest, and he has knocked down one widely thought about conspiracy, but it seems to me he's substituting another one. We'll delve into this. We'll delve into whether Iran has nuclear weapons, what knowledge he has of that as well. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. As many of you may know, I have a visceral sense that we did not attack ourselves, that we did not plan and execute an attack killing our own citizens. And I very nearly just as strongly believe that what's being presented to me right now is completely flawed. I refuse to believe, on the one hand, that we would not tell our people, that our president would not tell our people about concrete evidence, if it was in trainers or where they were trained or anything else that connected Iraq to 9/11, that we wouldn't tell the country about that. Indeed, along with that, I have a more than difficult time believing that the two leaders of the free world in this country and Great Britain, where my guest is from, would use WMDs as weapons of mass destruction as the excuse for going into Iraq, not using 9/11, which he claims should have been used, but instead use WMDs, which he claims we had intelligence that had already been moved out. In other words, they would be ending up immediately, and they would know they'd end up with eggs on their faces. It just, none of it makes any sense to me, but we'll try again with Michael Shrimpton in a moment. All right, Michael, let's try one more time here. Again, as I mentioned, I have a visceral feeling that we did not attack ourselves. However,
that's correct.
What you're telling me is every bit, if not more difficult to buy because of the fact that we really, really needed a good reason to attack Iraq. And you're saying we had one and didn't use it. And you have not explained to me why we didn't use it.
I know it's difficult to buy, but that is what happened. A lot of things which are true are difficult to buy. But just because it's not easy to buy doesn't mean to say it isn't true.
Okay. In good, simple English, without going back to the Germans in World War II, try and tell me what pressure could have been brought to bear on our president not to use the truth.
Financial pressure. You've got China with $1 trillion worth of T-bills. So enormous pressure from China.
All right, you're suggesting China was blackmailing the president of the USA?
Absolutely. Over the last 3 to 4 years, there has been heavy economic pressure by China applied behind the scenes on the US dollar. And you can track senior US officials, Treasury Secretary Paulson, Alan Greenspan, when he was chairman of the Federal Reserve, going over to China. You guys, the Clinton administration really set you guys up. This whole access, the whole business of giving China virtually unfettered access to U.S. markets. China's building up a massive U.S. foreign exchange surpluses, U.S. dollar surpluses, has created a massive rod for the administration's back. It is very, very difficult for the United States to move unless and until that $1 trillion worth of T-bills sitting in China's reserves is taken out or somehow dealt with. Until you guys can park that 1T and lift the threat to the dollar, it is very, very difficult for America to act with complete freedom. Now, we had the same problem when the pound was under tremendous attack during the Suez crisis.
Why would the Chinese care whether or not we blame 9/11 on Iraq or not?
Bin Laden was in China. At one point, Bin Laden was in China. In November 2001, Bin Laden goes into China, and the Chinese are very, very close to the Pakistan Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, which in turn is very, very close to Al-Qaeda. China, people throw over to China, is a strategic competitor for the United States. The Chinese knew about 9/11 in advance. The Pakistan nuclear weapons are supplied by China. That's Chinese technology. And we know that there were Chinese nuclear technicians servicing Pakistan's nukes, bringing them up to full operational status in the months running up to 9/11. There were Chinese technicians crawling all over.
Okay, let's say I bought that. Let's say I bought that, Michael, at face values. You've yet to answer why China would particularly care enough to essentially blackmail the U.S. administration into not blaming Iraq for its involvement in 9/11.
Well, China would absolutely not want the U.S. administration. China certainly did not want President Bush to win in 2004. China has been working against British and American interests in the Middle East right from 9/11, indeed from before. If you think about Bin Laden goes over the Kunjurab Pass about November 2001. Bin Laden goes across the Kunjurab Pass between Pakistan and China in a convoy of Toyota Land Cruisers. They were playing a shell game, switching him from one Land Cruiser to another, just in case you guys picked him up. Now, China actually sheltered Bin Laden, and it's only after some months, early 2002, that we have Bin Laden moving back into Pakistan. So you've got the Chinese working against you and against us. You've got the Chinese working very closely with the French and the Germans.
Okay, but Michael, you still are not answering my question. Why would China use economic blackmail to prevent the U.S. administration from putting the blame where it should be? Why?
Because China wants Iraq, because China wants the West to fail, and China particularly wants the West to fail in Iraq at the moment. Now, the minute Britain and America get the truth about Iraqi involvement in 9/11 and get the intelligence about Iraq's connections to Al-Qaeda out into the open, public support for the war in Iraq surges inevitably. That is why we went to war.
Which would be a goal of the administration, yours and ours.
Yeah, exactly. But think about the politics of that. The politics of that mean almost certainly a Republican victory in 2008, and that is not what the Chinese want. In the United Kingdom terms, the Chinese are much happier with Blair where he is at the moment. They do not want Gordon Brown to come in to take over from Tony Blair. The Chinese most certainly do not want the UK moving further away from the EU, which is what a Brown government would mean. So China's strategic interest is best served by tying Britain and America up in knots over Iraq, by making sure that public support, insofar as they can do it, public support for US and UK involvement in Iraq drains away. And this has happened before. Look at Vietnam. Think back to how difficult it was for the Johnson administration and then the Nixon administration to make the case for war in Vietnam, to explain to the American people why you guys were there, what you were doing, to actually carry out an effective military strategy. You guys knew how to win the Vietnam War. The American military leaders are not stupid. I've never yet an American 4-star or 3-star general or admiral who I thought was even remotely stupid. You guys, General Westmoreland was a very fine general. You guys knew how to win Nam, but you couldn't do it. And the reasons lie in Washington. And
well, you're getting an argument there from me, but again.
But the same over Iraq. We're having the same difficulties. It is much more difficult than you might suppose, in respect, for the Bush administration to follow a policy which is in its own interest and which is in America's interest. The pressures on the administration are far greater than the U.S. public would understand. $1 trillion of the T-bills is one factor. It's not the only factor, but it is an enormously powerful factor because in practice, if the administration started doing what the People's Republic of China did not see was in its strategic interest, then the dollar could go. I mean, the $1 trillion worth of T-bills gives the Chinese enormous economic leverage, and that is not the Bush administration's fault. That is the fault of letting China into the WTO and giving China favored nation access to U.S. markets and allowing a huge trade imbalance to build up between the United States and China. And where you have where your country's currency is at risk, the practical constraints on policymakers are considerable. We have had that problem in the UK. We had to abandon our Middle East policy in the mid-1950s because of constraints on the currency. And we had Harold Macmillan, the Chancellor, working closely with the Dulles brothers in Washington and the British government collapsed, and we pulled out of Suez. Well, it was deeply in our strategic interest to carry on with the Suez invasion in 1956.
So
And you
essentially,
guys
you're
got the
telling
same problem.
me, Michael, so you're telling me the Chinese essentially blackmailed us, told us that, look, if you tell the truth about Iraq's involvement in 9/11, we're going to pull these bills, we're going to drive the dollar into the ground and economically ruin you. Is that correct?
That is, in summary, yeah, it doesn't happen exactly like that. Somebody in China doesn't only Beijing doesn't get on the phone to Washington and says, if you do that, then we will do this. Pressure is applied internationally a little more subtly than that. But that's the long and short of it. Take, for example, towards the end of 2006, the Chinese suddenly started dumping large numbers of T-bills. And that was done in an attempt to apply pressure to the administration. And what happens is that you then get Federal Reserve officials going across to Beijing, you get carve-ups, and there is then effectively a Chinese input into policy. And we have the same problem with the French and the Germans. As we're in the EU, we have been under enormous political pressure from the French and the Germans. There's no way Tony Blair was ever going to make the case linking Iraq to 9/11 whilst Britain was in the European Union, whilst he was close to the French and the Germans, and whilst French and German strategic interests were allied with China against the UK and the US. The geopolitics of 9/11 are such that it has been very, very difficult for either the administration or the British government to get out there, tell the truth, and explain to the British and American publics who have a need to know why we are in Iraq. If you think about WMDs cannot have been the reason. We know there were WMDs in Iraq. I mean, everybody agreed there were WMD programs in Iraq. The UN agreed, the French, the Germans agreed. Nobody disputed in the 1990s, seriously disputed, that Iraq had WMD programs. The Iraqis actually used WMDs. I mean, it's not that these were test or research programs. The Iraqis used WMDs on their own people. Talabja, for example. Now, where did all those weapons go? They weren't.
Yes. But you're telling me at the same time we had intelligence that they were already gone at the time we were saying we were going to war because of the WMDs.
Yeah, you guys are watching them. You guys have satellites over that railroad line between Baghdad and Damascus wasn't open for the Syria-Iraq tourist traffic.
No politician, Michael, wants that, would voluntarily toss that much egg on their own faces.
Well, yeah, good question. But then you've got to come back to this huge split in the Bush administration between supporters of the elected president and supporters of his family. President Bush Sr. carries far more bureaucratic weight in Washington than the American people would suppose. He carries enormous clout. And the president has been struggling from the whole of his 2 terms to emerge from behind his father's shadow. Memphis' father made the mistake in 1991 of not going into Baghdad. We could have sorted this whole mess out in March of 1991 and gone straight on into Baghdad. And President Bush, the current President Bush, has had to deal with a mess that was handed down to him by his father, and has had to deal with that against the background of this enormous Chinese US dollar surplus built up thanks to the Clinton administration trade policies. Now think about the US media. The US media has been working, the mainstream media has been working against the administration almost solidly since 9/11. There was a honeymoon period immediately after 9/11. But the president's got the media working against him. He's got enormous economic pressures from China. He's got enormous bureaucratic pressures from his old man, with respect. He has got huge problems with his intelligence community. He's got huge problems with the State Department. And he has to carry allies with him. Now, the British have been a brake on this. It's been enormously frustrating for those of us over here in the UK to see Tony Blair acting effectively as a brake on the administration. In practice, the administration would not have gone it alone in using 9/11 as the casus belli for war with Iraq. The administration wanted to form a common policy with allies. The most important ally was the UK, and for political reasons, Tony Blair was absolutely insistent that we go with WMDs. And Blair must have known the political problems he was creating for himself, but nevertheless, the pressures on him from France and Germany were so strong that he's had to go with WMDs as the case for war. And I have no doubt that Blair knew what he was doing to his own government. President Bush, I think that President Bush had much less access to the intelligence on WMD shipments out of Iraq than you might suppose. I doubt very much whether anybody went to President Bush and said in the run-up to the Iraq War, Mr. President, here are the satellite photographs of trucks and railroad cars leaving Iraq, going into Syria, and we think the Iraqis are shipping out their WMDs. Look at to prove my point. Look at the plane case, and the difficulty the President had is making the case for Iraq's attempt to purchase yellowcake in Niger. Now, we know over here that Iraq definitely wanted to acquire uranium yellowcake from Niger. It makes sense. Niger is very close to France. Saddam Hussein was very close to Jacques Chirac, and France and Germany. France and Germany stood behind Iraq, or did, when Saddam Hussein was in power. Niger is very close to France. It's effectively a French client state. It's the major French-controlled source of uranium. It is the obvious place for Iraq to go to acquire uranium. So the Iraqis make soundings in Niger. We want uranium yellowcake. British intelligence picked that up. There is an accurate report from MI6. It's shared with you guys. The President puts it in his State of the Union address. And what happens? We have Italian intelligence working with Italian media, slipping out these bogus documents saying the same thing as the real intelligence did. That real intelligence is thereby discredited, and the whole of the US media, virtually across the spectrum, the US and UK media jump on President Bush, make it absolutely clear that this intelligence was wrong when it wasn't. Don't pause for a moment. I don't think any Western journalist has paused for even 5 minutes to ask him or herself a basic question. Hang on a minute. If these second set of documents are forged, why are we saying the first set of documents are forged? It doesn't necessarily follow. One set's forged doesn't mean to say other documents have been forged. And then you have the Valerie Plame nonsense in Washington. Everybody in the intelligence community who's got any serious connections whatsoever knows that Valerie Plame was not covert. She was never protected by the Intelligence Identity Protection Act from about 1992. I haven't spoken to anybody in the intelligence community who worked with Valerie Plame or knew of her doing covert activity any time after about 1992. The whole case has been a joke. But has the administration been able to get their case across? No chance. That whole trial has proceeded on a completely false basis. An entirely unfair conviction against Libby. Louis Libby, I've never met him. I have no brief for Louis Libby, but as far as I'm concerned, he's probably a good man. Certainly innocent of the charges brought against him. And the administration, absolutely powerless spectators. And they know this. I mean, I've been to the White House. I've been to Washington. I've sat down with senior administration officials. It's so difficult that if you go to the White House to talk about the Valerie Plame case, what will normally happen is you go out of the building, you go down, you head for the nearest Starbucks, and you have the serious discussion in Starbucks, because inside the building there are too many people working against the president. I've had the experience of passing vital intelligence onto the White House, and it gets diverted. I tried to brief in Karl Rove's office, for example, to take a practical example of how difficult it is for the president. I had intelligence supplied to me by the UK from a senior intelligence source about Valerie Plame not being covert, and intelligence about links between certain prosecutors on the case. I won't mention names on a public radio broadcast in the States, but intelligence causing major concern in London about links between some of the prosecutors working on that case and some bad guys inside the US intelligence community who it is known were not working for Uncle Sam, who it is known were reporting to the German DVD in Dhaka. And that fairly critical intelligence was taken by me to Washington on a back-channel basis. I had tried to get it via an encrypted email into Karl Rove, and it took weeks and weeks and weeks, and every message was diverted. And I found I would ring up or send an email to somebody in Karl Rove's office, whose name I had, and say, please pass this on to Mr. Rove, and I would follow up and find it had been diverted to the National Security Council. Then it gets diverted back down to Langley, and the intelligence just goes watered. It is formidably difficult.
All right, Michael, we're not going to agree on how we got there and the politics that got us in and all the rest of it, but we are there now.
We have to agree to differ on that one, huh?
I'm afraid so. Where are we? Where are well, that's fine. Where are we with the Iraq war now? I mean, we want to look at the headlines and the daily news and know what's going on. So what I'd like to do is get your assessment of where we are now with Iraq, whether we're winning or losing, and there really are two giantly different schools on that thought. And also, I'd like to know what knowledge you have of Iran possessing nuclear weapons. So when we get back from the break, if you'll consider those two questions, we'll delve into them. And as you pointed out, we're going to have to agree to disagree on the rest of it because it crosses every boundary of common sense that I can construct, even when I want to think about conspiracies. The one that holds our president back from saying Iraq was connected intimately with 9/11, I just can't make that work. We'll be right back. All right, so in a moment, we'll ask Michael Shrimpton how the war with Iraq is proceeding, where it's going, whether we're winning, losing, or whether there's some kind of eternal deadly draw going on. And these days to go to Iraq, you've got to certainly not be in fear of the Reaper. And also, what about Iran? The Russians said we were massing on the borders. We were getting ready to invade Iran, to take out their infrastructure, to what's the expression, to decapitate the leadership, that sort of thing, all in one giant strike. Those questions coming up in a moment. All right, Michael, since we declared victory, since that period of time until the present moment, what is your assessment of where we are in the war with Iraq? Where are we now? Let's begin there.
Well, we are in a mess, and we're heading for a Vietnam-style stalemate. The problem is that we're in a war with a U.S. administration split, as it was during Nam. We have a British government that is not fully committed, and with a lack of clear political direction at the top, we are in trouble. The President, God bless him, and I have a great admiration for your President. He has tried to address this, and the surge policy is the right policy. But just coming back to the point I was making earlier, look how difficult it has been in practice for the President to get that policy implemented. He's the President of the United States. He announces the policy. He has Congress jumping all over him. And Secretary Gates, no offense intended, Secretary Gates has actually been holding this policy back. The troop increase levels that the President announced have not actually taken place. So we have the right policy from the administration, but they're not allowed to implement it any more than President Johnson or President Nixon were effectively able to implement a sensible strategy over Vietnam. Now, we have to address the problems that there are in Washington. Somebody has to win that civil war in the administration between supporters of President Bush and supporters of his father. Somebody has to get the Chinese off the Americans' back. And we have to get the French and Germans off our back. We have to identify who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. The French, the Germans, and the Chinese are working against us and you guys. We need to get the British government fully committed to what we're doing in Iraq. And at some point, at some time, it would be extremely helpful if somebody in London or Washington could go on television, as you suggest, and actually explain to the British and American people why our sons and daughters are dying in Iraq. In a democracy, this is a basic failure of intelligence here, in a democracy, the people have a right to know why we are going to war. It's basic first principle of intelligence, the need
Michael,
to know.
it's a failure of common sense if somebody bought into what you're saying. Now, with respect to where we go, so where we're going from here, you say the current policy is all right, but the British aren't committed to it. So we just, if we're losing, would you say we're losing? Would you say it's a draw currently? Ultimately, we can win if we stay committed? What are you saying?
We can win if we stay committed. At the moment, it's a draw. At the moment, we're losing casualties. There is a lack of clear political direction. The new U.S. Commander, General Petraeus, seems to me to be very, very able. And I think if he gets the troop levels that he needs and the resources that he needs, then we will win. But we have to address the states which are sponsoring the terrorist insurgency inside Iraq. We have to get to grips with Syria, and we have to get to grips with Iran.
All right, let's talk about Iran for a moment. There were recent reports from Russia that the U.S. was massing forces and about to attack Iran. You're aware of those reports, I think.
Yes, I've read them, and I don't agree with them. I'm not sure where the Russians are getting this from. It looks to me like someone has fed some false intelligence to the Russians, and that, I think, is coming out of the East Coast. And the Russians are circulating that. I think the Russians are circulating in good faith, but I think somebody is feeding some disinformation into the Russians. I checked those reports out. There is absolutely no American plan to attack Iran at the moment. I think you should. I think we should. We should have stood up much more strongly to Iran over the hostage crisis that has just ended, thankfully.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned it, Michael. The initial reaction to the hostages being taken by Iran, I thought, was very muted.
Correct.
And I expected a much, much bigger reaction. I expected perhaps even military action. So would it be your opinion that indeed they were in Iranian waters when they were picked up? What do you think about that?
No, I think the captain made it quite clear at the press conference yesterday that they are 1.7 nautical miles inside Iraqi territorial waters. I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. It's perfectly clear the Iranians came inside Iraqi territorial waters, seized our guys, and it's perfectly clear that that was planned.
All right, then the muted reaction to it.
Political problems again. The Blair government is not going to stand up to Iran. Tony Blair has been humiliated over this, and as with Iraq, he has allowed himself to be humiliated. And he's allowed himself to be humiliated because of the mess he's got himself into with the EU, France, and Germany. And that's why we need to get out of there, and we need to get a more serious figure in as Prime Minister.
So you want the UK out of the EU?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, what's the point of dealing with your enemies? The French and Germans are not on our side. They're not on our side over Iraq. France and Germany are separate behind Saddam Hussein. France and Germany are very close to Iran. Iran is almost a Franco-German client state. Another basic intelligence principle is follow the money. Now, if you follow the money for the Iranian Revolution in 1979, it goes all the way back to Paris. And I suspect some of it goes further on from Paris into Munich and Dachau. That is why the October surprise meeting was cut. That deal was cut in Paris by First President Bush, not in Tehran. That is why the first meetings in the Iran-Contra affair, which, as it happens, was set up by a friend of mine, didn't know at the time, got to know many years later. That is why those negotiations were not initially conducted with the Iranians at all, but with the Germans. France takes its oil out of Iran at $12 a barrel. The oil price that we pay in Britain and you guys pay in the United States is basically a phony. Well, most oil, or a large chunk of the world's oil, is actually supplied in sweet deals to the French, the Chinese, and also the Germans at way below the so-called market rate. Now, the French get their oil out of Iran at $12 a barrel because they helped pay for the Iranian Revolution. Iran is not an independent state in the way that it likes to pretend that it is. Iran is very much dependent on France and Germany, and Iran's nuclear material is supplied mostly by the French, also to some extent by the Germans, and to some extent by the Chinese.
Do they already have the bomb?
Absolutely. What they have, the CIA and the IAEA, and I've been in a meeting where addressed by Mohammed El-Baradei, no offense intended, but he is useless. He's as much use as a... I'll refrain from using the expression, but it's not a lot of use.
Sounds like there's offense intended.
Yeah, he's useless. The UN is useless. The UN is certainly not on side. The concentration on Iran's enriched uranium program is an intelligence blind. Everybody's obsessing on enriched uranium weapons, whereas we all know that a plutonium warhead is more compact. And if you want to put a warhead on top of a fairly small German-supplied, Chinese-supplied rocket, and there are German rocket scientists in Iran as we speak, a lot of German technical assistance covertly to Iran, U-Torpedo, for example, German technical assistance on their submarines. I understand there are even German officers, German naval officers, helping to crew, i.e. command, Iranian submarines. The technical assistance getting to that level, down to the tactical as well as the strategic. But we have the plutonium warheads on these it intended to go on Iranian IRBMs. And the plutonium, the weapons-grade plutonium, is being supplied by France. Now this is crazy. Absolute madness for the French to be supplying weapons-grade plutonium to the Iranians, but that is what they're doing. Now the French have a covert stockpile of plutonium. The French have a very large domestic nuclear power program, and they have a thing called the fast breeder reactor, which is just perfect for plute. And the French have a lot of hot plute. They have a stockpile of it. And this is covert. Now, how many kilos, or how much hot plute has gone into Tehran? That's a matter for discussion. I understand the Iranians have between 4 and 5 plutonium warheads operational at this time. Now, the reasoning behind that was, and I had a recent discussion with a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, and he's heard of those guys, very close to the Trilateral Commission, very close to Germany and France. And this guy was just grinning at me inanely when I was making the point. He wasn't even bothering to deny that France has supplied Iran with weapons-grade plutonium. He knew it was true, I knew it was true, and we both knew the other knew it was true.
Are you sure he wasn't simply humored by the French?
No. The French strategy, the French and German strategy after 2003 was to equip Iran with nuclear weapons in the hope it would deter a British and American response against Iran in the same way that we attacked Iraq. Now, the French and Germans know that Iran is responsible for sponsoring a lot of the terrorism that is going down inside Iran. Terrorism does not just happen. Terrorism is almost always state-sponsored, and the Bush administration were right after 9/11 to look for which states were sponsoring that attack. It is almost impossible for a terrorist organization to mount a major attack without assistance from a state, and in particular that state's intelligence apparatus. Terrorism I define as state-sponsored, asymmetric warfare. And the terrorist insurgency inside Iraq is being sponsored by Syria and Iran. Now, behind Syria and Iran, you have France, you have Germany, and you have China. You can trace this on the ground. I mean, the nuclear material is coming in from France, some of it's coming from Germany. You've got Chinese technical assistance on Iran's IRBM program.
Yeah, but none of this is too hard to find.
No. Now, until we can deal with Iran and Syria, then we're not going to be able to stabilize Iraq. The Iranians have been inside Iraq, they obviously had intelligence network inside Iraq for a long, long time, particularly in the south. But the first major Iranian terrorist attack inside Iraq was the assassination of a moderate Shiite spiritual leader, Ayatollah al-Khoi, in, I think, June of 2003. And I have been saying since June of 2003 that attack, which was set up by the Iranian VVAC intelligence agency, indicated that Iran was pursuing a covert program of sponsoring terrorism inside Iraq. Until and unless we deal with Iran, and until and unless we deal with Syria, then we're not going to stabilize Iraq. Now, with the surge in troops, we are clearly going to at least hold the fort in Iraq. We were, until that surge, we were losing ground. With that surge, albeit it's not been fully implemented, with that surge partially implemented, we are holding ground in Iraq, but we will not start winning. We will not start, the tipping point will not be reached until we get the Iranians and the Syrians out of there.
All right, Michael, if it were up to you, if you were in power, if you had some sort of ability to dictate a policy, how would you deal with Syria and Iran?
I would go to war with both. I would stop messing around. I would say, look, either we're going to win this war on terror, or we're going to lose it. We haven't got an option of not fighting it because the bad guys came to us. Let's go win it, and let's stop dragging it out for year after year. I would go big, and I would go quick, and I would go messy and dirty in the short term, with a view to a much quicker victory than we're going to obtain by pursuing the current strategy, which is to drag.
And bear in mind everything you said about what you believe is behind this. How would you then deal with China?
Now, I would recognize Taiwan. Now, it's going to be a lot easier for Brits to do this than the Americans. If I had power as opposed to influence, and it's frustrating just having influence because you give the advice, it's not followed, and you just have to pick up pieces after the advice is not followed. It's very frustrating. the UK out of the EU, and I pull the UK out of the WTO. We don't need to be in the WTO. We can cut our own free trade deal with you guys. We can rejoin the European Free Trade Area, and we have the Commonwealth. And those are the only people, frankly, we need to deal with in terms of trade, plus the Russians and the Israelis and the Taiwanese. I would recognize Taiwan, which we can do taking a lead. You guys cannot recognize Taiwan at the moment because the Chinese have too many US dollar foreign exchange reserves. They have very few sterling reserves. So we recognize Taiwan, and we start to dismantle the WTO and start to attack China's economic growth. We try and slow it down.
What do you think the repercussions of Great Britain recognizing Taiwan? What would the repercussions be?
Well, the repercussions would be nothing but good. It'd be great for the Taiwanese. It's something I've discussed with the Taiwanese. They would welcome it. It'd be great for the UK balance of payments because we'd stop importing stuff from China. The Taiwanese are much more ready to buy British goods than the Chinese will be. We'd have a much fairer trading relationship. The Chinese political pressure on the UK would be lifted almost at a stroke. We get Chinese intelligence station out of London. We get Chinese out of London. And we clear the way for the US administration, maybe in 12, 18 months' time, to recognize Taiwan. At the same time, the UK needs to massively boost its defense spending. The membership of the EU costs us around £3 billion, 5 to 6 billion US dollars a week. That's the total cost of the UK economy. It's massive. And these are the sums that come out of the British Treasury and the US Treasury if you talk to them very, very quietly. Now, by pulling out of the EU, the UK is suddenly able, without increasing taxation, suddenly able to put our foreign forces on a serious war-fighting level. At the moment, Britain and America are trying to fight a war with peacetime force levels. Well, that is a nonsense. We saw that in the Iranian hostage crisis. The only ship we had supporting our guys in the Shatt al-Arab waterway was a Type 22 frigate, HMS Cornwall, that was laid down in 1983 and went into service in 1988. She's nearly 20 years old. It was the wrong warship in the wrong place. She draws nearly 17.5 feet. The ships that would have been used supporting our Marines and sailors are sitting up tied in a dockyard in Plymouth or Portsmouth because we haven't got the money to put them into commission. That is just a nonsense art. We need to massively increase British defence spending. We need to get serious in the war on terror. We've got people on the ground who are very serious, but there are not enough of them. And pulling out of the EU is one means of giving us the resources that we need.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't respond to the kidnappings because you couldn't.
Exactly. We were too weak. What we should have done is issued an ultimatum to Tehran saying, you return our people within 24 hours or we are at war.
That's certainly what I would have expected.
Exactly. That is the proper British response. What we got was a weak response from Tony Blair, who allowed himself to be humiliated, just as he allowed himself to be humiliated over Iraq and WMDs. And we need to get that weak leader out of Downing Street. I know he has a reputation in America as a strong leader, but that's based on rhetoric. Blair is great when it comes to strong rhetoric, but he's all talk, no action, and we saw that over Iran. Now, he's been completely humiliated, and the latest word is that he'll be on his way within weeks. And frankly, for us Brits, it just cannot come too soon.
Okay. Now, Osama bin Laden, where is he now? Do you know, and how do we get him?
Osama bin Laden, as far as I know, is still in an ISI safe house. It's an air-conditioned, quite comfortable safe house. And although I don't know his precise whereabouts at this time, and I wouldn't say so on an open broadcast if I did, to my understanding, he's around about 25 miles southeast of Peshawar in the northwest frontier area of Pakistan, probably somewhere between the towns of Nowshera and Sherat. Nowshera, N-O-W-S-H-E-R-A, and Sherat, C-H-E-R-A-T. Now, you guys know where he is, because you guys have got a bird overhead, and you guys have been tracking his movements for some considerable time. So have we. The problem with going after bin Laden is that he is surrounded by a regularly rotated battalion of Pakistani infantry. Well, that virtually, well, it doesn't virtually, it rules out a special forces attack. Neither your special forces nor ours can just go in and pick him up. Special forces are lightly equipped, highly mobile, and are in no way set up to deal with a well-trained battalion of infantry protecting a high-value target like Bin Laden.
So essentially, we do know where he is. You just essentially told us. All right, Michael Shrimpton, in a moment, we're going to open the lines, which I think is going to be a very, very interesting exercise. No telling what may come up. If you have a question or a comment for Michael Shrimpton, the next hour will allow you to place it. I'm Art Bell. All right, I've had a couple of hours now with Michael Shrimpton. Your turn is coming up. Anything you'd like to say? Any questions you've got about what he has said, what he believes, whether you agree or disagree, is welcome. So, that said, in a moment, it's all of you and Michael Shrimpton. All right, we're about to go to the phones with Michael Shrimpton. Now, whether you agree or disagree, that's just fine. My expectation, however, is that you will, either way, be polite. Michael, you ready for some calls?
Absolutely.
All right, then here they come. Jamie in California, you're on with Michael Shrimpton.
Good evening, gentlemen. Listen, I got a question. What's your, isn't that true that when, after 9/11, when the planes were grounded, all planes were grounded here in the United States, that we let, or not, but the Bush administration let the Bin Laden, some of the Bin Laden family fly out of this country?
Jamie, that is right. Some of the Bin Laden family were allowed to fly out of the United States. That decision was taken from memory by Richard Clark, who was the Democrat appointee. He was a hangover from the Clinton administration, and my understanding is that those flights were essentially authorized by the first President Bush, not the president. I don't think the reporting lines went to the White House on that decision. I may be wrong, but that's my understanding.
All right, first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Shrimpton. Hi.
Hi. I had a question for your caller. I just was wondering on his view about how 9/11 was an inside job. Calling from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, with Edmonton 9/11 Truth, and just like all the overwhelming evidence from Building 7 to the military to the NORAD stand down. Just wanted to get his take on that.
Hi, there was a pleasure to hear from Edmonton, great city. There is absolutely no doubt that the senior administration officials were not, I repeat, not in the loop on 9/11. President Bush, Vice President Cheney, Secretary Rumsfeld had no forewarning of the attacks whatsoever. However, there may have been, or there certainly were, penetration assets reporting outside the United States, high up in the U.S. intelligence community, but those assets were well entrenched before the Bush administration took office. There are undoubted indications of some inside assistance from within the intelligence community, diverting reports, for example, from FBI agents about Islamic terrorists training, and there must have been some inside assistance in order to get the terrorists into the U.S. in the first place. Mohammed Atta was a well-known terrorist. He'd been imprisoned in Israel. He'd been released under pressure from the Clinton administration and as part of the Oslo so-called peace process. And he could not have gone into the United States in his real name without some intelligence assistance somewhere. But of course, much of this was done, the planning for 9/11 was done before the Bush administration took office.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to wildcard line 4. It's Erica in Mesa, Arizona, with Michael Shrimpton.
Hi, Erica.
It's Eric. Thanks, Art.
I'm sorry, they got Erica on the screen.
Michael, two questions. You would know this for the first one for sure. Are our UCAVs, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, capable of launching cruise missiles?
Yeah, not at the moment, but I know the Americans are working on some slightly better UCAVs, but I will give a slightly guarded answer to that. I'm well aware of some very good work being done by some very nice people at Lockheed Martin and elsewhere.
Is it secret? Is it secret?
It's not secret, but I wouldn't want to discuss the an open program what I know about the latest developments in UCAVs, but we are headed towards giving UCAVs, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, considerably greater
The reason I asked this first question is because a lot of people, myself included, believe it was a cruise missile that hit the Pentagon. You can't take a loaded 757 down from altitude and be 6 feet off the grass of the Pentagon for hundreds of feet and then hit between the first and second floor.
You can,
explain away with Chinese T-bills why they went around taking all the videotapes from all the surrounding area. But if you want, I'll get to the second question.
Eric, there's no doubt the Pentagon was hit by a Boeing 757. It was identified by pilots on the way in. The video footage is not 100% clear, but it's pretty clear that that was a plane going in. Wreckage from the plane was found inside the building, parts of the engines, for example, and it is absolutely clear that the Pentagon was struck by a Boeing 757 being flown at a low altitude.
There was a part of an aircraft that was foreign to a 757 that was found and confirmed by Honeywell here in Phoenix of not being part of the 757, but I'll go to the second question. We'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, we'll have to work this through. That's definitely a 757.
Next question.
Where was the plane in Shanksville, Pennsylvania? That we saw a crater. CNN showed up with a camera crew, and they said not a piece of luggage, shrapnel, a body was found. It's being told now that debris was found 8 miles away. This sounds to me like the plane was shot down, be it by a Hornet or a UCAV, and then another projectile was put to the ground where our cameras went to.
And with respect to that, that's a conspiracy theory that just won't wash. Wreckage was not found 8 miles away. 8 miles by road, more like a mile and a half in terms of downstream of the accident site. That was a high-speed impact by the 757 going into the ground. There's no question that was United 93, and the Shanksville is the resting place of the good folks on 93, who included some very brave passengers who took control of that plane and gave their lives in the process. There is no doubt whatsoever that the United 93 happened pretty much as the 9/11 Commission described it. That part of the 9/11 Commission report is 110% accurate. I think a lot of people get confused with respect by airline accident sites that would usually happen. Most airline accidents happen on approach, on takeoff, at fairly low speed. This was a high-speed impact into the ground, and that crater, that very, very small crater, is pretty much what we would expect to find, given the speed and the probable angle of impact.
All right, this is interesting. On the international line from Kiev in Ukraine, here's Chris for Michael Shumpin.
Good afternoon.
Art. Thank God for the Ukraine Wi-Fi radio. You'll remember me. We've spoken about the Philippines before. I hope your wife is doing well. I have a question for the guests. The Ukrainian parliament has been disbanded, and for the last couple of days, I've been trying to get to the consular office at the embassy and have not been able to because of all the demonstrations. And the Russians, there's a strong Russian presence here. Do you have any idea? I mean, it's not really on topic, but we're talking about Russians and stuff. What's going on here? And thank you for taking my call, Art, because, my gosh, I'm just trying to get paperwork done and get out of here.
Hey, it's all right here. I've never been to Kiev. I've been to Minsk. That's about the closest I've been to Kiev. One has to be slightly careful about Ukraine. The Germans the Germans and the Russians are strategic competitors, and Ukraine is very much a political battleground. I think the Russians are particularly concerned about some German influence with the current president. There's a lot of politics behind the Ukraine. It's not just what it appears on the surface. And I have a little bit of sympathy for President Putin. I share President Bush's view of President Putin. I think he's a man we can do business with. I think he's basically a good man. And I see Russia as more of a strategic partner with the United States and the UK, as she was in World War II. We could not have won World War II without the Russians.
But it's just going to blow up, because right now you can feel the tension in this city. And my friend is from Lviv. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Lviv, which is on the western side of Ukraine. Over there it's peaceful, but over here it's getting pretty crazy here.
Oh yeah, I believe that. There's a lot of tension in Kiev at the moment. I don't think it'll blow up. I think that what we're seeing in the Ukraine is a political battle. I doubt very much it's going to hit the streets, but I may be wrong. I think your plan of getting out of town, to get out of Dodge, would be my vote.
Well, I'm trying, but you can't. I have paperwork. You know, they tell us not to walk through these massive demonstrations, and the embassy is in the central part of the city, and it's everywhere. And there are actually Russian flags and this almost like a communist party type group of people, and you can tell that I should not be there. Anyways, Art, I'm sorry.
Well, if that advice, listen to me, if that advice is coming from our embassy there, you should probably follow it. They generally know what they're talking about.
I am. But anyways, have a great night, you guys, and just keep me in your thoughts, Art. So.
I will, Chris. You take care. All right, to Sabrina in Mississippi, you're on with Michael Shrimpton. Good morning.
Hi, it's nice to talk to you, Art.
And
Good morning, Sabrina.
Hi. What concerns me is all the mass duplicity in our intelligence agencies. And Michael, you said that your information was redirected continuously, correct?
Correct.
Right. Well, how do we know how much other information has fallen through the cracks? And apparently our president doesn't know any more than we do. He probably gets more information watching CNN than he gets from intelligence. Do you deny that some factions of our own intelligence could have been even working independently toward the events at 9/11?
Oh, there's no question that there were bad guy assets high up in the U.S. intelligence community. That has also been a problem with British intelligence, and it's a long-standing problem. If you think about Alan Welsh Dulles, he worked for the Germans in World War II, and he carried on working for the German DVD, Deutsche Verteidigungsdienst, based at Dachau, Munich, after 1945, and he was head of the CIA. Richard Helms was working for the Germans in World War II. And there are some very, very heavy-duty bad guy assets high up at Langley. Most of them have been identified and isolated, but boy, it's been a problem. And the president of the United States is far more isolated than the voters would think. The president is dependent very much on advice and what the intelligence chiefs bring to him, and they have been sitting on a whole lot of stuff. It's very frustrating.
I can imagine.
So it's great to hear from you.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate
Thank you, Sabrina. And let's go to Jesse in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're on with Michael Shrimpton.
Hi,
Good evening, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
All
We're
right.
doing fine.
I have two questions for you, Michael. Okay, one, is it true that Bush Jr. did have an oil dealing company with Osama himself?
No.
Okay, and also what...
But Bin Laden, let's be slightly careful with the Bin Laden family. Most of the Bin Laden family are fairly, straight business people. Very few of the Bin Laden family are involved in terrorism. The mere fact that one's surname is Bin Laden does not mean to say that one is a terrorist.
Yeah. And also, I was also under the impression that inside our nation, a few national leaders were contacted to not fly over New York during 9/11 by our own government. Is that also true?
To my knowledge, no. I mean, I'm not aware of that. So far as I know, no major figure was kept out of New York. There is a problem in Washington. 93, in my judgment, was headed for the White House, not the Congress, which is listed as a possible target. I think the target there was the White House, not the Congress. There is one major player in the Pentagon, I won't give a name on a broadcast, but there is one major player who goes to Congress who is not in the Pentagon building, and I'd be a lot happier, I'm not putting it any higher than this, I would be a lot happier, Jesse, if he had been at his post in the Pentagon that morning. There are definite signs of some people high up in the U.S. military and intelligence communities working against the U.S. in advance of 9/11. Common sense says that. There's no way those terrorists pulled off that attack without a little bit of inside help. And that came from within the U.S. intelligence community. And maybe at the Pentagon we have some slight counterintelligence problems, but I know U.S. counterintelligence community are working on that.
Rob in North Hollywood, California. Your turn with Michael.
Hi, Rob. That's a great place to live, North Hollywood.
And I was just wondering, first of all, why when the president walked into that school on September 11th, and he walked in, he saw the very first airplane after it hit the tower, he was advised of that. Then he went to classroom, sat down, and then he was advised of the second aircraft that said we're under attack. Now, why would the President of the United States sit in a chair for 9 minutes knowing the country's under attack, that he is a personal target of terrorism, that there's airplanes hijacked, that in fact where he's sitting there may be an airplane aiming right for the school he's sitting in? Why would he sit for 9 whole minutes while people are burning to death in buildings and jumping out on fire, while the country and people are being killed, sitting there for 9 minutes? Why is he running to one of those phones? The President of the United States used to go into my facility at an FBO, Fixed Base Operation Airport. He used to come into my facility where I
Okay,
work.
caller, hold it. First of all, I have to just eliminate some of your language. So I'm sure you can present this question without taking the Lord's name in vain or whatever, right?
Yes, yes. A fixed base operation is at a general airport for private jets and stuff. The president would come by and stop by, and they'd bring an enormous phone network system. They'd mess with all our phone wires, and they'd be able to have a phone system where he could communicate with all levels of the government in case of any emergency. The President of the United States, while in that school in Florida, had that phone network there. When the president is advised we're under attack, we're at war, he gets up off his butt, he runs over there, and he starts making commands, and he gets the hell out of there because he knows he's a target. But no, he sits there for 9 minutes.
All right, we've got it. We've got it. Michael, go ahead and respond to that if you can.
And it makes the point, Rob, that I was making earlier. The president was out of the loop. He had no forewarning, no inclination that the United States was going to be attacked that morning. Now, the initial report he got was an airliner hitting a building. I do not blame the president for not panicking. He was live on TV. He was in the presence of young kids. His initial response, which I thought showed leadership, actually, was not to panic, not to take rush decisions, not to run around like a headless chicken, but to just wait and get some further intel as to exactly what was happening. You see, the first report was not America is under attack. It wasn't absolutely clear that America was under attack until the second plane goes into the World Trade Center. The initial report I got, I was working at my desk, the same desk I'm speaking to you now. I was working on my computer, and the initial report I got was a plane that hit the World Trade Center. And my initial thoughts were, gee, I mean, what are we talking about? A Cessna here, a light plane, some clown who doesn't understand air traffic control regulations. It was only when I got down, switched on the fair and balanced coverage from Fox and realized, oh boy, we've got a terrorist attack. But the initial response, the initial intelligence to the president was a plane that hit the World Trade Center. I'm not even sure the president was told in that initial first response from shocked people who were dealing with an unimaginable crisis for which they had no previous experience. I'm not even sure the president was told an airliner had hit the World Trade Center. My guess is he was told in those first few whispered words, a plane has hit the World Trade Center. Now, we had a similar situation. I do advise informally. I often get consulted if there's a terrorist attack or possible terrorist attack in progress. When we had a plane go into a building in New York City, there were conversations from within the U.S. counter-terrorist, counterintelligence community, and my opinion was canvassed. And I said, in terms, this does not look like a terrorist attack within minutes of that plane hitting. I do not blame anybody for not immediately assuming that it was a terrorist attack. Once it was clear that it was a terrorist attack, then the president did take, in my view, firm and decisive action.
Michael, certainly the air traffic controllers in Boston, New York, and elsewhere understood that there was something much larger going on.
Correct.
Prior, or at least even with that first building being hit. So I'm not sure how and what kind of failures there were in communication, but certainly
major failures in communication. You can't watch a recreation of those events without wanting to throw something to the television set.
That's right.
It is very, very frustrating, but we are speaking with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes.
I don't think anybody had a very clear picture as to exactly what was going on until the second plane hit.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And insofar as the president is concerned, those communication failures in mind, I suppose that could well have been his mindset when he saw that first plane go in. All right, Michael Shrimpton is my guest, and any questions really are fair game. We've laid a lot out on the table, not all certainly that I agree with, and I'm sure many of you disagree, and some of you may agree. At any rate, it's yours to ask. I'm Art Bell from the high desert and the great American Southwest. This is Coast to Coast AM. Indeed, my guest, Michael Shrimpton, very, very controversial stuff on the airwaves tonight. You want to join in? They just gave you the numbers. In a moment, we will continue. All right, Michael, is there anything you wanted to get into the program tonight that you did not get in before we proceed here?
Oh, apart from the fact that I'm more than happy to go out and talk to people face to face, and represented by Washington Speakers Bureau and American Program Bureau. Now you've asked a lot of serious questions, Art, and I've enjoyed answering them. I know we don't actually agree on everything I've said, but I've greatly enjoyed appearing on the program.
No, that's quite all right. Laurie in Boston, Massachusetts, you're on with me.
It's a great city. Been there?
Oh, hello, Art. So nice to talk with you. I have 4 quickies. One is, first of all, does Mr. Shrimpton have a website or a book coming out? I'd like to ask these in succession in case we get cut off because I don't trust my cell phone at this juncture. And secondly, you were mystified, as was I. Last summer, prior to the elections, I read, I think it was the Newsmax or some such news source. It said that Bill Clinton ordered President Bush not to link Saddam Hussein with 9/11. And I was stunned when I read this. I said, how can he order him not to do this? And thirdly, George Tenet, as you know, Mr. Shrimpton was Clinton's CIA director, whom President Bush kept on.
Correct.
And I think I remember his saying at the hearing, seeking authorization for invasion, that it's a slam dunk, that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. Now, I don't know the time frame between when that statement was uttered and your statement that they were taken out prior to the invasion. And then lastly, in the 9/11 report, is it true, and if so, where can I find it? It's on my list of to-dos, but like number 50. I recall having read that in the report it says, we have found substantial credible evidence of ongoing collaboration between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda, or Al-Qaeda, but we have not found substantial credible evidence of a link between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda.
Okay, I'm sorry. I cut her off there by mistake. Anyway, a lot of questions there, so...
Yep, always a pleasure to hear from Boston. I'm on the advisory board of Gerard Group International, which is based near Boston. It's a very beautiful city. I was there last year. Now, I am working on a book on strategic intelligence, working on a book on the destruction of the de Havilland Comets, but they won't be ready probably till next year, maybe 2009. But I'm able to get out to the States through Washington Speakers Bureau and American Program Bureau, who are in Massachusetts. They're off the Mass Pike there at Newton. So if Laurie wants to give them a call, I'd be more than happy to come and speak to a group near her. Laurie makes a good point about the Democrats. It is absolutely clear there's some good people in the Democratic Party, of course, but it is absolutely clear that Democratic support for the president in the war on terror has been, in turn, conditional on the administration not making the link between Iraq and 9/11. And that is odd, because George Tenet was a Clinton appointee. He himself made the link between Iraq and Al-Qaeda to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. And prior to 9/11, it wasn't that controversial to say that Iraq and Al-Qaeda were working together. Many in the Intelligence Committee took that view. There were those in the Clinton administration taking that view and saying so. For example, around 1998, when Iraqi possible involvement in the attack on the U.S. embassies in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, Kenya, was raised. That this link between Iraq and Al-Qaeda has become hugely controversial, as we've seen this morning, only since 9/11. Now, George Tenet did say it was a slam dunk on WMDs. He was right. It was a slam dunk. There's no doubt Iraq had substantial WMDs. Look at the Army Day Parade in Baghdad in January 2003, when some of their weapons were on display. Iraq had huge WMD programs. That's why we had the United Nations inspections. The question is, where did those WMDs go? Clearly, they had gone. Clearly, they were there. Clearly, they went somewhere. They did not just disappear. And the answer is 2 Russian freighters out of Qazir, and those railroad lines into Damascus, Syria, and the roads linking Iraq and Syria. Now, we actually know where a lot of the Iraqi WMDs are stored. There's a storage facility in the Bekaa Valley. There's a disused airbase fairly close to the Syria-Iraq frontier, and there's an underground facility, again, fairly close to the Syria-Iraq frontier. Intelligence sources have identified at least 3 major storage sites for Iraqi WMDs in Syria.
So Syria now has control of those.
Not necessarily. Syria is storing them, but again, Syria is very, as always with client states. Remember, Iraq, Syria, Iran are all client states, and the links go back to France and Germany in every case. And it's the states which supply the WMDs which control their disposition and use. The reason WMDs went out of Iraq in the 6 months prior to March 2003 is because France and Germany took a strategic decision not to use WMDs against British and American forces. They supplied the WMDs. They told the Iraqis, we need our WMDs back. We want to embarrass President Bush and Prime Minister Blair. We want to make the British and Americans look stupid, and they've succeeded in doing that. And we do not give you permission to use our WMDs. Now, I happen to know one of the reasons why that strategic decision was taken is because it was made clear to the bad guys, including the French and the Germans, that if WMDs were used against our forces in Iraq, the response would be nuclear, not with chemical or biological. And the Iraqis were very concerned about a possible nuclear response during the Iraq War if they made offensive use of WMDs against British and American forces. Similar concerns were expressed during the Gulf War. The Iraqis did not use their WMDs in the Gulf War because they were concerned about our own WMD capability. But our capability being nuclear was a whole lot more effective than theirs, which was mainly, at that stage, chemical and biological. The American, there was a B-52 airborne out of Diego Garcia during the Gulf War. U.S. Air Force had nuclear-equipped aircraft in the air on standby, and that was a correct strategic decision. There was a nuclear deterrent force available for use should the Iraqis go mad and attack our forces with WMDs in Gulf War I.
Okay, well, you know what? That makes sense. All of that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is Saddam Hussein, the guy they caught in a little hole in the ground, blustering away about what he would do and what he would use, allowing the WMDs to be taken away as he was facing a force that was massing and closing in on him. That doesn't make sense.
But he couldn't use them up. He couldn't use them because he knew the response would be nuclear. So that is the trouble with WMDs. You can only use them against, in his case, his own people, because they could not fight back. They were of no use whatsoever against Britain and America because we have the ability to fight back, if need be, with nuclear weapons.
No question about it. All right, Mitch in Mays Landing, New Jersey. You're on with Michael Shrimpton.
Hi, Mitch.
Hi, Art. I just want to say to Mike, Mike, you said that the Chinese would tank our economy if we blamed Iraq for the reason to go in. But they buy so much of we buy so much of their goods. We're such a big part of their economy. If they turn around and tanked our economy, they would just be tanking their own economy. They would hurt themselves as much as they would hurt us.
Yeah, but
so I don't know how they could use that against us.
Mitch, that's a fair point. The Chinese undoubtedly would be taking a huge risk if they used their leverage, but that has not stopped them threatening it. And at the moment, the huge imbalance in trade between China and the United States is such that the balance of economic power favors the Chinese at this time. You're right, yes, America does have leverage back the other direction, but the balance of power favors the Chinese because of the enormous holdings of US dollar instruments that they have. Those T-bills are an enormous threat. They are a major problem facing Ben Bernanke in the Federal Reserve, the Treasury Secretary. It is a constant problem And it's not something, when I have met the U.S. Treasury, and I have been to the U.S. Treasury in Washington, and I have been on the Treasury Secretary's corridor, and this is something they do not like to acknowledge, but they most certainly do not deny that Chinese economic threat is real. Now, of course, the Chinese are not crudely picking up the phone in Beijing and saying to the U.S. President, you do this or otherwise we will drop our T-bills on the market and we will take the dollar down. But that is a factor in U.S. strategic thinking. We have to deal with that problem with China.
They would never take our dollar down because they would just hurt their economies the same way.
Not necessarily. The Chinese economy, one of the problems with China is that it's buying raw materials and oil very, very cheap. It's getting a lot of oil out of Brunei, for example, at a seriously discounted price. It's getting copper out of Zambia. It's getting chrome and raw materials out of Zimbabwe, which is a Chinese client state, at a hugely discounted rate. And a lot of American corporations have built up a fairly big presence in China. It's not that easy for the U.S. to stand up to China at the moment. The answer is to reduce the trade imbalance, and that means, at the end of the day, recognizing Taiwan. We have got to stop dealing with China. And until we do that, they are going to use whatever leverage they've got against us. That's only one factor, Mitch. I'm not saying it's the sole factor. I'm not even saying it's the most important factor. But it is a factor. Now, Laurie from Boston made a very good point with respect about the Democratic Party. There are political factors here. There has been an attempt by the administration, quite seriously and sensibly, to build a political bipartisan consensus in Washington for the war on terror. And part of those negotiations have been a very clear insistence by the Democratic Party that the link to Saddam and the link to 9/11 is not made. And the 9/11 Commission, the 9/11 report, was a very carefully politically balanced report. And it was reduced to the lowest common denominator, and any reference to Iraqi involvement in 9/11 was excised from that report for political reasons.
Okay, all right. On the international line, you're on the air with Michael Shrimpton. Where are you, please?
I'm in Paris.
I'm sorry?
Paris.
Oh, Paris?
Yes.
Okay. Yes,
Yes,
go right
I
in.
wanted to ask you, what is your military background? Any service, actual service?
Where are you ringing from?
I'm calling from Paris.
From Paris? Oh, good afternoon in Paris. I've never served, I've not been commissioned in the UK Armed Forces. I've served in the Royal Air Force Voluntary Reserve, and I was trained to fly aircraft by the Royal Air Force a long time ago. But my background is a lawyer and intelligence expert rather than military.
Yes, with all due respect to your intelligence, it sounds like you spew quite a bit of dogma to promote war against the Arabs and the Middle Eastern people for greed and genocide, as an oil grab, land grab, to take military positioning, and with very little evidence.
That's rich with respect coming from Paris, bearing in mind that you guys are getting oil out of Iran at $12 a barrel. Britain and America, I'll have you know, pay top dollar for oil. America doesn't go into countries. America did not go into Iraq for oil any more than Britain. America pays top dollar, as far as I know, for every barrel of oil coming out of Iraq. France does not pay top dollar for barrels of oil coming out of Iran. It's France and Germany and also the Chinese who are interested in securing client states with willing to supply them with oil at way below the so-called market rate. And that applies to oil coming out of Iran, it applies to oil coming out of Saudi, it applies to oil coming out of Brunei. So for the French to take that point with respect is a little disingenuous. And for the French to talk about genocide, well, why don't we talk about the French fact genocide in Rwanda and the role of French intelligence in bringing down the plane carrying President Obaramania?
All right, hold tight, Michael. We've been on a lot of time. Maria in Manhattan, you're on with Michael Shrimpton.
Hi, good morning. Well, I just wanted to get your opinion about something I'm going to say. The reason that people think that certain elements within the government were involved in cooperation, collusion, if not instigation, is because so many of these official explanations are proven to be just absolute lies. And I think I have a new one that I've never really heard talked about that I'd like to get your opinion about. I worked at Ground Zero, right after, for December. I was doing physical therapy. One of my patients was a National Guardsman, and this young man injured his knee running away from Building 7, almost falling on his head. In other words, the military personnel that were stationed around Building 7, stationed to guard it, were not told, were not given any warning that this building was going to come down. So the official, story that it was brought down as some kind of controlled demolition just doesn't make sense. And, additionally, if it was brought down in a controlled demolition, then, who exactly did the planning? Who exactly placed the dynamite? Or, whatever, show some paperwork to, back that story up.
Well, I agree, Maria. There's no doubt that WTC-7 collapsed as a follow-on to the collapse of WTCs 1 and 2. Just the shockwave, the enormous shock of those immensely heavy buildings crashing to the ground, imposed tremendous strain on surrounding buildings, including WTC-7, which already had problems with impact damage from the original impacts and fire, and as we know was an emergency facility and had large diesel generators with diesel storage. That caught fire. That building was in trouble from the moment those planes hit WTC-1 and 2.
Michael,
you're right. There seems to have been an appreciation the building was about to collapse, and that's probably why your National Guardsman was getting out of Dodge. But there wasn't very much warning of its collapse. There was some warning, and people were evacuated from the building, but not much warning.
Michael, you're aware there was a statement made about that building being pulled, right? And you know what that phrase means?
Yeah, my understanding of that is that was getting everybody out of the building. Not pulling the building down, but getting everybody out of the building.
Mark in Florence, Oregon, you're on with Michael Shrimpton.
Well, good evening to you, Art, and Michael. Michael, I'll tell you, and I'd like to make a statement here and give you a couple of well-documented facts very quickly. And I am glad for one thing that you will go as high as there was collusion at the high levels of the intelligence communities to pull off 9/11, which is the whole basis for the agenda of terrorism, which is all about not just the control of the people in this country, but all over this world. And it's an issue that will never go away unless 9/11 is exposed. I disagree with 90% plus of what you said. It is untruths in the form of disinformation and misinformation, Michael. George Bush signed, for instance, an intelligence directive punishable by law if not obeyed to all members of the intelligence community of the United States of America that they were to stay off Al-Qaeda's trail, that they were to stay off Bin Laden's trail. This is on the BBC online website. It has also been written up in The Guardian in London. You cannot deny the fact that you are supporting an illusion. You sound like you're actually a neoconservative. You sound like you've never heard of the Project for a New American Century before, because everything you've picked off, including the invasion, the proposed invasion of Syria and one other country that you named there, it's all in the Project for a New American Century. I see it for what it is because this is one of my main hobbies, and I've been studying this for many years before 9/11 happened. And I would suggest, Art, that you have on Alex Jones with Michael so that Alex could historically cut his case to ribbons, because it can be done with well-documented facts. And I thank you for the time you gave.
You're very welcome.
Well, I'm always happy to go back on the Alex Jones show. I've been on his show before, but today we're with Art Bell, and very pleased to be on the show. Never been to Florence, Oregon, been to Florence, Georgia. No, I have to disagree with you, caller. The BBC and The Guardian are hardly reliable qualitative sources. I probably am a neoconservative. I didn't take any. I used to be liberal in my youth. And I've just got more sensible as I get older, and that really is the definition of a neoconservative, a conservative who basically liberal with intelligence that grows up and sees the world for what it is.
All right, Michael, on that note, we're going to have to say goodnight. Time is up, show is over, and all of that, so I appreciate your being here. Thank you so very much, and you have a good balance of the day.
Thank you, Art. I'm about to go and have an Easter egg. It's been a pleasure to be on the show.
Take care, my friend, and that's it for this program. I'll be back tomorrow night. I have a lot to say about bees and a lot more. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, Manila, I greet you all, time zone to time zone, all 24 of them, or however many there are.
Morning, noon, nighttime, whatever it is where you are, doesn't matter. Here's where I am. I'm Art Bell, and this, of course, is the biggest, the most interesting program of its kind on the face of the planet. It's called Coast to Coast AM. Great to be here. My honor and privilege to be escorting you throughout the weekend. John Mark Carr, the suspect in the killing of 6-year-old John Benet Ramsey, arrived late Sunday after a 15-hour flight from Thailand in which he sipped champagne, get this, dined on fried king prawns and roast duck, oh my gosh, and exchanged what he described as small talk with law enforcement escorts. Carr voluntarily returned to the U.S., was not handcuffed in his business class seat, was expected to be extradited by Los Angeles authorities, pending a hearing on extradition then to Boulder, Colorado, where authorities have indeed issued an arrest warrant for him. Lebanon's defense minister said Sunday that he is certain Hezbollah will not break the ceasefire, but he warned all militant groups of harsh measures and a traitor's fate should they incite Israeli retribution by firing rockets into the Jewish state. So in other words, don't start it again. A Missouri man who police say confessed to killing, dismembering, and then burning the bodies of 7 men in his bedroom fireplace. You know, these kinds of stories. 7 men in his bedroom fireplace, was charged Sunday with 1 count of murder. Michael Lee Shaver Jr., 33, charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action related to killing around fall of 2001. Shaver, the police say, spontaneously confessed after he was arrested following a failed carjacking, told investigators he had shot and then killed 7 people at his residence during drug transactions so he could take their money and their drugs. Boy. Senator Joe Lieberman, attacked by fellow Democrats as being too close to the White House on the Iraq War, on Sunday called on Defense Secretary Rumsfeld to resign, said the U.S. cannot simply walk away from the Iraqis. Isn't the world news wonderful? Or this, from Texas. 3 police officers and a state trooper were shot and wounded Sunday afternoon, and the alleged gunman died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, ending a standoff that lasted more than 8 hours, according to police there. Police said the siege began when the officers were called to an apartment complex because of a report of a broken window. Looking at it, they figured out it was had been shot out. They went to the apartment. Gunfire appeared to come from the apartment. Somebody began opening fire on them. Always a bad idea with regard to the police. And so he's now gone. More rain on the way to flooded Alaska. It's bad in Alaska. It's going to get worse. More rain on the way. Trilby Lundberg. You may have heard that name, not Trilby, but Lundberg, the nation's guru of gasoline prices, has no idea how many miles her new Mercedes-Benz at that, gets per gallon when she fills her tank, but she's more concerned with convenience and price. Yet for decades, the nation has turned the assertive 57-year-old cat lover, bless her heart, and her twice-monthly Lundberg survey of gas stations to keep track of the fluctuating price of gasoline. Lately, of course, the news has not been good, nor is much of any of the national news. In a moment, we'll look at the rest of the news. I think it is so appropriate that somebody, a chain like Denny's would sponsor the first hour of the show here on the weekends all night, available all night long, just as this program is. You know, I also want to take a second out, just before I plunge away here, and thank the Nevada Broadcasters Association that last night inducted me into their Hall of Fame. Makes one feel old. I am old. Nevertheless, it is a great honor, and thank you very much. Now, for the amateur radio operators out there, the aficionados of shortwave and those who watch the sun, on July 31st, it may not seem like much, a little tiny sunspot was born. Not that sunspots actually get born, but it's just a word. It popped up from the sun's interior, floated around a little bit, then vanished again in just a few hours on the sun. This sort of thing happens all the time, and ordinarily, well, it just wouldn't even be worth mentioning. But this sunspot was rather special. It was an absolutely backwards sunspot. Now, that really is important. According to David Hathaway, he said, "We've been waiting for this." A solar physicist at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, said backward sunspots a sign the next solar cycle is beginning. The tiny backward sunspot of July 31st, backward means magnetically backward. Sunspots are planet-sized magnets created by the sun's inner magnetic dynamo. Like all magnets in the universe, sunspots are north and south magnetic poles. They have them both. The sunspot of July 31st popped up at solar latitude 65 west, 13 south. Sunspots in that area are normally oriented north-south. The newcomer, however, was oriented south-north, opposite of the norm. The tiny spot of backwardsness matters because of what it might foretell a really big solar cycle. Now, that's something we've been hoping for, ham radio operators. Solar activity rises and falls, of course, in 11-year cycles, swinging back and forth between times of quiet and, well, great storminess. Right now, the sun is very quiet. We're near the end of solar cycle 23. That peaked back in 2001. Next cycle 24 should begin any time now, returning the sun to a very stormy state. Satellite operators and NASA mission planners are bracing for this next solar cycle because it's expected to be exceptionally stormy. Perhaps, get this, the stormiest in decades. Sunspots and solar flares will return in abundance, producing bright auroras on Earth and dangerous proton storms in space. But when will 24 begin? Says Hathaway, maybe it just did. The first spot of a new solar cycle is always backwards. Solar physicists have long known that sunspot magnetic fields reverse polarity from cycle to cycle. North-south becomes south-north and vice versa. The backward sunspot may be the first sunspot of cycle 24. It sounds exciting, but there are cautions. First, the sunspot lasted only 3 hours. Typically, sunspots last days, weeks, or even months. 3 hours is fleeting in the extreme. It came and went so fast it was not even given an official number, says Hathaway. The astronomers who number sunspots did not think it worthy. Kind of like stripping Pluto of its planetary status. Second, the latitude of the spot is somewhat suspicious. New cycle sunspots almost always pop up in mid-latitudes around 30 degrees north, 30 degrees south. In that area, the backward sunspot is, was actually, for a short time at 13 south. That's very strange. The oddism stopped Hathaway short of declaring the onset of a new solar cycle, but he says it looks promising. Even if cycle 24 truly has begun, don't expect any great storms right away. Solar cycles last 11 years, take time to build up to a fever pitch. For a while, perhaps 1 or 2 years, cycle 23 and 4 will actually share the sun, making a hodgepodge of backward and forward spots. Eventually, cycle 24 will take over completely, and then the fireworks begin. You never know what you're going to get digging through the U.S. patent files, and it has been discovered that Samsung has filed one of their own in hopes of using, now get this, folks, of using the atmosphere as an antenna. Researchers and employees in Korea are devising a method to use the ionosphere, the layer of atmosphere around 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface, as a medium for long-distance communication without the need for expensive satellites. Now, of course, the ionosphere already plays a role in communications as a radio reflector. It bounces low-frequency radio signals from sea to shining sea, but by launching UHF signals behind a 1 gigahertz carrier signal, scientists are thinking they can alter the behavior of the ionosphere to create an alternating current, which then can be modulated at a particular frequency in order to create an antenna of global proportions. While the precise utility of such a thing is not yet clear, it's interesting that it's in the works, apparently. Is Nessie real? She was once and could be again. Whether or not the huge creature known as the Loch Ness Monster is a living dinosaur, we do know that millions of years ago, huge carnivorous reptiles resembling Nessie lived in Australia. If the current Nessie is not real, we may soon be able to recreate her. Now, what do you think of that idea? A scientific breakthrough in DNA is going to make it possible for creatures that have been extinct for, well, since the Ice Age, about 30,000 years ago, to roam the Earth again. Like Nessie does now? Question mark. This comes from Whitley Strieber's Unknown Country. BBC News quotes researcher Australian Benjamin Keir as saying, imagine a compact body with 4 flippers, a reasonably long neck, small head, short tail, much like a reptilian seal. This creature grew to be around 16 feet long, had incredibly sharp teeth, so maybe we should hope that today's Nessie is a myth. Mark Henderson writes in the London Times that the woolly mammoth, which had been extinct for a much shorter time, around 30,000 years, could roam the Earth once more if DNA researchers can use frozen sperm, yes, they have frozen sperm found inside a long-dead mammoth, to produce offspring in surrogate mother animals. Maybe the Loch Ness Monster is a similar situation that somehow happened naturally. What do you think? Should we bring something like that back? Or how about this for a headline? Blood-sucking chupacabra goes on rampage in Russian villages, many of which I'm going to have a hard time pronouncing. In Russia, the first evidence has appeared of a half-mythical creature which apparently sucks blood from animals, even large ones. Abroad, it is known under the name chupacabra. No one knows for certain what it looks like, but in 2005, a farmer in Texas caught in a trap, something looking very much like a cross between a bald dog, a rat, and a kangaroo, which apparently was sucking blood out of his chickens and turkeys, and now a mystery bloodsucker has appeared around Orenburg. The worries began at the end of March 2005, not far from the regional center, where they lost 32 turkeys. The bodies of the birds found in the morning had been completely drained of blood. None of the farmers either heard or saw the beast that killed them. Then, in the village of Gravokia, sheep fell victim to a nighttime vampire. Now, that's getting bigger. The unknown animal was also in the hamlets of Latakinsha and Sherma, Sherma, I guess. In the course of the night, 3 to 4 sheep or goats perished. Altogether, the losses in the region amounted to 30 small horned cattle. So there have been any number of witnesses to this. Any number of farmers have seen this bloodsucker, and it may well be that the now infamous chupacabra has indeed made another showing. If we can ever identify the genetic and psychological traits that make people criminals, especially killers, we may be able to lock them away before they kill again, or kill even the first time. This theme was explored several years ago in the film Remember Minority Report. Now it is apparently becoming real. In the West, courts have always incarcerated people according to the severity of their crimes, rather than on the likelihood of committing future offenses, even though every policeman and judge will say they can spot an offender who will commit more crimes in the future. The parole system uses a series of judgments based on judicial experience in order to decide who should be let out of prison early. It starts with the death penalty. This type of assessment can spell the difference between a death sentence and life spent in prison. It seems as though about 5% of all those who commit crimes continually, in other words, that is about 70%, frankly, of all crimes are committed by about 5% of the people, and now they're beginning to get a genetic handle on it all. Man-made global warming leads to higher ocean surface temperatures, which in turn creates more and stronger hurricanes, as well as other so-called natural disasters like forest fires, droughts, and floods. The BBC News is reporting, notice we always have to get this from the BBC, that climatologists say that global warming will increase the risk of forest fires, droughts, and floods over the next 200 years, even if we cut greenhouse gas emissions right now. So I suppose that would add to the argument that would say, what the hell, it's too late anyway. Hurricanes are getting stronger, as you know. More frequent global warming warms the surface of the ocean, feeding the storms, which then in turn cause devastation when they move inland. But this is is the actual ocean surface temperature a result of natural changes or greenhouse gases or both? They now apparently think both. Scientists think they have now found a gene, speaking of genes, that helped the human brain evolve, or did help it, from our chimp-like ancestors. In just a very few million years, one area of the human genome seems to have evolved about 70 times faster than the rest of our genetic code. It appears to have a role in a rapid tripling of the size of the brain's crucial cerebral cortex, according to an article being published in the very famous journal Nature, looking at 49 areas that have changed the most between the human and chimpanzee genomes. They have found a dramatic change in a relatively short period of time in one area. That one gene did not exist until, get this, 300 million years ago, and is present only in mammals and birds. But then, after that, it did not change much at all. And then finally, this for you, entitled Lizard Birthing. If you have raised kids, or ever in one, and gone through the pet syndrome, including, of course, toilet flush burials for dead goldfish, the story below is going to have you laughing and possibly on the floor. Overview. I had to take my son's lizard to the vet. Here's what happened. Just after dinner one night, my son came to tell me that there was something wrong with one of the two lizards that he holds prisoner in his room. He's just lying there and looking sick, he told me. I'm serious, Dad. Can you help? Well, I put on my best lizard healer statement on my face, followed him into his bedroom. One of the little lizards was indeed lying on his back, looking stressed. I immediately knew what to do. Honey, I called. Come look at the lizard. Oh my gosh, my wife diagnosed after just a moment. She's having babies. What? My son demanded. Their names are Bert and Ernie, Mom. I was equally outraged. Hey, how can that be? I thought we said we didn't want them to reproduce, I accused my wife. Well, what do you want me to do? Post a sign on their cage? She inquired. I actually think she said this rather sarcastically. No, but you were supposed to get two boys, I reminded her in my most loving, calm, sweet voice while getting my teeth together and gritting. Yeah, Bert and Ernie, my son agreed. Well, it's just a little hard to tell on some guys, you know, she informed me, again with the sarcasm, you think? By now, the rest of the family had gathered to see what was going on. I shrugged, deciding to make the best of it. Kids, this is going to be a wondrous experience, I announced. We're about to witness the miracle of birth. Oh, gross, they shrieked. Well, isn't that just great? What are we going to do with a litter of tiny little lizard babies? My wife wanted to know. I really do think she was being snotty here. Don't you? We peered at the patient. After much struggling, what looked like a tiny foot would briefly appear, vanishing a scant second later. I noted we don't appear to be making much progress. It's breech, my wife whispered, horrified. Do something, Dad, my son urged. Okay. Squeamishly, I reached in and grabbed the foot when it next appeared. Giving it a gentle tug, it disappeared. I tried several more times with the same result. Should I call 911? My eldest daughter wanted to know. Maybe they could talk us through the trauma. You see a pattern here with the females in my house? Let's get Ernie to the vet, I said grimly. We drove to the vet with my son holding the cage in his lap. Breathe, Ernie, breathe, he urged. I don't think lizards do Lamaze, his mother noted to him. Women can be so cruel to their young. I mean, what she does to me is one thing, but this boy is of her womb, for God's sakes. The vet took Ernie back to the examining room, peered at the little animal through a magnifying glass. What do you think, Doc? A C-section? I suggested scientifically. Oh, very interesting, he murmured. Mr. and Mrs. Cameron, may I speak to you privately for a moment? I gulped, nodding for my son to step outside for just a moment, son. Is Ernie going to be okay? My wife asked. Oh, perfectly, the vet assured us. This lizard is not in labor. In fact, that isn't ever going to happen. You see, Ernie is a boy. Ernie is a young male, you see, and occasionally, as they come into maturity, like most male species, they masturbate, just the way he did. Lying on his back, he blushed, glancing at my wife. Oh, you know what I'm saying, Mrs. Cameron? We were silent, absorbing all of this. So Ernie's just excited, my wife offered. Exactly, the vet replied, relieved that we understood. More silence. Then my vicious, cruel wife started to giggle, then laugh loudly. What's so damn funny, I demanded, knowing but not believing that the woman I married would commit the upcoming affront to my flawless manliness, tears now running down her face, laughing as actually the other side of the world. Well, in a moment, we will go to open lines, so if you've got something you want to get on the air, something really interesting, grab one and join us to finish up the lizard story, mercifully cut off by that commercial break. With the wife simply laughing hysterically, the husband announced, "That's enough. That's enough." We thanked the vet and hurriedly bundled the lizards and our son back into the car. And he was glad that everything was going to be okay. He said, "I know Ernie's really thankful for what you've done, Dad," he told me. Oh, you have no idea, at which point the wife once again collapsed with laughter. Moral of the story, 2 lizards, $140. 1 cage, $50. Trip to the vet, $30. Memory of your husband pulling on a lizard's winky, priceless. Moral of the story, finished biology class. Lizards lay eggs. All right, as advertised, we're about to plunge into open lines. I want to remind you that next weekend I have petitioned for a night of open lines. Now, you may want to take the week to prepare the stories that I'm looking for. I'm going to be looking for stories of people who have experienced another dimension. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean consciously experienced another dimension. I understand that many have had sleep experiences in which they think they've experienced another dimension, but we're going to skip over that one and hopefully not get people who call up and say, well, you know, I had a dream. I am convinced, as are, by the way, most modern theoretical physicists, that there are as many as 11, if not more, additional dimensions out there than ours. And so obviously, from time to time, if you believe half the stories or a quarter of the stories that we get here, people have visited briefly on occasion or perhaps at some length other dimensions. And I would like those stories, and we'll be soliciting those stories during an open line segment next week, as well as whatever else you would like to talk about. So anybody who feels they've actually, for a short or long time, consciously experienced another dimension, we're going to be looking for you on one of the days of next weekend. In the meantime, east of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. A pleasure to talk with you.
And with you, sir.
A long time ago, in a loser's paradise, the folks looked down at their tiny television sets and concluded that the grass really is greener on the other side, and they tore down the Berlin Wall. With your electronic experience and broadcast genius, could you come up with some modern thing, a video phone or whatever, that would essentially trigger the Islamic Renaissance that's been delayed by, 1,000 years? Start in Mindanao by sending them some of that kind of kits. We could give everybody a $1,000 device compared to what we're doing right now and a futile expense.
I wish what you suggest would be possible. I wish that there was some way of changing the minds and the hearts of those who want us dead. He mentioned Mindanao down to it's one of the southernmost islands of the Philippine chain, and there is indeed activity going on down there and has been for years now. And of course, Islamic radical activity going on in many, many parts of the world. Can we change those minds and hearts? I don't think so. I think this is one of those things where these folks either want us converted, and they've pretty well given up on that concept, or they want us dead. Now, when you get to the point where somebody wants you to believe as they believe or die, then I guess you've got a situation where you're at war, whether you like it or not. And the answer, of course, is not. We don't like it. But believing as we do, as Americans do, and loving freedom as we do, I think this is one war that is absolutely, completely unavoidable. You're not going to change those hearts and those minds through all the video conferences or things that you might send. And so you're going to have to fight this war. The West is going to have to eventually, and I'm sure it will, make up its mind that, and to some degree already has, we just don't advertise it, that we are going to fight that war. And we're certainly not going to convert, are we? West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
This West of the Rockies?
It is.
Hi, Art. This is Mike. Nice talking to you again. I was assuming that you played the Exorcism tape about 3 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Remember?
Okay. Yeah, I do.
I just thought, I was praying on a prayer line for a certain ministry one time, and this is an exorcism on an animal. And
No. Don't play it for me.
No. I haven't.
Okay. Is that an exorcism for an animal?
Yeah, she had donated some money to the ministry, and ever since that day, her little dog had been sick, you know. And she told me, she said, I know it's the devil. I said, well, it could be. I said, let me pray. And I started praying. I said, is he in the room? She said, yes. I said, after I prayed, I said, what's he doing? She said, he's shaking violently. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to pray again. So I started the exorcism. And then, after I was done, I said, what's he doing now? She said, he got up, he walked over to me, his tail is wagging, sat down, and he has tears in his eyes. I said, take him for a walk, because he's free.
So there you have it, the story of a freed pooch, I guess. Can the devil inhabit an animal, a dog? Well, I suppose so. If one is given to believe that animals might have souls, and I'm certainly given to believe that, then I guess I would have to believe that they could potentially be inhabited by an evil force, I guess. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
My entire life, I have experienced shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not really sure, like, I haven't really listened to any of your broadcasts shadow people or anything, so, like, what exactly are they?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be doing shows on them, I suppose. I have no idea what they are. They're probably spirits or souls, or perhaps even aliens, and they're probably operating on another dimensional frequency, one that we rarely see. There are people like yourself who claim to see them almost constantly, but that's pretty rare, so we don't know what they are, dear. Sorry if that stops you cold, but we don't know. Well, I guess she just went away. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better answer than that, but obviously that's one of the things that we explore on this program, and that was the best description I'm able to give. These are creatures or spirits that are seen, usually, as I mentioned yesterday, in peripheral vision, occasionally straight on by people like that young lady who just called and was too shy to go beyond that. But we don't know. The answer is we don't know what they are. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Orlando.
Yes.
Are you still interested in pirates?
Pirates?
Yeah, you were interested a few years ago. I'm a treasure hunter.
Uh-huh.
And I got your address over in Pahrump, but obviously you moved. You sent your stuff. When I've got the stuff, but I don't think it's going to make it all the way to Manila.
Well, when you say you've got the stuff, what specifically is the stuff?
I've been estimating an old pirate ship. Sunk off Florida Keys.
Were these pirates who had, done well?
Well, they've done well supposedly until the U.S. Navy caught up with them in 1834.
I see. And obviously sunk them. No, but the question was really, was the ship filled with booty?
Yes.
And so the stuff you refer to is gold and jewels and that sort of thing?
Yeah, a few coins. I haven't found any jewels, found coins. We're still looking for the jewels, trust me.
Sure you are. Much like the gold that never reached me, from Ed Dames, I don't know what to say, but if you feel so inclined to send some coins and or jewels when you come across them along my way, just send them to the network and they'll forward them on or not.
Is your house still exist over in, your address still exists over in Pahrump?
Yes, of course it does, yeah.
Okay, can I send it there?
I see no reason why not, yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. And why don't I talk about, when pirates come up, I'll talk about them. I guess there hasn't been a lot of pirate news lately. Actually, I think the last pirate story ended rather grimly for the pirates. I think it was off the coast of Africa, and if I recall correctly, a U.S. naval vessel put them down to Davy Jones' locker rather quickly. Wildcard Line, you are on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art? This is Joe. I'm in Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And I want to tell you about a ghost cat story.
A ghost cat story, okay.
Yeah, me and my wife, we was out checking out some haunting one night. And we came back to the motel. And I laid down before she did and everything. And she said we had cats with us. And she put them in the cage for the night. And I was sleeping, and while I was sleeping, I felt the presence of a cat kneading on me. And I asked her the next morning, and she said she put the cat, in the cage right after I went to bed. And the next night, it happened to her. The cat was meowing in her face. The ghost cat.
Yeah, and obviously there was no real cat there, right?
There was nothing there.
Okay, well, what you have just described actually is awfully common. I'm convinced that animals do come back in spirit. I have a cat, Yeti. My Yeti crawls into bed with me just about nightly and crawls under the covers and kneads my stomach until Yeti is satisfied. I'm sure that it goes back to kittyhood. And I'm not sure what it is, but I can tell you this, that it satisfies him tremendously. After he has kneaded my stomach for the appointed amount of time, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 sessions before he's satisfied, he's purring. And he's kind of off in another little world for a while. In fact, he's sort of confused. As he slowly comes out of the covers, I'm forced to kind of hold him on my chest for a while, and he just sort of lays there in kind of a state of contented confusion. And then eventually he'll realize, sort of shake himself and realize it's the real world, and will then crawl off to his little soft appointed bed over in the corner. But he really needs that. It means an awful lot to him. And I've always seen to it that he gets it when he needs it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Phil.
Yes, hello.
I've been abducted by aliens.
How long ago?
I can't remember.
You cannot remember?
I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago. And do you recall what they did?
They took me while I was sleeping. I woke up in their ship and they started talking.
And do you recall what they said to you?
Honda asked them, did they, and Honda said, no, they didn't. And then they put a probe up my nose.
Up your nose.
Yeah.
That's the sort of story that really puts a very bad light on aliens indeed. I've never been a fan of probes in the nose, or any other orifice for that matter. And it also tends to make me not think they're the warm little fuzzy creatures that everybody thinks they are. What do you think? I'd give it about a 50-50 possibility that they're the warm, fuzzy little creatures depicted in so many science fiction movies. I rather think not. Well, let's see. Let's go to the first-time caller line. You're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know if I was on. I listen to your program all the time, and I think it's real good.
Well,
I had
it's
a
very
out-of-body
different.
experience. I was in a real bad car wreck,
Yes, sir.
and I was on the operating table, and they said my heart stopped. I left my body. I come out through the back of my body, and I was above the operating table. I could see the doctors working. I could see the nurses, and I kept going up. And I went up through the ceiling, and I started going up above it, and the hospital started getting smaller and smaller. And I went up further in the sky, and the state started getting smaller and smaller. And pretty soon I could see the continent getting smaller.
May I ask you a question? Were you fully conscious during this experience? In other words, were you saying to yourself, my God, I probably just died, and I'm rising above a hospital, and here I am rising now above the earth? I mean, were you thinking those things as it was occurring?
Yes, sir. In fact, I was kind of scared at first, and then I could look at my body, and I had multicolored, like electrical charges all over me. And as I was floating, going up, I had a knowledge of everything. It seemed like I had some kind of a universal knowledge of everything, of creation, of electromagnetic, of anything that I could think of, I had an answer for.
Yes, sir.
And I kept going, and I left the planet, and it started getting smaller, and I was floating out in darkness. I was going by these colored lights. They're like rungs of light. They're round, and they were horizontal, and on the ends were like stars. And then they had lights that went back to the horizon that looked like railroad tracks going way back in the distance. And as I passed by each one of these rungs of lights, it was making the most prettiest music I ever heard. And I went beyond them lights, and I was still going. And I started seeing dark shapes and shadows and things. I started getting scared. So I started praying real hard, and all of a sudden there was an explosion of colored lights. And I was standing in this field of multicolored flowers, and they were like rainbow colors. Some had more colors than others, and you could distinguish them apart. The sky was white, and the best way I could describe that was like looking through your eyelash in the sunlight, and you could see rainbow colors.
Sure.
And while I was standing there, I heard a voice, and I believe the sky that was white was God, and he was talking to me. And he told me, it's your time, my son. And I said, Father, it's not fair. I've had such a rough childhood, and I've had a rough life. And I prayed and asked you to bring me a wife, and you brought me a wife, and now you want to take me away from her. And he says, if you go back and you tell people the second coming is at hand, I'll let you live. And I said, yes, Father. The next thing I know, he hit the top of my head, and I filled my body up, and I was back in my body again.
And that accounts for why you're now on a international show telling us the story, because you're required to talk about the second coming. How soon do you feel it may occur?
Well, this was done maybe about 30 years ago. But time really is nothing to God, you know.
So I've heard. Yes.
But,
so
I believe
it could be any time.
If you're going in the Middle East and everything's going on, it's got to be soon.
It could be soon, sir. There's no question about it. It is said no man shall know the time, so I'm surprised he indicated to you that the time was nigh. At any rate, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Freddy Silva is going to be here. Now, Freddy Silva abandoned a rather lucrative career to begin a study of crop circles, one of the greatest mysteries of our time. He's quite knowledgeable in the field, and anybody who gives up a lot of money to study something like crop circles deserves a listening. He's coming up next. This is Coast to Coast AM. It is indeed. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be, across the face of the globe, everybody. One of the greatest mysteries of our time. Clearly, along with animal mutilations, would be crop circles. Now, we all know that not all of them are the real McCoy, but obviously some are. And here comes a man who has devoted his life to a study of them. His name is Freddy Silva. Freddy Silva first began researching crop circles in 1990, and as his fascination with the subject has grown, therefore his career in modern commerce has plummeted. However, Freddy is today one of the world's foremost experts on crop circles, sacred space, and consciousness. He is the best-selling author of Secrets in the Fields, Science and Mysticism of Crop Circles, hailed by many as the most comprehensive and multidisciplinary study ever undertaken into this fascinating phenomenon. He's also released the DVD documentary, Stairways to Heaven, The Practical Magic of Sacred Space, written and directed by himself. Freddy is a lifelong student of Earth mysteries, sacred space, and ancient systems of knowledge. Coming up in a moment, Freddy Silva. First of all, anybody who gives up a successful life in modern commerce, in other words, making money, to study crop circles, has really got to be devoted to the subject. Freddy Silva, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Alex. How are you?
I'm quite well. Where are you located?
Right now I'm in, I was going to say sunny Portland, Maine, but it's not sunny yet. But it will be by the time we finish with the interview.
All right, well, I had not looked at the phone number associated with your parents, and the accent said to me, oh my gosh, he's in Great Britain or perhaps Australia. I don't discern that carefully. Freddie, why in the world would somebody turn from a successful career making money into a full-time study of something like, fascinating as it is, crop circles?
Well, I think 10 years later, I'm still asking myself the same question, but the fringe benefits have been so wonderful. The things I've experienced, the things I've seen, and of course the people I've met along the way, that the commercial side of it always is a bit of a problem with people doing this kind of research. It's always a struggle every day, every month. But somehow it seems to work. The numbers somehow end up in your favor at some point along the way. But there was something that I saw many, many years ago when I was actually living in Chicago back in 1990. And I saw this image on television, and it just turned me. I had no idea what it was doing to me, what it was saying. I just knew what I was looking at was something that was of great benefit to humanity, and that was my first involvement with the phenomenon of crop circles, even though I was watching this thing on television. I had no idea if this was land art or people had sort of gone around with a lawnmower and made this incredible design in the field somewhere. I was actually ironing a shirt at the time when the sound turned off, but I knew exactly what I was looking at when I saw that first picture. And the funny thing is that the more people that I've met on my journey, the more they tell me exactly the same story, that it's happened to them in the same way, as if these messages are unlocking some kind of memory inside of human beings, and it's getting them to wake up and recognize their purpose in life.
I also have had fairly profound feelings when looking at some of the crop circles, and of course I've seen most of them over the years, Freddie. I am curious, what percentage, Freddie, of the crop circles that show up on a yearly basis do you think are genuine? And when I say genuine, of course, I mean not made by man.
It's difficult to say. It sort of brings back the old argument when Colin Andrews came up with that 80-20 theory a few years ago, which caused no end of confusion. It's very difficult to say because you'd have to have been a person who's gone into every single one of them. I'm talking about 11,000 reports in 29 countries, going back just to 1980 at least. Of course, they go back to at least 1682. But you'd have to analyze every single one of them. And this has been a growing phenomenon. There's been a growing education along the way. I have to say, just looking at what I know, what I've experienced, that up to about 1991, I'd say virtually 95% were all genuine. The hoaxing was so rare in those days. You could really tell what was man-made just by the mess that was being made. But I think what happened was, historically, as the crop circles began to grow in popularity, and it almost became a religion by the time we had the big Barbary Castle tetrahedron, the very famous tetrahedral design.
Of course, yes.
That everybody seems to react to in a very positive way. And that's when I think the authorities got very anxious that something out of control was taking place. And that's when the whole concept of Duck and Dave was invented, because the whole story of Duck and Dave can be traced back to the British Ministry of Defence to some reliable degree. And then something very weird happened around about 92 and 93, when all the media really was agog with all this concept that two guys have made up to that point about 5,000 circles on their own, which just logistically is ludicrous. The phenomenon seems to have retreated for a couple of years, and during 92, 93, most crop circles were definitely man-made by, just pranksters and people who out for a good time. And then he had a resurgence in 94. 95, 96 were growing years. 97 was very strong. And then around 99, 2001, we started seeing another ebb. And I'd say, hand on heart, that the last truly major design in Britain was in 2003. And the last 2 years, I've seen a lot of nonsense, a lot of construction lines, a lot of mechanical evidence on the ground. So it seems to go up and down. It has an ebb and flow, just like a tide, as if it's actually obeying some kind of natural principle as well. So it is difficult to put a number on it. But
you mentioned Colin Andrews and 80-20. What was that?
A few years ago, Colin did a study of all kinds of elements that were taking place inside the crop circles, most notably the magnetic field deviation that seemed to happen inside the genuine ones. And he announced to the world that 80% of the world's crop circles were man-made. Now, all this was taken out of context because what he was trying to say was that during the years 1999 to 2001, of all the crop circles that he had personally analyzed, which could have been anywhere to about 30 to 40% of all of those in England, of all of those analyzed, 80% showed mechanical flattening processes which could be attributed to human beings, whereas the 20% that he analyzed actually had shown signs of a natural phenomenon that was guided by some kind of intelligence force. And that was what sort of threw people off. Suddenly they realized that so many were being man-made. But by that time, by around the year 2000, there was a lot of people that were out there with planks, and some of them were using garden rollers, for heaven's sake. It was ridiculous. And but people seem to have forgotten the fact that, of those 20%, represented quite a large, significant number where the forces of nature were being manipulated to an extraordinary degree that were leaving all kinds of interesting effects behind. And
for example, I recall that in what were considered to be genuine crop circles, there was a, what do I say, genetic change? There was a change in the, that could only have been matched by, for example, crops that have been put in a microwave oven and exposed to microwave energy. Is that correct?
It's, yeah, my theory actually goes slightly the other way, but it's very similar. What was happening is that the plants in the genuine circles to this day exhibit some kind of cellular change at the microscopic level. The same is happening to the soil when the crystalline structure of the soil has been altered, and that would require atmospheric pressure of about 5 atmospheres coupled with an intense heat of about 1500 degrees Celsius. And I looked at microwave originally, which is what Dr. Levengood was looking many, many years. But I couldn't understand how microwaves could be capable of leaving behind nothing but a lot of damaged plants, because microwave is very damaging. And I began to look at sound in all its many other facets, and I actually discovered that the effect of ultrasound and infrasound, which is a sound above and below the human hearing range, actually generated the exact same effect as microwave, but without all the nasty side effects. And it actually was able to even manipulate the plants at the chromosome level, and even create the kind of charring effect that we see with genuine plants too.
And what kind of frequency and decibel level of sound would do this?
Above the human hearing range, we're talking about the megahertz range, which are the kind of frequencies that we keep picking up in the genuine circles. Usually anything over 250 megahertz, so it's way, way above our level of ability to hear. And that's
way above. Way above.
Very, very high, unless you're actually way above even dogs, I think. But at that range, the frequencies start to actually do strange things, and that is that they're actually capable of altering your state of awareness. And of course, there's been so many hundreds of people that have experienced that in the crop circles to begin with. The other end of the range, which is the infrasound, is below 20 hertz. And at that point, when you attach 5 atmospheric pressure to sound, what happens is that the sound wave traveling through a liquid inside the stem is capable of boiling the water inside the stem in about 1 nanosecond.
Let me stop you and just make absolutely sure of what you said. You said that one range seems to be in the area of 250 megahertz. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right, that's a radio frequency. That's so far above sound. That's a radio frequency. 20 hertz is extremely low. 20 hertz is not all that far from the Schumann resonance frequency, just down below that, right?
Exactly. And it's a very short wave, but the trick is when you actually couple atmospheric pressure with that wave, that's what creates the heating that takes place inside the stems, which is why in the genuine circles the plants are charred on the outside, and also the liquid's been expelled from the plant. We can tell that from the little blowholes that appear in the nodes of the plants, where the water literally, when it's actually boiled, just like when you're
explodes. It virtually explodes, right?
Yeah, it expands, and it has to look for the weakest part of the plant, which is the node, and it blows a hole, just like in the film Alien, and the water comes out. And it also accounts for the fact that many of the farmers who see the crop circles, let's say at 5:30 in the morning in their fields, they report steam coming out of them, columns of steam coming out of the circles. And of course, infrasound at that range actually is able to create an atomization of the water molecule, so it will create steam.
All right. Wouldn't it be true, Freddie, that any biological entity who'd be on the ground in the area of the crop circles, if something like that were used, would also virtually be boiled alive?
They wouldn't. They would have a nice, pleasant headache. Yes, in fact, I went into a crop circle in 2003. Ironically, it was shaped. Actually, no, 2002. I beg your pardon. And it was actually shaped like a shell. And I actually found for the first time of hundreds of visits, hundreds upon hundreds of snails on the ground, all boiled alive. I mean, it was almost like a feast. Unfortunately, they weren't good enough to eat. But the only fatality that has been associated with the crop circles directly was actually in the Canadian prairie, where a farmer came out one day, saw a crop circle on his land, and he saw the typical swirled pattern floor, and along with the swirled crop, he found a series of very long quills that stretched from outside the perimeter of the flattened area, and they followed the swirl right down to the center. And when he followed the quills, he actually found at the very end of those quills a very flat and very dead and mummified Canadian porcupine, which they're about 30 pounds up in the prairie. They're very, very big creatures. And that again testifies to the incredible acoustic pressure that was generated at the time that was able to flatten a 30-pound porcupine. And of course, the whole thing was that the actual ability of infrasound to release the water molecule and nullify it meant that the poor creature had been mummified. I mean, all the water inside its body had been completely expelled, and for weeks and weeks a way, it kind of died to prove the point that not only was pressure being used in the process, but also there was a huge amount of heating taking place in a very short space of time.
All right, Freddie, let me ask you this. I'm sure you're well aware of the HARP project ongoing in Alaska, the ionospheric heater. It actually heats the ionosphere, and it gets capable of blowing a hole in the ionosphere. Conceivably, the HARP project, Freddie, is capable of modulation of the kinds of frequencies that you're talking about right now. And, of course, it's a relatively secret project. I mean, there's a very public aspect to it, but we all know that DARPA is involved, and there's a very secret aspect to it. Is it possible, Freddie, that the HARP project, or a project like it, is producing these?
I thought about that for many, many years, and again, like you said, it's very difficult to prove some of these things because they are so secret, so you can only sort of surmise and put one and one together and see where the logic trail leads. And logically thinking, I mean, the military usually tends to do things very quietly and in great secret, and to leave these fingerprints all around the world, and like I said, in 29 countries now, 11,000 of these designs, it doesn't seem very secret. And to me, it would seem highly unlikely that they would be experimenting with something and leaving so much of a trail behind, especially when scientists have been able to figure out that strange things are happening to the plants and the soil and even the watershed with which the energy interacts. So I would tend to favor another source for this, a very non-mechanical source.
Okay. Maybe you can give us all some idea, Freddie, of the percentage of crop circles that have made their appearance in Great Britain and surrounding that rough geographic area as compared to the rest of the world.
It seems to be about a ratio of about 85% in the south of England, typically in the areas bordered by the old Kingdom of Wessex, which today is Wiltshire, Hampshire, and parts of Sussex. It's a very, very old area of the world. It's a huge chalk bed. In fact, it's about, I believe it's about 800 feet of chalk. It's the world's deepest chalk aquifer. And ironically enough, the other great percentage of concentration of reported crop circles, about 15%, actually happens over the Canadian Prairie, which is a limestone aquifer, which happens to be the chemical twin of chalk. So they seem to favor aquiferous ground for some interesting reason. And the rest are sort of interspersed around the world. There are more reports coming out every year because people have finally begun to figure out who to tell. For example, a few years ago, it was discovered in South Africa. They've been appearing maybe for thousands of years. It's part of local folklore, and they're considered to be imprints and signs of the gods. And when these things appear, it's a great time of festivity. I mean, the local tribes actually fence the designs in the maize, and they actually take 3 days out to honor the gods with with gifts, with food, with festivities, and give them thanks for a wonderful year. So
now that's absolutely fascinating. I had not heard that this had gone on in Africa and that it had been received in the manner you just described. That really is fascinating. And while the British and some students in Britain might have the time and inclination to do this kind of thing, certainly they do not in Africa. So that's really interesting.
it is, and the way they also tackle it is very interesting. For example, I mean, now I live here in America, many people are saying, well, why don't we have many more reports here? And I said, well, they're around. We just don't get to hear that much about them, and usually because people don't know who to tell. But then there are others who are very, very frightened by the whole thing because of their particular, ideological belief. And for example, in Indiana, where we had many circles in the past, the first thing that some of the farmers do is basically call the police, and the police would put crime scene tape around the design. Well, contrast that to these people in Africa who, they basically honor the site as a sacred space, and they don't go in there, they honor it. It's a huge change of perception. And again, it shows that perhaps that there are places in the world where the phenomenon is much more welcome. And it shows, again, that there's a benevolence behind it, that if it feels like it's threatening people, perhaps it backs up a bit and lets people sort of think about it. It lets it sink into the local psyche before making another approach. And for me, it shows that there's a great benevolence attached to it.
Well, I suppose in America it's regarded as a crime against the farmer. In other words, they've destroyed a significant portion of some farmers' crops, right?
Which is is understandable, although when you actually look carefully at the plants, if it's a genuine circle, nothing's actually been damaged at all. Very little, let's see, if you actually leave the plants to their own devices in the genuine circles, after a few days, they begin to react back up to the light, and they raise themselves almost like magic.
Oh, really?
There's no damage at all, absolutely. There's no damage has actually occurred to the plants whatsoever.
Even with the exploding seed pods, huh?
Exactly, and it seems to differ. I should qualify that because when the energy interacts with the plants, when the plants are at an early level of maturity, that is when they're still fairly young, yes, there's very, very little damage that occurs, and the plants are able to reconstitute their mobility and raise themselves back up to the light. In fact, they start to outgrow the plants in the rest of the field, which have not been affected by the energy. But when the energy interacts with the plants, where it's at the later stage of development, then yes, because the plants are already very mature and very brittle, then yes, it does actually stop their growth.
All right, Freddie, hold tight for a moment. We're here at the bottom of the hour. Fascinating stuff. Obviously, not all crop circles are man-made. There's simply no question about it. Some of them are made by, well, maybe that'll be the next question for Freddie. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. There's absolutely no question about it. If you have taken the time and trouble to look at the many, many websites that carry wonderfully detailed photographs of crop circles, many of them, when you look at them, affect you profoundly. I mean, there's simply no question about it. Now, I don't know that I'm able to distinguish in my mind between the man-made and the others. We'll call them the others. That obviously are not man-made, but many of them do have a profound effect on you. They simply, there's no other way. I mean, some of them, 10 acres and larger, obviously not made by man. Question is, made by whom? We will ask. Of course, over the years, I've worked closely with Linda Moulton Howe, and this has been one of her prime areas of investigation. Freddie, the two main questions about crop circles are who's making them, and of course, what do they mean? Let's try the who part. Have you made any progress in your investigation at all with regard to who is doing this?
Very much so. In fact, it was one of the first things that intrigued me, and I came across very, very early on in my work on the transcripts of a renowned psychic in England called Isabel Kingston, who has since become a great friend of mine, and I've worked with her closely for many, many years. And I was reading over some of the transcripts, and it gave me a lot of clues as to what was really going on. And just to quickly qualify this person, because obviously, there are good channelers and there are those that are not so good, and there are good lawyers and not so good lawyers. So just to qualify her, she was a banker, so she's someone who obviously used a very analytical mind to make a living. And she developed her abilities to an incredible degree where the police in England, when they're at a miss to find out who committed a certain crime or where a certain body is buried, they actually go and knock on her door, and she has a near 100% record of working with them, and always very, very quietly. She's very self-effacing, no great sense of self-importance, and, like the rest of us, doesn't make that much money either. So, she's someone who can be trusted, and having known her for many, many years, being privy to the information that she has revealed, and actually having that information proved in front of me, for me, has been a great way to validate the information that she gets. So, back in 85, 86, 87, at a time in England when the words crop circle really were not heard. I mean, these things were happening, and it was a local folklore. It was very rare. Farmers had been used to these, what they called devil circles and witches' rings, all the way back into 1890. But it really was a sort of a rare local phenomenon. And one day, she happened to have been in a channeling session. She was a trance medium, And she accidentally vectored in this information from a universal consciousness that called itself the Watchers, who actually seem to pop in and out of our history all the way back to the Egyptian times. And back then, they were referred to as the Nethead, the creator gods. And they gave her all this information about this emerging phenomenon that would be making its appearance throughout Britain with geometric light structures based on sound. And when she sort of channeled this afterwards and they read the transcripts, the whole group was shaking their heads going, what on earth is this all about? And in the middle of the transcript, they said, well, within 7 days, we will give you a sign of our intent at the foot of your hill of Silbury, which is Europe's tallest man-made conical mound, a very enigmatic pyramid, if you like, in the south of England. So they decided to go at the base of Silbury Hill 7 days later, and lo and behold, those were the first series of what they call the Celtic cross crop circles, which is the central circle with the 4 little circles arranged like a cross. And that's when they realized, oh, that's a crop circle and a geometric light symbol, okay. And so I began to read all the transcripts with great interest to find out what this is all about, and began to realize that the information that she was receiving was getting validated more and more. I mean, she was predicting where they were going to appear, what they're going to look like. The timing was always a little bit off. It was always within 24 hours or 48 hours. But the information was getting predicted and also validated one day after the next. And so I began to take a lot more interest in this group consciousness and what they were involved with and the purpose to why they were making these shapes. And over the course of the years, I've been able to prove it bit by bit.
Okay, Freddie, again, the question was who, and you keep referring to we as you read the transcript. So who?
Well, like I said, it's a universal consciousness called the Watchers. I'm sorry if I'm digressing. It's about 2:30 in the morning where I am. So thank you for bringing me back.
Okay, so is the who us? In other words, we are the consciousness, nearly as I can tell, here on Earth. So are you suggesting that this universal or group consciousness, that we are the ones doing this?
We are actually involved at a subconscious level, because what happened was, and again, going back to the transcripts, this universal consciousness was saying that we as a group consciousness, in other words, as a human consciousness, had asked for help. We were worried about the state of the world, and a great number of people, in other words, say 51% of the population of the world at some point in the 20th century, sent out through our prayers, through our thoughts, we asked for help from the outside to try and figure out that we had lost the plot down here, that we basically were making a mess of the whole earth. We were getting tired of this, this usage of the very few people in power who were controlling so many people, and basically creating the situation that we're in today. And this universal consciousness, and some people call it, they call them gods, they call them angels, some people even call them fairies. And they basically have been around for millions of years, but essentially they are the core group of beings who are around and whose sole purpose it is to guide humanity through its more critical stages of development.
All right, then if I've heard you correctly, we essentially consciously or subconsciously prayed for help, recognizing the pathetic condition of our Earth currently, and I can certainly attest to that. And we're getting an answer, is what you're telling me. And so, okay, let's say that we are receiving an answer. Then, Freddie, how far have you come in discerning what we're being told?
Basically because a lot of the symbols that began appearing in the early days could actually be deciphered by Aboriginal tribes and ancient tribes, because a lot of those symbols are actually etched into their rock art. It's etched into the memory of the tribe. I mean, there are many symbols that can, you show them to Aborigines, you show them to Navajo, to Hopi, and they'll say, oh, this means that. And that's where the first basis of the communication came about. We began to realize this was an archetypal communication. The second part, and again going back to the transcripts, was that the information based on this, that was coming from this group consciousness was veiled. In other words, the reason why they called themselves the Watchers was because they could not actually do anything for us. They could only help us and try and move us along. We would be doing the work ourselves. And so the symbols, they were saying, would work subconsciously. And that's when the geometers down here began to look at the symbols and recognize, well, wait a minute, the positioning of these circles, the positioning of these rings and these designs, there's something unusually harmonic about the designs. And they began to realize that they were absolutely coded with an invisible array of what we call sacred geometry. And that kind of geometry is actually inherent in our own DNA. When you actually take the human DNA molecule apart and look under the microscope at the crystalline structure, it's actually composed of hexagons and pentagrams stuck to each other. So all that geometry basically was encoded in these simple symbols, and it was talking to us subconsciously, and it was waking up part of the human psyche that basically had we just shut down for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. And that's how I began to put the connection together, that people that went into the circles were saying, I've woken up, something has woken me up from something, and people could not understand it. Just in the same way that you and I have seen pictures on television, Art. And
we have. Freddie, is it necessary to get these conscious or subconscious messages to actually go to a circle, or is the viewing of one on a monitor or something sufficient to get the message across?
From my experience, it seems that as long as you don't actually distort the image, the original photograph, in other words, you don't put it through Photoshop and you squeeze it, as long as the original photograph, the imprint of the information retains itself in the actual image. So you can actually be, in the Philippines, look at a picture, and the information will transfer itself down. It'll download itself into you, and that's why you're having those experiences of memory. You recognize what you're looking at, but you can't quite logically explain it.
That's right. No, I described it as simply some of them have a profound effect on you. There's no question about it. That's a conscious profound effect. Apparently, there's also a subconscious profound effect. Now, Freddie, you said that Hopi and others have recognized some of these symbols. Can you do a simple translation for us on any of them?
It's not that quite sort of clear-cut. It's more to do with archetypal messages. I'm trying to think of one. For example, there was one in England which was, it was a sort of a elliptical head which is sort of bent to one side. It had four draping sort of feathers coming out of the central circle, and the actual line that connected the big circle to a smaller circle was also bent. And that was shown to, I believe, the Hopi, and they said, that actually means Mother is crying. It's an image of the earth with its four elements on either side of the circle, actually drooping, saying that the elements are under stress, and it's a message to us to say that Mother is crying, our Earth Mother is crying for help. And it's up to us to try and resume our responsibility for the Earth and take control of the situation and be more generous and to the planet that we're living in, so that we can take better care of it. So that's the kind of information. That's how they actually communicate. It's with archetypal symbols, almost like hieroglyphs. They are what they mean. They're like an encyclopedia of information in each symbol.
All right, that's very, very interesting, and it certainly makes sense to me. But the general public and certainly the media is not going to grasp that kind of subtlety, and that message is not going to be widely heard, Freddie, unless something big changes. In other words, if it remains this subtle, then crop circles are going to remain an interesting enigma that is not going to mean a whole lot to anybody.
And that's part of the frustration as well, even from my end. I would love for everybody to be able to just sort of get the message immediately and wake up and recognize that we're here to do something very, very big and very important in life, make a positive contribution. But as they were saying as well, the watchers were saying, that not everybody is in on the same game plan, because, I mean, we come down here as souls, trapped in a body, and we come down here to have an experience, and not everybody is having the same experience. I mean, there are some people who come down here to control people. There are some people who come here to create havoc and war, and then there are those who come here to make peace. So, and that's the whole myriad of being human. It comes down to the fact that we have choice. And what they're giving us is the possibility. They're waking us up to a greater possibility. And it's up to us to choose what we're going to do with it. So some people basically take on board the information, and they wake up, and like me, they give up a very good career, and they dedicate themselves to learning and to try to, tell the truth to the best of their ability.
All right. Freddie, you said that, I'm sorry, you said that with regard to the lady who had done the channeling, that she had proven to you, or that it had been proven to you, that what she was channeling was real or was accurate. In what manner was that proven to you, Freddie?
It was the way in which the information was given under trance, and she was given the location and even the designs and positioning of where these shapes were going to be only within a matter of days, and then they would manifest in that exact location. And the information was never given to anybody outside a very, very close-knit group of people. I'm talking about a handful of people. And I know for sure that they don't go out and make them. They're very responsible people.
All right. Well, okay, that does make sense. If she was actually able to call it, unless she was in league with, with a group of British students who were going to then run out and quickly create what she had declared would occur, then yeah, that's fairly good proof, I guess. But again, I'm concerned that if these circles are containing this kind of important message for mankind about our own Earth, it's just too subtle. And I, as you mentioned, I'm sure it's very, very frustrating for you. How do we move it to the next level and get people to understand that these messages, or at least some portion of them, are absolutely real and critical to our survival?
I'll give you another example of the information that she was getting back in '87, and the Watchers was saying that within our time, and indeed by the year 2007, so I'm definitely looking forward to next year, that the actual technical information of the symbols would be revealed. People would be given the information, and scientists would actually start revealing the fact that there is technical knowledge hidden inside the crop circles, because each symbol speaks on different levels of different people. And back in 1991, something very interesting was happening in the fields. The crop circles were appearing in twos. In other words, they were appearing, identical crop circles were appearing literally within a half a mile of each other, within days of each other. And I remember the work of a couple of very interesting people called Myers and Percy, who at the time measured the designs, two in particular, which to all intents and purposes seemed absolutely identical, carbon copies of each other. And to them, when they looked at the actual measurements and the actual schematic drawings of these designs and overlaid them, they found that the designs were not identical. There were small numerical discrepancies between them. And being mathematicians, they began to look at the numbers that were being drawn out of the difference between the two designs. And they found the first series of numbers actually equated to the speed of light, our known speed of light. But they were left with a whole bunch of numbers left over, and they thought, well, let's apply this by logic and see what these two sets of numbers then mean. And from that, and I'm going to cut a very, very long story short, they were able to extrapolate not one, not two, but three speeds of light. Now, at the time, most orthodox scientists basically laughed at the suggestion until about 3 years ago, I believe. It was revealed in, I think it was Nature magazine, if I'm not mistaken, that science has now finally proved that there are two speeds of light. So the circle makers appear to be well ahead of us, because we extracted this information back in 1992, and we revealed that there was three speeds of light available in the universe. That's just one example. The second example is that the Watchers were saying that there is a device, an energy machine, that's transcribed in these symbols, and this energy machine has something to do with the illusion of time and the ability to transmute magnetism and possibly gravity. So
my gosh, you're moving awfully quickly here. What circle described the machine you're talking about?
The one on the cover of my book, which is the famous Barbary Castle tetrahedron, which is the one that people just seem to gravitate to. And it was the sort of the crowning glory of the year 1991. And for anybody who hasn't seen it, it's basically a series of radiating circles and rings from a central source bounded by a triangle or a tetrahedron with 3 balls at each end. And I know for a fact that one gentleman here in America who's keeping very quiet, I certainly won't mention his name, he actually contacted me and said that he was able to build a 6-foot, 3-dimensional replica of this tetrahedron using the exact angles, the exact dimensions and principles, and he's going to levitate in his home. So that's how close we are to actually deciphering this information.
My God, have you gone to visit this man?
No, but he sent me enough information to make it sound very, very credible. And the fact that he's actually sounds very frightened. He knows that he's onto something and he's keeping very quiet. And I also know of people also in Australia who are working with a similar device, and they will reveal this information in their own time. But I am assured that they also have been working with similar principles, and it turns out that they're also working with anti-gravity devices. So it appears that the channeling is bearing true.
Are you telling me that this man has actually achieved levitation using a design from the Barbary Castle circle?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's almost 2007.
Yeah, and it's almost 2007. All right, Freddie, hold tight. Over the years, I've interviewed a number of people who've had fascinating things to say about circles, but this may top it. Obviously, we're going to try and pry some information from Freddie about who this man is. And if something like this could be proven, then obviously it would break the whole thing wide open, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that? Levitation from a design derived from the Barbary Castle circle from Manila in the Philippines, where the rain falls gently at the moment. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Freddie Silva. He gave up a very lucrative career in modern commerce to begin a lifelong study of crop circles. And what he said so far has been absolutely fascinating in the sense that he implies, he says that the real circles, and there are real circles, folks, are sending a message to us that, in effect, we, through our mass consciousness, have sent out a plea, a message to whoever to help us because of the state of our world. An interesting theory, to be sure, and that what we're receiving in the real circles is an answer to that question. And Don in Campbell, California, fast blasts me a really intriguing proposition. He says, hey, Art, has anybody ever thought of doing a project to do a man-made crop circle to communicate with whoever it is or whatever it is that's talking to us? In other words, if we can discern what they're saying to us and it really is some sort of warning, then why not, once we have decrypted it to some degree, attempt to answer and establish some kind of communication with whoever it is that's sending these messages to us? That question to Freddie in a moment. Clearly, we'll get back to the Barbary Castle business in a moment. But Freddie, I really do want to ask you about, and you know what, before I do any of that, you're nice enough to be here. Let me plug your book. The book is Secrets in the Fields, The Science and Mysticism of Crop Circles. That's a cool title, Secrets in the Fields, The Science and Mysticism of Crop Circles. Available, I assume, I don't know, Amazon.com, the usual, right?
Well, if you want to support your local author, come to my website. Then I get at least 50% of royalties if you come to my website, and there's a lovely special offer on there as well. And
no kidding. In other words, you make more money if they come to your website and buy it there.
You'd be surprised how little people make when it goes to the store. Very, very.
No, Freddie, I would not. I've got a few books under my belt. I'm well aware of how it works, or where it doesn't work, more likely. So if they come to your website, what is the special offer?
Actually, there's a DVD that I'm offering with the book, so you get 2 for a reduced price. and it gets bundled together as a big package, and it gets sent off to you in a couple of days.
Okay, and your website is?
CropCircleSecrets.org.
CropCircleSecrets.org. All right. Don in Campbell, California really did come up with what I thought was an excellent one, and that is, if we have to some degree begun to discern, and if the Barbary Castle thing is true, then certainly we have, what these crop circles mean, then what about the idea of, in essence, answering them with a crop circle?
It's a great question. It has been done, and it's had mixed success. The most famous case I can put my finger on, and it was a very, very good exercise because it employed archaeocryptographers, it employed psychics, it employed field researchers, and so on. There was a group of about, 12 people who got together one day and said, well, why don't we try to locate through logic and mathematics a very special place on the Earth's surface, especially in England, where we can actually sit down in a very special place where the harmonics are just right. We will pay the farmer for a small piece of his field, and through our combined intent to communicate, we want to find out if there's a consciousness behind this. And this is what this group of people did. And they basically sat down, designed this design based on pure mathematics and harmonics, laid it down on intersecting lines of the Earth's magnetic field, which happen to cross, they're everywhere, but specifically in this one field in south of England. And they created this man-made design, small design, which is basically a triangle with a hole in the center, or a big circle in the center, with 3 circles on the outside of the triangle. And then they sat down around it, and they just meditated. They just sent out the intent between the 12 of them. They said, we would wish to receive a communication to show us, demonstrate to us that we are dealing with a conscious source. Mm-hmm. Well, a few days went by, nothing happened. A couple of weeks went by, nothing happened. And then suddenly, one day, a pilot was out on his usual daily reconnaissance, and he came across a crop circle, which actually was the triangle with all the circles from the outside put inside the actual design. In other words, the original makers, the people, had left a hole in the center with the circles outside, and the circles...
Back up just a little bit for me, Freddie. What was the intended message of the designed crop circle?
It was simply to communicate to an intelligence, if there was an intelligence out there, that that the people down here, the human makers, had made a design based on pure mathematics, which is the language of the universe. It's just like in the film Contact, basically. Pure mathematics, pure geometry. And they created that shape to try and communicate to a conscious source out there, because if the source that was receiving this message was conscious and intelligent, it would do something with the design. And the design,
but I guess what I'm asking is, did the design have a specific message mathematically?
Not specifically. It was the intent that the people had. That was a specific reason behind it. It was to communicate.
Okay, and so then a pilot spotted one that had taken the circles and placed them inside.
Inside, as if they filled the actual gap. And the interesting thing was that the design that was created by the circle-making force was 100 times exactly the diameter of the original that people had made. But here's the interesting thing. The original design that was made by this team had used a very unusual form of measurement. They had based it on the ancient system of measurement called the megalithic yard, which was the unit of measure favored by people who built Stonehenge and the pyramids and things like that. Mm-hmm. And this unit of measure is very, very important. And this design that appeared as an answer to the researchers used that unit of measure to exactly 100 times the size of the original. So beyond doubt, there was a beyond coincidental doubt that this was a reply to their intent.
Wow, that is impressive, certainly. All right, back to Barbary Castle for a moment. You said that a man had created a machine that actually achieved levitation, and you are protecting this man's identity. Surely, Freddie, you've got to pursue this, and if that's real, that would break the whole thing just wide open. So where do we go with this?
At the time I was writing the book, I had talked to this gentleman, and he was, quite happy for me to, use his information. By the time we got to the editing stage and down to the galley proofs of the book, I contacted him again just to make sure that everything was okay, that I wasn't breaking any confidence. And something had happened in that meantime. He got very, very spooked. And I've spoken to people, throughout my research, and I know when some kind of heat's been put on them. And he basically just wanted to go very quiet, very underground. And it's almost like the story that you hear of people who design carburetors for cars that run on 100 gallons, 100 miles per gallon. They disappear, and they suddenly get very frightened. And that's when he asked me not to mention his name or anything. I just alluded to his work in my book, just to let people know that it's out there and it's being worked on. Because I think that he's feeling the heat from somewhere, and I'm just being true to my word that I will not reveal the source. But what I can say is that there is published information from another source which is also working on very similar principles. And this is the work of David Percy and David Myers. David Percy actually co-wrote Dark Moon, which is about the supposed faked Apollo moon landings.
Yes.
And also a book, an incredible book called Two-Thirds. It's really a mind-blowing book. It's not for the faint-hearted. And in there, they actually note all the technical information that they have reconstructed from the crop circles, which also has enabled them to technically create blueprints, which enable for the construction of spinning disk technology, which allows for anti-gravitational devices.
All right, Freddie, let me again stop you very quickly. There's a man I interviewed several years ago, Freddie. He was an airline pilot. I don't know whether I told you the story previously or not, but by profession, he was an airline pilot, fascinated with crop circles, and he did not give up his career as an airline pilot, but what he had done, Freddie, is he had taken crop circles and made several cutout designs of these crop circles, and then used an old phonograph, the old style spinning phonograph, and had begun to spin the crop circles. And what he had started to discern from that was that there was when they were spinning, there was a three-dimensional aspect to the crop circles that nobody had ever seen before. Have you heard about this?
Absolutely, and I think he was starting to get onto something, and inevitably he also validated more of Isabel Kingston's channeling, because what the watchers were saying was that what we're looking at, these pretty shapes, we're looking at the two-dimensional slice of an orange. We're looking at an energy form which has three-dimensional and possibly four-dimensional capability. And we proved that since with magnetometer surveys that show that the energy of the circles goes under the ground, and also the pilots are having problems above the ground. So what we're looking at is just a two-dimensional shape. I think his name was Doug Ruby, if I'm not mistaken.
That is exactly right.
Yes, and he began to actually look at this. I don't know he was actually aware of this channeled information, but he started the ball rolling. And then with the work of David Myers and Percy, they actually took it to the mathematical level, where they extracted the information and actually have made the blueprints. And as far as I'm aware, they're looking for funding at the moment to actually build this machine, which will have anti-gravitational properties, again, just as the watchers have mentioned.
All right, but would that be from the same Barbary Castle design?
This would be a series of other designs which could be superimposed one on top of the other, and that's how they were able to discern how that was done. So it seems as if there's different designs of crop circles bearing different types of technical data.
Boy, this is beginning to sound more and more like the movie Contact all the time, isn't it?
Oh, I tell you, when I first saw that movie in the cinema, I mean, I nearly cried, because I was watching the life of myself and many of my fellow researchers unfolding in front of me. It was so uncannily close to reality, and also close encounters as well. That obsession with wanting to know the coincidences between people from different parts of the world that come together to share a same vision. These things are very uncannily similar.
Where is most of the work? Where does most of the work need to be done? Is most of it mathematical? In other words, do we need a team of mathematicians working on this, or who?
Different types of people are being brought into the awareness because the symbols, again, just like hieroglyphs, they mean different things to different people depending on your point of view, and all of them will be absolutely correct. So there's one symbol in my book that people say, well, that looks just like the hieroglyph for divine vibration. And I said, it's absolutely right, but you know what? If you're a biologist, it looks like the centrosome of a human cell, and both will be exactly right. So the symbols are waking people up from different parts of life, and I know that people are quietly beavering away in their houses, working away quietly. People from NASA have emailed me demanding more information, and they'll say, on no account, return this email back to NASA because, NASA apparently is taking a huge interest in the circles, but they will never make this public. So there are people within that organization who are taking on their own little projects at home. And again, it's the fear that, if they get found out that this is breaking some kind of national security or whatever, they'll get found out and then the heat will be put on them. I mean, you know how it works. So I know that there are people quietly beavering away at all of this, and all will be revealed in its due time, I think.
All right, so you know for a fact that NASA has their fingers into the crop circle community and is figuring out or trying to figure out what's going on, trying to get as much information as they can. Do you really have proof of that, Freddie?
No, but only from this email from this technician that works there, that he was telling me that there is a lot of interest within that organization. They actually take it quite seriously. They're keeping a good eye on it. And the way I can validate that is the same way that happened in Britain in the the late 1980s and early 1990s, when the British government was instrumental in debunking the subject. But in the meantime, the military was still keeping it under observation. So clearly people within the system are intrigued as to what's going on. But of course they won't admit it, because to admit that is to admit that we are dealing with a supernatural phenomenon. And of course they can't do that.
You referred to the Watchers as a group that could send a message in the manner that we've received them with crop circles, but not actually affect anything, correct?
Pretty much so, because the reason why they called themselves the Watchers, which I thought was very interesting, was that the fact that they can't directly intervene. It almost sounds like Gene Roddenberry's Prime Directive in Star Trek, which is actually very close to reality, because Gene himself used to attend seances with a trance medium. And if you look at the transcripts and then look at the next generation of the series, you'll find a lot of universal law buried in there. And the Watchers were saying the same thing, that they do not have permission to actually directly involve themselves in our affairs. They're just feeding us the information, and they hope that we, by our sense of will choose to act on this information and use it for the development and the betterment of our society.
I take it that you're familiar with the work going on at Princeton.
A little bit, yes.
A little bit. They are, of course, doing work in the mass consciousness field, and I'm just stabbing in the dark here, but I wonder if there's any mathematical correlation to some of the mass consciousness data that they receive and the data contained in a crop circle. This would be a job for a mathematical genius, but I wonder.
That's an interesting observation. I haven't actually put the two together, but what I do know is that the Watchers were saying that the information contained in the symbols also is there to awaken humanity at a spiritual level, because the geometric codes that are encoded within the visual design, but you literally have to sit there and draw this information out of it, does actually correlate to the same geometric structures which are inherent in the human body and its chemical makeup. So it's as if the geometry itself is part of the message, it's part of our coding, and that coding is also speaking to us at a subconscious level that helps us to remember who we are and our function here, which is, presumably why they also use the same type of spiritual technology, as I call it, encoded in places like Stonehenge and the pyramids and the Gothic cathedrals, why the Templars died, in their thousands to keep this information alive, and why, Dan Brown and Da Vinci Code started bringing this information back up again. It's just to be part of the fundamental archetypal message, an archetypal language which is hardwired into every living human being.
Freddie, is it true? Is it true, Freddie? I'm sorry that the Russians actually discovered that the sacred geometric shapes you're talking about have a concordant effect on people's awareness, even the rate of healing, for example.
Oh, absolutely. When the Berlin Wall came down, we had access, of course, to all the files that they had kept at the KGB in Moscow, and some great books were written about this and how the Russians, because they were so cash-strapped, they decided to look at all this ancient esoteric wisdom to find out if there was something true about the way this shape had a concordant effect on the human body and a state of awareness. Because if it was true, they could just build hospitals and buildings that would have an effect on people. And
That's right.
The Bulgarians especially went gang-ho on this idea. And they began to put people who were sick into rooms that were shaped like pentagrams. And they were amazed that people's rate of healing went up dramatically. They then went a stage further, and they built rooms shaped like trapezoids, and they put schizophrenic patients inside them. And they found that shape had an incredible effect on their rate of healing. And they even discovered that when you put blood in a spherical shape, the rate of coagulation of the blood also goes up dramatically. So they basically validated the truth behind these ancient sacred sites, which are built on exactly the same principles of this geometry.
Did they do double-blind studies to prove this? I mean, when you say prove, that's a big word. Did they actually do double-blind studies that were able to prove this rate of healing, that sort of thing? I mean, that's amazing.
Yes, I believe it did. Yes. I'm trying to figure out my source. It was a book. All this information was praised. There's a book called Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain, a very famous book by Sheila Ostrander. I think it was written back in '72. And I believe, yes, that it did do blind experiments, because that's one way of validating the scientific process to begin with.
All right, Freddie, hold tight. We're at the bottom of the hour here. Fascinating stuff. The subject is crop circles. My guest is Freddie Silva. His book, Secrets in the Fields, The Science and Mysticism of Crop Circles. I'm Art Bell. It is indeed, and my guest is Freddie Silva. What a program. We're talking about crop circles, and much of it in a way that we've never talked about them before, the communication going on, why it's going on, what this is all about. Most crop circles actually form between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, apparently. That would be local time, I guess, wherever they're formed, and there's probably a reason to why they form at about that time. In a moment, we will ask. Once again, Freddie Silva. And Freddie, is it true that most crop circles do appear between 2 and 3 in the morning local time at whatever the geographic location of their appearance?
It appears to be the case, just based on eyewitness reports and just the general accounts that we've had over the years. And it intrigued me. I facetiously at the time I was saying that they appear at that time because they like to keep things kind of quiet. And most people, rational people, should be locked away at home in their beds at that time, doing nothing but sleeping instead of being out in the fields watching them happen. And then I came across the most incredible piece of information from the Imperial College of Medicine in London, where they had actually documented on record that 95% of all recorded deaths in hospitals from around the world always happen between 2 and 3 in the morning. And it got me wondering, that is there something to do with this particular window of opportunity where it allows a window of opportunity where the soul is able to leave the body, go back to its source, but it also creates a window where information can come to the earth. And of course, at 2 and 3 in the morning local time is the point on the earth which is furthest away from the sun, which means that the magnetic field of the area also happens to be having a little snooze on its own. So the planet's defenses are sort of slightly letting their guard down, and it's allowing information to come in the shape of crop circles. And of course, we know that the crop circles themselves also have a deviation of the local magnetic field, and they also always appear called the crossing points of the Earth's magnetic lines of energy. So there seems to be a correlation definitely taking place between that.
Fascinating. Also, the speed with which crop circles form. Now, over the years, interviewing Linda Moulton Howe and others, we've learned that there have been, for example, people who have filmed the formation of crop circle associated with balls of moving light. So, what do we know about how quickly these are formed?
Well, back in the early 80s, when none of this information was ever made public, the database showed that there were at least 80 eyewitnesses from all around the world, from Britain, from British Columbia, Japan. All of this stuff was never published, never made public, and all the eyewitness accounts always seem to corroborate one another, that no matter what size these things were, they always seemed to be created within about 15 seconds. And then the most wondrous thing happened one year in 1988 when a surveillance team of researchers and camera people from all around the world gathered on top of this hill in southern England, and they did a stakeout over a field which over the years had been proved very prolific in circle making. So they camped themselves out for 2 weeks, and this is the site of the infamous hoax that was perpetrated by the British military, because on the second night, when all the researchers went to bed early, the military went out, made a crop circle in the middle of the dark, and in the morning, there it was. And it was a very rough series of circles and very crooked lines, but it convinced the press that the whole thing was a big prank, because at the center of each of these rough circles was a horoscope board game and some wooden crosses pointing the finger at occultists and people like that. So everybody went home convinced that the whole thing was a great big joke, except for a Japanese camera crew who had gone all the way to England, and they thought, well, we're here, we might as well stick around and see what else pops up. And they were rewarded when on the last day of the 2-week stakeout, they had caught on night vision camera, right at the very edge of the limit of their equipment, a swirl motion manifesting in the crop which lasted less than 15 seconds, and it completely validated all the eyewitness accounts. And you may wonder, what happened to this famous tape? I mean, it should have been front page news around the world. Well, the story goes that the Japanese TV crew were under contract with the BBC, that should they capture anything on tape, the tapes would be given to the BBC under license. Well, would you believe that the British Broadcasting Corporation lost the tapes? It would be akin to someone losing the tapes of the Kennedy assassination. I mean, you just don't lose something.
Or say an Apollo mission, for example, or maybe the records of Roswell, or akin to something like that. No?
Isn't it interesting? I know it's very funny. I mean, I've worked in broadcasting for many, many years, and I can tell you that just doesn't happen. I mean, once in a while maybe, but it just never happens. But
well, on the very rare occasions when it does happen, Freddie, it seems to happen to records of things just like this.
Exactly. It's all very, very strange.
Do you know offhand which lettered agencies, Freddie, are taking the, aside from NASA, are taking the most interest in this phenomenon?
It's always hard to say. If you're dealing with people who try to keep things secret, then obviously the information coming from out of them is always hearsay, or sometimes someone has a contact somewhere within an organization that might spill the beans. But the best information that we had in Britain in the late 80s came from people who were actually researching the subject night and day, who themselves had contacts within the British government. And one man in particular, George Wingfield, and this is already published information, so I'm not betraying any confidence. He had contacts within the British military who had actually said that they had worked with within the Northern Ireland conflict. And for many years, the British government had orchestrated this fictitious press agency that kept feeding information, not exactly truthful information about the Northern Ireland conflict, and supplied it to the media. Well, it turns out that when he investigated the source of the report from which came Doug and Dave, the two famous 60-year-old guys who said that they made every crop circle in the world, sometimes even five in one evening across different countries. Amazing.
By the way, what are Doug and Dave up to these days? Have there been follow-up interviews, and what are they saying now?
Well, one of them should know better because he's dead. He's probably being spanked very heavily by God at this very moment for having gone out and telling porkies. The other one has gone very quiet, although I did catch early traction from him in the British press, buried somewhere on page 28 on the 28th of December, 1998, which is a great time to find out great retractions of information, because no one's paying any attention to the media in between Christmas and the New Year. And the headline stated in this one column, I was guided by an unknown force, claims crop circle hoaxer. So it seems that even the world's most famous guy who claims to have made all these crop circles himself was guided by an unknown force, which, going back to the George Wingfield story, apparently came from this fictitious press agency that was originally set up to provide bogus information about the Northern Ireland conflict. So MI5 is a good acronym to bear in mind. It's the British Secret Service, in other words. But in the meantime, when they finally came up with Doug and Dave's story to the media, they were still keeping tabs on what was going on. You know, people's phones were being tapped and so forth.
Jim in Virginia Beach, Virginia asks, does Freddie consider any of the crop circles made in the UK this summer to be authentic? His website, last updated in early August, says he believes most up until that time were fake, but they seem to be so complicated and beyond human capability to manufacture.
I hate to be the bringer of bad news, but so far there's nothing this year that I've seen that looks anything closely resembling a real crop circle from England. The real one seems to be here in America and also in Australia and in Hungary, and they're simple designs. What's happening is, and this is not to say that the phenomenon's gone away, it's just that some years it goes up in numbers, some years it goes down, because the force that's working with it also has to work with natural principles, and sometimes the natural elements are there to work with, and some years that they're not. It's like a tide, it goes in and out, just like in nature. But this year what we've seen a lot of is farmers who are actually taking the money from groups to make designs in their field. Now, when you have the farmer's permission to make something on their land, first of all, you're going to have a lot of time on your hands because you are immune from prosecution. Now, that's a pretty good way to start. Two, I'm watching a lot of the more complex designs being made in fields which are well away from any public areas, which means, again, they can work within the cover of daytime. And I know that a couple of these so-called Mayan design ones, I have actual pictorial evidence to suggest that the people who made them first started off up in the Midlands, in the north of England, and then it came down to the Silbury area. And when they tried to do it in an area which was much more policed by people, they were actually caught making it.
You know, I was just about to ask about that, Freddie, because one of the things that had always been said about crop circles was, well, you know, in all this time, with all these crop circles, if 80 or 85% of them are fake, nobody's ever been caught. But you're telling me quite the contrary. There have been some caught. Is that so?
Yes, they're being caught much more regularly than is being mentioned. I mean, I mentioned this on my website as an antidote to the other websites that are out there. And even when I lived in England, I was right in the heart of the whole mystery. So, I mean, I was catching them myself as well. Other researchers have caught them as well, but it never seems to make the headlines. I mean, over the last few years, because the hoaxes are getting much more cunning and cocky, they're also getting a bit overconfident, and they are taking a lot longer to create these intricate designs, and they are being caught in the middle of it. I mean, 2 years ago, and again, I showed this on my website, there was one design in the Vale of Pusey where we get a lot of these designs. It shows the design in progress over several nights, and even shows the actual construction lines in place, where the following evening they come over and fill a few more. And I've even spoken to people, even at my lectures, that have come up to me and said, well, you know, we actually caught these people making these designs one evening, and we got their names, and the names actually correlate to some of the known hoaxes that we know are out there already. So yes, they are out there, and that they are being caught making them. So it's quite ironic that just as they're getting more complex, as the human ones are getting more complex, the phenomenon itself is getting simpler and simpler. It's a strange irony. So, but I suspect that next year we're going to see some another level of complexity in the genuine ones as well.
Why do you suspect that?
Because it goes up and down historically. When I look at all the information that was culled from the last 2 decades, it seems to follow a natural wave, just like you find in nature. It goes up and down and up and down. And I think we're into that sort of down cycle. And another reason behind this is that the real crop circles also rely on water. They require water, they're prerequisites for making the circles. And we had a major drought in Britain this year. So back in February, I was saying we are not going to see any crop circles this year because there's no water there. They need it to counterbalance the heating effect of the energy that they're working with. And this is also historically proved throughout the history of the phenomenon. Whenever we've had a drought in England, the crop circles